Who claimed it? Well, I gotta go check.
Angry little guy.
This a Lemmy?
Yeah. They're funny animals. Angry little guy.
The thing is, it's like most things don't actually want to fuck with that, you know? Like if it's something that wants to kill it, the lemming's fucked regardless, you know?
Yeah.
But
and
like,
we just
if
look
you
at it and
imagine a bear or a dog going up to sniff that.
laugh. Yeah, they'd freak out. They wouldn't know what's going on. They just yell. Funny creatures.
They may be unbearably adorable, but they aren't actually bears at all. The latest exhibit at this zoo in eastern China had visitors doing a double take.
When I saw this, I put it on the list.
So funny.
It's so good.
They're chow chow.
These pandas are really chow chow.
Remember there was just that scandal where they had to prove a bear wasn't a guy in a costume? They're like, no, that's just the sun bear. That's how it looks.
Yep.
Advertised as panda dogs, and social media can't get enough of them. Look.
We are watching a special version.
Quickly, and there's a resemblance to the rare giant panda. Sort of. But some zoogoers in China aren't happy about what they call a deception. According to Chinese state media, the zoo said it dyed the dogs black and white because they didn't have any pandas. A worker insisted visitors are not being misled and that the fuzzy chow chows are accurately described as dogs. A spokesperson for the zoo tells media outlet Jam Press, people also dye their hair. Natural dye can be used on dogs if they have long fur. But how do the dogs feel about it?
This is something that's kind of being forced on the animal for the sake of human entertainment.
Oh my god, is this serious? Oh my god.
The dye is perfectly fine.
That's so funny that they're going.
It's literally fucking food coloring, dude.
Oh, like, grow up. Who gives a shit? It's hilarious that China is dyeing dogs to imitate pandas. It's hysterical.
It isn't the first time a Chinese zoo was mixed up in an animal controversy. Last year, Angela, a Malayan sun bear, went viral after it was caught on camera.
What did I tell you?
On its hind legs. Social media exploded, with some claiming it was a person dressed up as a bear, which was later debunked. Actual pandas are an incredible sight, lovable and playful, helping to
Stupid is the correct word to use.
Boost zoo tourism around the globe. The San Diego lovable and playful, helping to boost zoo tourism around the globe.
No, helping to spread Chinese soft power. It's an actual diplomatic tool that the CCP uses internationally. Is pandas. It's not.
Yeah, they literally
zoo
mandated
tourism.
all the pandas had to go back to China.
Yeah, they are considered for some reason, whether they've come from China or not, or been bred in captivity or whatever, right? Property of the Chinese government, and they can be recalled at any time. So if you are a country that has pandas and you say something China doesn't like, they will take your pandas from you. It is literal, it's a diplomatic weapon for them. It's more than that.
You know, if they can do it with
the
pandas,
San Diego's,
they can do it with people.
Yeah.
Zoo shared pictures of two giant pandas expected to arrive this summer, Yun Chuan and Xin Bao, a highly anticipated import after 3 giant pandas departed from the Smithsonian Zoo in D.C. last year.
I love them. They're so cute.
Now that panda-sized void even felt across the world. with dogs being used as unlikely stand-ins.
Zoos are there to educate. Zoos are there to inspire. Zoos are to promote conservation. They're not there to promote painting domestic animals with colors to represent wild animals.
Oh
Sure,
my
bro.
God,
The zoo
shut
staff told
up,
us
bro.
overnight that the
It's
panda
literally
dogs
just
arrived at the
food coloring. It's perfectly
Yeah.
fine.
It's such a ridiculous thing.
A
It fucking-
doofus.
What the fuck? Relax, bro. Relax.
It's the news, so they're like, we have to find the other side to this. We have
Yeah.
to find somebody who actually is outraged by this.
the zoo before May 1st, China's Labor Day public holiday. They're still there. The crowd size, we're told, is actually typical.
I mean, who
For
would
their
want to
average
see the panda dogs? Who does?
Yeah.
Wouldn't you? I would go just.
I don't care.
What's this? Tiger King?
No, this is Lewis Hamilton.
She thinks Hamilton. Give us some. I got that.
It's kind of impressive to sneak up on a tiger, though.
Are horseshoe crabs dangerous? Let's find out.
No.
The answer is no.
No, not really.
They're kind of goofy
You
animals.
think it'd be like a crab with these pinchers? Let's get one.
They're kind of strange. They have blue blood.
It doesn't squeeze very hard. I'd tell you if it hurt. It does not.
It's a very weird creature.
And he's trying, or she's trying to grab me. She's really just trying to turn over, which is what I'm going to help her do.
Very weird creature.
So no, they're not dangerous.
Okay.
This news is funded by viewers like
We'll
you.
just do
Please support our work
top headlines because we're not really doing news because it's kind of a fun day. A little bit at the
at
start.
democracynow.org/give.
Is there a news wrap
Welcome
we want,
to
or is it
Democracy
just
Now!,
this is-
democracynow.org, the War
No.
and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Over
Hi,
100,000
Amy.
dozens have fled Rafah as Israel
I'm
escalates
just
its
really
attacks on the
excited
southern
for that
city.
secret video.
Deadly aerial attacks on Rafah have targeted
I wanna go
residential
to
and
that
public
one.
buildings in the tightly packed area. The Israeli
I'm
army's
not
closure
sure
of
if I
Rafah's
added it. Can
border
you
is
send it in the
preventing
private
food and
chat?
medical supplies from entering Gaza.
I did
Community
double
kitchens
check.
there
It's the bottom
say they
link.
do not know how much longer they can keep running.
Approximately 80% of people rely on food from charity kitchens as
That's
they are
what
unable to
sent the
provide their own
GoFundMe
meals
thing.
and drinks.
I gotta
During
get
Oh,
their
you
dependency
want that one on the video?
Yeah, it didn't get claimed.
Did you not show it last time?
No. I just showed it to you.
I'm pretty sure you showed it on stream.
No. I showed it.
Pretty sure.
I showed it to you
Okay.
after stream.
eyes on
And
these
I showed
charity
you just the
kitchens. If these
intro
kitchens were
and
to
then the
close, they
pet
would have no
dragon thing.
means to provide food and drinks.
All right.
Many individuals have approached us with similar concerns, urging us to attempt to reopen kitchens in their displacement location. We too seek shelter and support.
The blockade is being felt throughout Gaza. This is a Jordanian doctor, Ali Abu Kherma, who has been working at Al-Aqsa Hospital and Deir al-Balah in
Hamas.
central Gaza.
There he is. That's Hamas right there.
There used to be medical aid coming in, and now there's no medical aid. Now we have.
Who's that
operations
behind him? Is that the
people don't
Hamas
cause to
guy
use.
about to shoot
There's
him if he
nothing to
goes
use.
on
Ah, look,
script?
Hamas.
Simple operation, an urgent one, which is not related to the war.
Who's
which is
peeking through that
offensive.
door?
We do not
Hamas.
have anything to wear.
Is that
That's what
Hamas?
I'm saying.
We
That's
wear-
the
we
assassin.
have it.
That's his handler.
We have
they're
become
talking
part of
to
the
them.
people of Gaza. What happens to them happens to us. We will continue. The same way
Ah,
they are being
Hamas!
resilient,
Oh,
we will
That
too.
was scary.
In occupied
They almost got him.
East Jerusalem, UNRWA, the UN Agency for Palestinian Refugees, was forced to shut its headquarters after a group of armed Israelis set fire to the compound's
Well, of course
perimeter.
they did.
The European Union condemned the attack, saying, quote,
Look behind you, they're already here.
"It is Israel's responsibility to ensure the safety of humanitarian workers. UNRWA is an irreplaceable lifeline to millions in Gaza and the region," they said. Meanwhile, Gaza solidarity protests continue on U.S.
This
campuses.
guy
and
has
Princeton
personally
and
killed every Israeli.
members are joining 12 students who've already been on hunger strike for a week. We'll be joined by one
Where'd
of
you
the
get
student
those
hunger
scars?
strikers later in the broadcast. At the University of Pennsylvania, police
It's like
and riot
another
gear
goose
started
meme.
arresting.
Mm.
Where it's like, what's that jacket made out of, motherfucker? And then the goose
No,
starts
what the
chasing
fuck?
him. Come on, bro. That's
What are you talking about?
a goose meme. I'm literally going to type in goose meme. I guarantee you it's the first thing.
Okay.
Students early
It
this
wasn't.
morning. Yesterday, Democratic Governor Josh Shapiro
It is in
called
the
for the
top
Ivy
row,
League
though.
school to, quote, restore order and safety on campus after students refused to back down and end their protest until their demands for divestment from Israel were met. At least 6 students have been suspended. Here in New York, at least 11 people were arrested outside the new school, the site of the nation's first faculty encampment. Democracy Now! Was at the new school last night as the arrests were happening. We'll have more on the story after headlines. The Pulitzer Prize-winning author Colson Whitehead has pulled out of his planned commencement speech at UMass Amherst next week after the police arrested over 100 students there.
Nice.
He said, quote, calling the cops on peaceful protesters is a shameful act,
Based.
unquote. In a victory for the protest movement, Sacramento
You're not
State and
familiar
California agreed to review its investments so that it's not funding corporations that,
familiar
quote,
with any
profit
goose
from
memes?
genocide, ethnic cleansing,
No.
and activities that violate fundamental human rights, unquote. Outside the United States, Dutch riot police bulldozed a protest camp at the University of Amsterdam after students defied orders to dismantle it. In Sweden, thousands of protesters took to the streets of Malmo Thursday, denouncing Israel's participation.
You know, if these governments continue acting in at the behest of Israel, whether willingly or at the end of a phone call, they may start something that they may not want to start, because this seems to be growing and escalating in a very important year where exactly this kind of ideology should be dying, but it's growing. How interesting. No, never seen that.
You know, so it's like, what's the scarf made out of, right? And it's a little Uyghur.
Sure.
It's a Uyghur goose.
Sure.
You know, and it's like, where'd you get that scarf? And it's a Palestinian protester, and the goose is like got a little Uyghur hat on.
Well, you should make that meme because that
What
sounds
do you
actually
think about
pretty
this,
funny.
though? Okay,
That's funny.
is he threatening me? What does he mean by that? Mess with the honk, you get the bonk.
No, not really.
Oh, but you're in an information warfare company?
I know. I've been disconnected. It's been rough, but yeah, it is what it
In
is.
the Eurovision Song Contest, Eurovision has rejected mounting demands to ban Israel from the competition over its slaughter in Gaza. Swedish activist Greta Thunberg was among the protesters. She also addressed the growing campus protest movement in the U.S. and around the world.
I think they should be everywhere. And once again, young people are leading the way, showing the world how we should react to this.
Sudan's rapid support.
Why do I give a fuck what she has to say? I don't understand. Why do I care more than anybody else? She's just another person there. I don't care.
Forces may have committed genocide as fighters executed thousands of civilians who desperately attempted to flee the West Darfur region last summer. That's according to Human Rights Watch, which collected the testimonies of over 200 witnesses who described children still alive being piled up and shot by RSF fighters as part of an ethnic cleansing campaign against
how about
the Muslim people and other non-Arab communities.
How about the Turks sending the Syrian National Army, aka fucking ISIS, to fucking Niger? Right? Crazy, right?
That doesn't sound good.
Yeah. The Syrian National Army is literally just like
us two, or
no. Like
just going.
Look. Here's so the U.S. pulling out leaves a vacuum, right? And Turkey, if they put actual forces on the ground, it wouldn't look so good for them.
Yes. Oh, so they're using the Syrian National Army as a proxy.
They're trying to end the war with Syria and reform Assad anyway. Those guys got to go die. They don't want them sitting on their border after they're literally ISIS.
True. Yeah.
This is not the Syrian army. This is the Syrian National Army. It's completely different things. So there's the Syrian army, there's the Free Syrian Army, and the Syrian National Army. The Syrian National army is literally just ISIS. It's all these ISIS guys that Turkey backed, and they like basically are put into a new group. And like all the times you see like the free Syrians like fighting each other, supposed
Yeah.
to be doing something, and they end up like turning on each other and fighting each other. It's because they're SNA. SNA is the ones that are like actually being used to displace people in like Afrin and stuff, and then like it's then scapegoated as these are the Syrians displacing them when these guys are literally fucking Turks.
Awesome. What a great problem to have.
Yeah, these are the guys that fucking cut off Baron Kobani's breasts and filmed it.
Oh, great. Okay.
They're like, they're really no better than the Syrian army.
15,000 people may have been killed in El Geneina last year, while hundreds of thousands are displaced by the violence. A Sudanese woman described to UNICEF how the mother of her 4-year-old niece Yasmin was killed as they fled.
Her mother, who was 8 months pregnant, was killed, and she, Yasmin, was left all alone. Some people found her on the road and brought her back here. On the road, we suffered a lot.
I don't know.
Support forces killed and
The United
wounded so
States
many
rarely
people.
stops weapons. The last time we the last big time we stopped weapons though was when they dropped that bomb on the school bus of children. Look, honestly, I'm not one to defend Saudi Arabia. But like Israel can do all this shit and they get a hold up in weapons, but the Saudis kill 40 children in one bomb drop, and suddenly
where's the consistency?
Yeah,
that's actually a fair point that I haven't thought about. I
don't think that's very fair to Saudi Arabia, even though
I don't think that's very.
I agree with holding the weapons, of course.
Yeah, no, it should be. They should be withheld for minimal infractions. Like it should be the highest standards. So, sure, yeah, the 40 children on a school bus should have been stopped.
The only thing that
they should have weapons to Israel as soon as they launched their invasion and flattened the entirety of Gaza. Maybe they should have stopped the weapons before.
Is publicity. If it's
yes,
if it's bad
so
publicity, send those weapons. They won't do it. And if you have eyes on what the U.S. is doing, which is, like imagine if like journalists like watched the U.S. and reported on it unbiasedly, and weren't Russian fucking shills and shit. So I was telling Pega about George Galloway.
Yeah.
And I sent this clip. And I was like, wow, what a dipshit. It's like he's literally like the worst guy in Britain, is what I told her.
That's hilarious.
But he's like he's talking about it's like an ISIS debate, and I just like jumped to a random point, right? And he's like, where did the Taliban and Al Qaeda come from? Just look back. It's the Americans and the British. And then he's like, you don't believe me? Go watch Rambo 5. This was 8 years ago. Rambo 5 didn't exist, mind you. He's like, right at the end, it says this film is, look how it's dedicated to the brave Mujahideen of, and I'm like, what a dipshit. First of all, Rambo 5 doesn't exist. And second of all, that is a fake fucking photo of the end of the movie. It literally, the end of the movie, it says the film is dedicated to the gallant people of Afghanistan. It doesn't say brave Mujahideen fighters and shit. Get the fuck out of here. Also, the Mujahideen have some hard ass lines in that movie, but really there's not much Mujahideen in that movie. Like the entire last act is literally them like in like caves. Like he's trying to hunt. He's there to kill one guy. And they're like, it's like a maze type thing where it's like dark. It's really shitty. But the Mujahideen have hardcore lines.
I bet they do. They probably said some pretty hardcore shit in their time.
Yeah, they're like, you Americans here, soon you'll just be another tribe. Everyone who comes here just becomes another tribe.
That's funny. That is pretty hard.
And then he's like, so something like they explain like jihad and martyrdom very like accurately, not like how it's explained today. with Western press and stuff.
Interesting.
They say like for us to it's like about defending our land and God, which is a very Americanized way of framing it as well. That's how Reagan, you know, these are holy men, religious fighters, you know, and he brings up fucking Collis, right? Collis literally just like he literally like fucks kids. Like his wife is like he has child brides and shit up there. You know, 7 wives. He's like literally 100 years old. He's on the mic and he's just going.
There was shooting near our home, and we were trapped. When we finally managed to get out,
and what's
we were
funny,
beaten and
what is funny is where he fucked up is that you'll hear it all the time. Like Al Qaeda guys said that they went to Afghanistan because of Rambo, because they watched that movie. Like all the time. It was a huge, like it was a big inspiration to like it was like a lot of the guys say that it was the best tool for recruitment that they had for the jihad against the Soviets.
robbed. We came with nothing from Sudan.
Human Rights Watch is demanding the UN and African Union urgently impose an arms embargo on Sudan and deploy security forces to Darfur.
It's the SNA at this point should be really thought of Turkey's Wagner Group.
That's actually a really good point.
It's very shady because it's not like it's a paramilitary force. It's like the PMF, but like almost international. Like the Syrian war is insane. Like if you just look up Syrian war factions and then go to Google Images, like I pulled one up on the terrorist tier list and I just clicked one flag out because they did something. Remember, it's like 50 fucking different factions, and that's just the Shia side. You know, it's insane.
Has been declared the winner of the presidential election. General Deby took power after his father, longtime Chadian leader Idris Deby,
saw
was
this
killed by
coming?
rebel forces in 2021. Mohammed Deby's main rival, Prime Minister Saksay Masra,
but
is
you know, I
disputing the
hope this
results
sends
and
a
declared
signal
himself
to
winner just
the
hours
rest
before the
of
election
the
results were announced.
Of the rest of the Shahal nations, right? Hold this election. Transition from a military government to a civilian government. Do this. It will look good.
Legitimize. Yeah, legitimize.
Yeah, it will look
the
good. Go ahead and arrest the opposition like this guy did and shit. Nobody's really gonna care.
Like they're sham elections anyway, but it legitimizes the government in the eyes of the
Niger
global.
actually had a really decent democracy for the region. It was one of the better ones. Of the Shahal nations, Niger was one of the stronger governments or democracies. But it's only as strong until the power change.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Exactly.
That's why Somaliland is like, even though they have like declined according to the Freedom House, but like the fact they've had like 5 presidents and like 3 transitions of power or something like that.
And they're still going.
Yeah.
It's good.
He called on the citizens of Chad to mobilize calmly. In Argentina, labor unions led a nationwide strike Thursday, bringing transportation and many businesses to a standstill. It was the second general strike against far-right President Javier Milei's austerity and deregulation reforms. Milei also devalued the Argentine peso, causing prices to soar even higher and sending the nation's annual inflation rate to around 300%, the highest in the world. Over half the population of Argentina lives in poverty. This is union leader Hector Daher.
The strike was a success. Success is not a goal in itself, and the success of the workers' strike is not an objective in itself. It is a wake-up call to the authorities to find a course to rectify the social damage they're carrying out with the measures they are taking every day. 2
accidents on Boeing 737 passenger jets took place Thursday. In Senegal, a 737-300 caught fire and skidded off the runway as it was preparing to take off, injuring at least 10 people. In Turkey, a tire on a Boeing 737-800 aircraft burst upon landing. 190 people on board were safely evacuated. Just one day earlier, a Boeing 767 FedEx plane landed at Istanbul airport without its front landing gear deployed, its nose hitting the runway. The trio of accidents come as another whistleblower, formerly employed by Spirit Aerosystems, Boeing's largest supplier, came forward. Santiago Paredes told reporters he used to regularly find up to 200 defects on fuselages that were being
They didn't even have emergency crews on the ground, so they didn't know there was. They probably didn't even know there was a problem. Bro, do you know about this? Do you know about this?
No.
This is fucking. This is the newest fucking shooting, right? So the guy is literally FaceTiming his girlfriend. So the cops are literally at the wrong door at a domestic dispute, right?
Mm-hmm.
The one cop, the sheriff, right?
Mhm.
Not the right place for starters, right? And he's knocking on the door and then going down the hall, right? So
Okay.
this guy looks out the peephole twice, doesn't see anyone, right? And he gets nervous and he goes to retrieve his registered firearm.
Okay.
And the cop knocks again, opens the door, and the guy opens the door. Not even like, you know, because he's, you know, they've been knocking and he has the gun in his hand. Cop shoots him 6 times. He's dead.
Of course he does. What the fuck? This is disarm the police. Just take their fucking guns away because they're clearly children. You wouldn't trust a child with a gun. That's the reaction a child makes. Right? He answers the door, I'm assuming with the gun just in his hand.
Yeah, it's pointing
Not
down.
even raised, right? And this cop's reaction is, oh my god, murder. Take their fucking guns away. They are children. Or just get rid of them. Replace them with something else. Because at this point, it's not working.
I'm fine with sheriffs not having guns, if anything.
It does seem to be sheriffs a lot.
It shows Roger Fortson answering the door of his own apartment and immediately being fatally shot by an Okaloosa County officer. His relatives say the deputy arrived at the wrong apartment, which authorities have refuted. This is the family's attorney, Ben Crump.
He had always wanted to serve in the United States Air Force. And
literally only person in the house. Domestic
so,
disturbance.
He was going to make it.
And they're refuting they were at the wrong house. Who the fuck are you kidding?
His siblings and his family, so they can have a better chance at the American dream.
The Biden administration is preparing new measures.
And what? Service member as well? Air Force looked like?
Yeah.
Awesome.
That could expedite the deportation of some asylum seekers deemed unlikely to qualify for protection in the early stages of the process. Immigrant rights advocates warn the new rules will further erode due process rights for migrants and disproportionately impact Black asylum seekers who already face tremendous bias and racism from U.S. officials conducting credible fear interviews. In Virginia, the Shenandoah County School Board voted to restore the former names of 2 elementary schools to honor Confederate leaders. In 2020, the school board stripped the names of Stonewall Jackson, Robert E. Lee, and Turner Ashby from the school's names amidst Black Lives Matter uprising following the police killing of George Floyd. The 5-1 vote comes after a campaign by right-wing group Coalition for Better Schools. Ahead of the vote, community members and students addressed the board, including 8th grader Aaliyah Ogle.
I'm a Black student, and if the names are restored, I would have to represent a man that fought for my ancestors to be slaves. That makes me feel like I'm disrespecting my ancestors and going against what my family and I believe.
And the
Nice.
University of Southern
That's a good
California hosted
statement.
its alternative graduation Thursday evening after calling off its main stage ceremony. USC announced it was not holding its typical commencement ceremony this year amidst a national backlash for canceling the valedictorian Asna Tabassem's speech after she was subjected to an online hate campaign for expressing solidarity with Palestinians. Asna Tabassem's fellow graduates erupted into cheers as she was acknowledged at Thursday's graduation.
Why are there flags on some of theirs? What the fuck is going on?
Bachelor of Science in Biomedical Engineering, Molecular and Cellular Engineering, and a minor in Resistance to Genocide.
Wait. What was that?
Her minor is she's a like biological chemical engineer or something.
Bachelor of Science in Biomedical Engineering, Molecular and Cellular Engineering, and a minor in Resistance to Genocide.
Resistance to genocide.
Yeah, that's what they call it. That's what Hassan said. You know, Hassan
What
was
the
like, "So
fuck?
what do you expect? You call it resistance to
Interesting.
genocide, and you're gonna be shocked when they fucking do what you're teaching."
Yeah, exactly.
You may not know this, but Asna is USC's 2024 valedictorian.
You can see our interview with Asna Tabassem, the valedictorian at USC, and our coverage of this issue at democracynow.org. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org.
Cool.
Hamas unleashed this terror. That's what President Biden reminded everyone at a Holocaust remembrance ceremony yesterday.
Well, at the same time, the president's administration is withholding weapons that would help the Jewish state defeat Hamas. CBN's Chris Mitchell reports on the increasing tensions between the United States and Israel.
In the face of U.S. pressure, Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu explained why the war cabinet approved its operation into Rafah.
Seizing the
I think we might have watched this already, actually.
Possibly, yeah.
I think we watched this.
Oh well.
Enormous news from last night. Biden went on CNN to announce that the U.S. will stop sending Israel certain offensive weaponry, artillery shells, bombs for fighter jets, other offensive weapons because of the pending Rafah invasion. He specifies population centers in Rafah. That's one caveat I want to bring to the forefront here and a notable distinction.
Okay, listen, dipshit. Now, the specific things that they're doing, it's like the big Obamas, right? The United States says, right, there is no justifiable reason that you need these because of the civilian population you have. There is no way that this cannot be indiscriminate. The bomb is too large.
Yes. I mean, it's not hard to figure that out.
Yes, so let's just keep that in mind when we watch all these, you know, people who are so anti-war.
More on that in a second. But as a reminder, Rafah is currently home to 600,000 children, 1.4 million people sheltering. This was supposedly the safe space that they were supposed to go, according to the IDF. It's their last refuge, according to the United Nations.
It's going to happen. We all knew it was going to happen, and then there was going to be a catastrophe. It's a fucking genocide.
Yeah, what do you expect is going to happen?
It's like we don't need to fucking go through the fucking all this like song and dance. Like it's been 7 months. Like, come on, your viewers should be aware of what's going on there. Get to the fucking point.
No aid trucks have entered Gaza since Sunday. So they're already starving them.
See, that's better.
And a ground invasion has long rumored to be the red line for the Biden administration on supplying arms. Significantly, in Biden's public statement, you'll hear this in a second, he finally admitted that the 2,000-pound bombs that the U.S. has been sending to Israel have been used to kill civilians. And this is, by the way, consistent with a report from December that came out from the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, and they leaked it. It was leaked to CNN, showing that nearly half of the bombs dropped in Gaza are dumb bombs, massive, imprecise bombs, imprecise weaponry on purpose, designed to kill as many people.
I wonder why they did that.
This is an important moment because Biden finally, 7 months into a genocide, acknowledges this reality.
I want to ask you about something happening as we sit here and speak, and that, of course, is Israel is striking Rafah. I know that you have paused, Mr. President, shipments of 2,000-pound U.S. bombs to Israel due to concern that they could be used in any offensive on Rafah.
I think,
have those bombs, those powerful 2,000-pound bombs, been used to kill civilians?
We need to understand how divisive of a political issue that massacre was by Hamas. And how most of the people see it, and the issues around having to build up and add pressure to Israel. That said, his policy was fucking awful from the start.
In Gaza.
Because it was all, we won't criticize him in public. Now it's okay, we're going to start doing it. We're going to criticize him in public. We're going to start by calling it over the line.
Doing that from the first, from their first actions. Jesus Christ.
As a consequence of those bombs and other ways in which they go after population centers. And I made it clear that if they go into Rafah, they haven't gone into Rafah yet. If they go into Rafah, I'm not supplying the weapons that have been used historically to deal with Rafah, to deal with the cities, to deal with that problem. We're going to continue to make sure Israel is secure in terms of Iron Dome and their ability to respond to attacks like came out of the Middle East recently. But it's just wrong. We're not going to supply the weapons and the artillery shells used that have been used.
Artillery shells as well.
Yeah, artillery shells.
So, just to understand what they're doing right now in Rafah. Is that not going into Rafah as you defined it?
They haven't gone into the population centers. What they did is right on the border, and it's causing problems with right now.
So that's okay.
Egypt, which I've worked very hard to make sure
they
we have a
are
relationship
amassing a force, though.
On the borders, yeah.
Yeah, so he's trying to differentiate that, yes, they have done attacks on Rafah, but there's a full ground attack force that's mobilizing.
Yes. They're building up like Russia did on the border of Ukraine.
Yes. Yeah.
before they go in. Yeah,
Actually, actually, they actually have their vehicles spread out though instead of in a line.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It might actually work. They
Oh
might
my
not get
god,
traffic jammed.
it's gonna be bad regardless.
It's gonna be so bad.
Like all this
Somebody's gonna have
all
to go
this
down.
does is make it so the U.S. is not complacent in the oncoming massacre.
Yeah,
But
that's
they
it.
facilitated everything up to it, so
Mhm.
they're like, you're still complacent.
Yeah. Nice try. Maybe you should have thought about this before. Everybody saw it coming except for you, I guess.
I
Or
mean,
maybe you didn't care.
I mean, they did say they've delayed the push on Rafah for a long time.
Yeah.
I will say I will give them credit at least for that, delaying it this long. Just like how they were able to delay the actual invasion into Gaza for a little bit, like maybe a week or something.
But I've made it clear to BB in the War Cabinet, they're not going to get our support if, in fact, they go in these population centers. We're not walking away from Israel's security. We're walking away from Israel's ability to wage war in those areas.
So it's not over your red line yet?
Not yet, but we've held up the weapons. We've held up the one shipment as an old shipment was been designed. We've held that up.
And
So I want to put aside my fury for a second, but this didn't happen
Hang on,
sooner.
Emma.
The distinction
You
about
said
the
he was
population
going to
centers, I think,
acknowledge
is
that they
important.
killed
But
civilians. He didn't do that. He never said anything about civilians there.
Hmm.
You lied.
Interesting. Liar.
I can't gloss over this key fact. This does mark, I think, one of the most significant shifts in the U.S.-Israel relationship in the short history of the state of Israel and our patronage of the settler colonial project. It took them committing an act of genocide to get to this break. And Biden has insisted on hugging Israel and Netanyahu, literally, by the way, but publicly, while behind the scenes trying to pressure them. But clearly, they're beginning, hopefully, to understand that the intent is not to wage a war against Hamas. It's to commit a genocide. And so it's quite difficult to reason with people who are attempting to exterminate a population in whole or in part. And this sheds new light on something.
Surface level, right? We look really deeper, all right? What is been prevented, right? Like, think about how bad this is, okay? When I say that what we have done is like put Israel on the good path compared to what they wanted to do, right? The only thing that's keeping a regional war from exploding right now is Joe fucking Biden and Anthony Blinken. It's like it's pretty fucking bad with the government that's in Israel right now. And I think they would go a long way to prevent that, right? So Israel has been playing the you turn the fucking temperature up and the frog in the pot, right? So Israel drags this out, like they didn't just jump into, if they jumped into a regional war and started bombing all these people, the US would not like be a part of it. They would be like, no.
Yeah,
Like,
we're gonna give bombs to these guys. So
no,
you
they'll
can
be
go
like,
fuck yourself.
it's like, we'll help you kill Hamas. You want to go do the genocide in Gaza instead of this?
And then went and did it anyway.
And to be clear, what I'm saying is, to the state, Palestinian lives in Gaza do not matter.
If it prevents a regional war.
Yeah, it's just it's what they call risk mitigation. A genocide is risk mitigation. What is the risk? Not necessarily that a genocide might not be taking place. A bad war might, but it might not be genocide conditions. But of course, that would hurt the economy. Okay.
Can't have that.
No.
Thing that a report that came out in Axios from Barak Ravid, who again works intimately with the White House and puts out exactly what they want to have out there into the public. That is his role, and it's why he got an award at the White House Correspondents' Dinner a few weeks ago. In the background of all of this were these ceasefire negotiations. Now, some of this is speculation here, but it's informed by this article, and I think you can pretty easily read between the lines, which show that Israel was, quote, frustrated with how the U.S. was handling the hostage talks. And it opens here. Israeli officials claim the Biden administration knew about the latest hostage and ceasefire deal proposal Egypt and Qatar negotiated with Hamas, but didn't brief Israel before Hamas announced it accepted on Monday. A senior U.S. official pushed back, saying American diplomats have been engaged with Israeli counterparts. There have been no surprises. So either Israel is lying, which I'm sure they are in part, or it's both. Israel is lying that they were engaging in these ceasefire talks in good faith, that they didn't agree to the full text of the deal because they wanted to go to with the Rafah invasion anyway. And it can also be true that that there were no surprises, but that America might be working with Hamas.
So if they quote unquote wanted to invade, and this goes badly, could you argue that their want and intent to go into Rafah, which resulted in X amount of deaths, is the genocide?
Well, so there are some things that have happened that are some differences.
Okay.
I think the beginning of the war is actually worse, but the condensed population in Rafah is problematic. Israel has already shown the U.S. like, hey, look, we're doing stuff about civilians, but the U.S. is still like, yeah, we're still not giving you the guns, right? Because the U.S. said from the start they need to see a cohesive plan about the civilians. So if Israel continues to do these like civilian missions that raise, the civilian death count like margins, like so it's a little better, a little bit of risk mitigation. Like that could be used to argue in the court, and they could also still use the argument that they weren't there to kill the civilians, they were there to kill Hamas. They just didn't care if the civilians were in the way, basically, And like I couldn't tell you if those arguments are going to hold up in international criminal court. It's kind of out of my domain, but I could see them like trying to make these arguments.
Right, yeah. I mean, the US is going to argue on the side of Israel, aren't they?
I don't know. So everyone says like, oh, the relationship with Israel is like so ironclad. I mean, Joe Biden said it's ironclad, but like,
we'll see how far that ironclad goes.
Egypt is really fucking important. Okay,
Yeah.
like Israel gets United States aid. Okay, Egypt is a top 10 arms buyer of the United States, and they control the Suez Canal. What does Israel actually have that the United States
benefit?
needs?
Nothing.
Exactly.
It
depends on how much like capital interests come into this.
Well, yeah. Remove lobbying from politics and problem solved. Fuck Israel. Like, there you go. Solve the money problem by removing money from politics.
Well, they still care about globalized trade with the Suez and Egypt and stuff. So
yeah, no, that's what I mean, because Israel's only buying their aid.
Yeah. They're really just getting
where there's actual interest in Egypt. It makes way more sense to be buddy with Egypt.
Because it's so funny because look at countries like Hungary, right? Like, come on, is Orban worse than Netanyahu? I don't know about that, right? And yet Hungary is always like, oh, Hungary, they're the bad guys in Europe.
Yeah.
They're so bad. They're so naughty. They're eroding their democracy. Where's that for Israel?
Yeah, silence. Dead silence. Committing a genocide. Silence. I have to figure out a way to explain to my my friend who is Jewish and knows people in the IDF and shit like that how it's a genocide, because he's like, how is it a genocide? And I'm like, all right, it's like 11:30 right now. I don't exactly have the hour and a half it's going to take for me to explain this to you and show everything that is necessary to show you. So we'll do this another time.
I wouldn't even bother.
Well, he's a reasonable guy, so I think that I can get through to him, but we'll see.
He's just going to do history lessons.
I'll preface it. We'll
through these intermediaries, which would enrage Israel because that would show more of an even hand. Let's skip towards the end here because this is where you get these money quotes.
Yes.
Again, this is from Monday. Two Israeli officials said Israel is deeply suspicious that the Biden administration gave guarantees to Hamas through Egyptian and Qatari mediators about its key demand that a hostage deal will lead to the end of the war. Israel has said it will not commit to ending the war as a part of a hostage deal, and that once the deal is implemented, it will resume the fighting in Gaza until Hamas is defeated.
Okay.
Hamas chief negotiator Khalil
Can
al-Hayy
we
told
just
Al
talk about
Jazeera that
how
Hamas
silly
received
that is?
assurances.
How silly that is? Guarantees were offered. Okay, just like they guaranteed the Middle East were going to get their own countries if they helped them kill the Ottomans. Yeah, that definitely happened. Like, oh no, like they made, even if they actually said, oh, we guarantee it, we pinky promise, like, does that actually mean anything when it's the fucking, like, United States and shit? Like, shut the fuck up. They
From the Egyptian and Qatari mediators that President Biden is committed to ensure that any hostage deal is fully implemented. We think the Americans conveyed the message to Hamas that it will be okay when it comes to ending the war, one senior Israeli official said. So that just basically shows to me that the United States is talking more and with the Hamas delegation, the Hamas representatives, and attempting to give them assurances outside of what Israel is saying in the straightforward ceasefire talks.
Yeah, it's
and
because Israel
it's also
is
notable to
giving
me
nothing.
that Bill Burns and the CIA are leading these negotiations. And we've said this from the beginning, that the rhetoric coming from the Defense Department, from the CIA, and those strictly interested in maintaining American empire, not ideologically Zionist, maintaining U.S. dominance worldwide and specifically in the Middle East. There has been a different tone struck because this is massively problematic for United States strategic interests in the region and legitimacy. There's only so much we can do by brute force. And it's beginning to turn in this way. Way too many people have died. We know it's enormously past the reported death tolls of around 35,000 that we know, because there are many, many people under rubble that are unaccounted for.
So,
and we also know that there's no...
The Hassan version of his being fed a choice did get claimed.
Interesting.
Isn't that fucked how Jubilee's doing that now? You know who's cool? You know who I'm going to bat for right now? Piers Morgan. Piers Morgan understands that you don't fucking claim, because that's going to get more people to come to your original video. Like, Piers Morgan is the guy doing the most, like, grifting and profiteering off of this shit. Like, his platform has been great.
Well, thanks, Jubilee, for ruining, and Dr. Phil for ruining today's stream. Thanks for that, cunts. Was it like takedown if we were to stream it, or was it just like, oh, they take our money? Because if it's just they take our money, then fuck them, we're playing the video.
It's going to hit you with a content ID, but it's not going to do a claim.
The Jubilee one?
Yes, and it's only, bro, it's only literally claiming a minute of it.
Seriously? Where's the minute?
54:01 to 55:48.
Okay, I can deal with that. Oh, cool.
Reporting or infrastructure left, so thousands of people could be dying as we speak, and we just have no idea, and we know they're starving to death. But I do think that this is significant.
I mean, and it depends on what's going to be significant of. Is it a PR shift, or is it going to be policy? We ultimately just need to see people dying and start being fed until we can really judge this. But, you know, I think Norm Finkelstein put it pretty well. I'll shorten his tweet a little bit, but even if this policy shift saves only one life, still that one life might be your own. It was primarily
doing the what now?
Are they doing the FTD underreporting story? Yeah, FTD has been very disappointing here. But I was looking at my other monitor screening this shit. So
what is FTD?
They do like the Long War Journal. I don't remember what the thing stands for, but they're like super Israel shills. Like, so they're working like Pakistan. They helped expose drone strikes on civilians and shit by the U.S.
But they're pro-Israel.
They have really good analysts and really good articles, but like it's even the guy who was good in Pakistan, Bill, too, I think, who's like the
guy.
Primarily the student demonstrations that force this change, that it weigh heavily on the conscience of every university president contemplating the expulsion of these students.
Again,
you are punishing young people who
need to think about, like, what happened after 9/11, right? And then we don't have the nationalism like Israel does, okay? They had a 9/11 type event, and they're already super nationalist. They already have this identity of like, we must fight back against anti-Semitism. These people want to destroy us. Like, it's not like 9/11 where we just got surprised by Al Qaeda, even though they like were like, hey, we're gonna bomb you, basically. Yeah, and you'll hear me say this all the time, where the most common thing I'll hear from the pro like Israeli side is that like Palestine deserves better than Hamas. Like, they care about the civilian lives, but they want to eliminate Hamas.
Saved lives that, but for the grace of God, might have been your own. So yeah, while I'm infinitely pessimistic about the sincerity of changes like this, given just the track record, I agree.
Justifiably.
I agree with that, and thank these students, and keep pushing.
And Netanyahu's panicking. So he tweeted out this video. The reason that this is relevant was Holocaust Remembrance Day was Monday, right, Bradley?
Yep.
So he gave this speech on Monday, and this was also right when this article was released by Axios. So the ceasefire negotiations were happening in this background. Netanyahu made these statements and then tweeted them out just hours ago, basically reiterating a shot across the bow to Biden.
The angrier they are, the more righteous that righteousness is being done.
I will enjoy you will enjoy this, I'm sure, audience, and I enjoyed seeing this monster squirm very, very much.
80 years ago, this is something I said from day one, even like especially some of the ones they went into, and I'm just like, it's so funny because the commies are like, obviously, like Hamas are the revolutionaries, and I'm like, you realize those guys were Bolsheviks that founded these places, right, guys? Like, those were communists that they just killed. Like, you literally can't get more successful of a communist model than those fucking
than a kibbutz.
Than the Israeli communes. They are really successful socialist societies.
It's so fucking good, yeah. They've excelled, and it's because they're decentralized.
Because they were real Bolsheviks, and they committed to it, right? And like,
yeah, exactly.
while they're like less communistic now and shit, like they had the actual foundations and didn't have the ability to control a state. So I think,
but they also didn't have the desire that Lenin had to control people because he thought that he was better than
and they didn't have the ability to do that either.
Well, that too, yeah. So, but the original ones failed. That was the other thing. The original ones failed, but the restarted ones are the ones that really sort of kicked it in. And they only failed because it was under the British occupation. So they were getting fucked over, I think, is what I read, something like that.
In the Holocaust, the Jewish people were totally defenseless against those who sought our destruction. No nation...
And what is Palestine to you now?
Palestine is defending themselves, but...
Are they?
I mean... the Holocaust was pretty fucking bad.
Came to our aid.
I'm not comparing the acts. I'm comparing the intent.
This is more like when the Nazis go to like Belarus and shit,
Today, we again confront enemies bent on our destruction. I say to the leaders of the world, no amount of pressure, no decision by any international forum will stop Israel from defending itself. As the Prime Minister of Israel, the one and only Jewish state, I pledge here today from Jerusalem on this Holocaust Remembrance Day.
Actual Nazi here.
If Israel is forced to stand alone, Israel will stand alone.
Good luck.
But we know we're not alone.
My God, I was just about to say that too.
People
Love that. Love that.
Around the world support our just cause.
Okay, that was already allowed.
We will defeat our genocidal enemy.
Uh-oh. Do you know what that is? Do you know what Just Cause is?
A game?
Close.
Never again is now.
Oh,
damn right. Never again for anyone, I will say.
Despicable that the lesson of the Holocaust has gone from these people were victimized by ethno-nationalism to Jewish people were weak because of they lacked ethno-nationalism.
That's by the way, a widespread sentiment within Israel is that we are the strong Jews. We
It's a little
wouldn't
bit anti-Semitic.
we wouldn't let that.
Yeah, don't ask me.
Yeah, right. We wouldn't let it happen to us. I mean, and that's exactly it. And the fact
It's
that
like Kanye on slavery, kind of.
oh, totally right. And you also
Sounds like a choice.
right. You also see how they're using the word genocide more often, because this is typical Hasbara and typical right-wing playbook in this country too, where you'll see them just decide like, oh, this word is
damn right. That's what he's referencing there, right? So like, what's funny is like the invasion of Panama. They called it Operation Just Cause.
Yeah,
to take
Did
down.
they really?
The concept of a just war broadly stands in contrast with that of a war of an aggression, an unjust war, right? So this theory is like,
did it come from Napoleon era?
No. It developed through history, but it's largely attributed to Thomas Aquinas.
Oh, interesting.
Right. So like, there's like tenets to it, even.
Is this where a holy war comes from?
Well,
the idea comes from?
Well, no, the concept evolves out of Catholicism, right? But here's Russian Orthodox Church, Let's see, here's the criteria, right? A just war must be initiated by political authority within a political system that allows distinctions of justice. Dictatorships, aka Hitler's regime, or deceptive military, like the U.S. bombing of Cambodia, are typically considered not just, basically. So shady shit, not just. Okay. Probability of success. There must be good grounds that the war is achievable. It's a last resort, and then just reason for going to war. And therefore is holy for recapturing things or punishing people who have done wrong. Aren't you, Netanyahu? What are you doing? The war is a just cause, but you're punishing people who have done wrong. Innocent life must be You must protect life. Not doing that. When force may be used only to correct a grave public evil, aggression, or a massive violation of basic human rights of whole population. Doesn't sound like you're using that word correctly there, buddy.
just catching on, we're going to just completely distort the meaning of it. The genocidal ones are the people opposing Israel right now, according to Benjamin Netanyahu. And just to put a button on it, as I said earlier, Ben-Gvir tweeted Biden heart Hamas. So apparently Biden's Hamas now. Good thing Biden spent 7 months supporting these guys.
Joe, remember what happened to Anwar al-Awlaki?
Yeah.
Broke that circle.
I mean, honestly, if these genocidal maniacs are wearing keffiyehs,
all of my elderly
Noble gold investment.
Noble gold investment.
or I never know how to say it. Thobe swap. It's
don't ask me.
We'd be calling them terrorists and saying they're hellbent on the
They're fascists.
Yeah. So let's hope this shift means something greater.
Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button.
Every single lethal aid package
I
that
don't
has
think
gone
you
into
can call
Israel
them
is in direct
terrorists if you're like
violation of
a suited up military. I don't think it applies there. You can just call them war criminals, maybe. That's probably good enough. Not everything needs to be Al Qaeda.
Yeah.
Like, let Al Qaeda be Al Qaeda.
America's own rules and restrictions that they've set forward that dictate.
So there's a very famous story about young Joe Biden, Senator Joe Biden.
Daily Wire's audio is
Biden
crazy.
sides with Satan. Biden sides with Satan.
From the early 80s. Apparently, in June 1982, Joe Biden was on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. The dude's been in the Senate since Cato was in the Senate. And he was the Prime Minister of Israel at the time, Menachem Begin. At the time, Israel was going into Lebanon in order to extirpate terrorism that was coming from southern Lebanon. Again, nothing changes.
Yeah, Cato!
No.
Cato was in Rome.
Aye.
He's saying he was in the Roman Senate. Get it? He's old.
Rome.
To the Middle East. And
yeah, I wonder why. Yeah, you're right. Nothing changes when it comes to the Middle East because Israel is doing Israel shit back then, as it's doing Israel shit right now. Whose fault is that, dumbass? Look, notice how he doesn't have to even make. Notice how he doesn't have to even give an argument as to why. We're not going to watch all 53 minutes of this. Okay, that's crazy. I'm just going to go through some of the parts and move on.
Okay, move on faster.
And then he ended up moving to Israel and becoming an underground fighter against the British in an attempt to establish the state of Israel.
An underground fighter? Huh. What is a substitute for the term that Ben is refusing to use there, you guys think?
You know, like the Lion's Den, who aren't terrorists?
Yeah, listen, you don't understand. Zionists can never be called terrorists. They are underground fighters.
No, that's not true. I mean, we put Zionist terrorist groups that are officially recognized terrorist groups
Tunnel
on our
Boy.
tier list.
Yes.
And
Yes,
those two groups are behind the political parties that are in power of Israel now.
But this time, these are not terror tunnels, okay? Like blowing up King David Hotel and killing not only British officers, but also like a shit ton of civilians there. I think it was, what, 61 or 91 people? That was an act of peaceful terrorism.
Killing redcoats.
Remember.
Based.
Because he agrees with it. And then he was out in the political wilderness for a long time, finally became prime minister of Israel. And this is a very famous anecdote. Apparently, he then turned to Joe Biden and he said, "Don't threaten us with cutting off aid to give up our principles."
That's not the story.
Don't threaten us with a good time.
The real story is Joe Biden telling Begin that he should kill more children, basically. And Begin being like, that's too much. We don't do that. When they were doing that. That's the story, right? Isn't that the story that he's talking about? England were
our aid when we were dying in the gas chambers and ovens. Nobody came to our aid when we were striving to create our country. We paid for it. We fought for it. We died for it. We will stand by our principles. We will defend them. And when necessary, we will die for them again.
They didn't know that it was happening.
Yeah, that's retrospective, my friend.
That's why genocides don't happen in the dark anymore. You can debate them, right? But nobody was debating if there was fucking gas chambers and shit when there was gas chambers.
Yeah, like nobody knew until like a couple years before, right? Before the end.
Well, they didn't know the extent. Like,
yeah,
I mean, like you have to remember the soldiers that came across Auschwitz, like went out and immediately committed war crimes on Nazis.
Oh,
the American soldiers.
Fair enough. I would say it's justified. I would say
I don't think it was a great game, but they do the epilogue in Call of Duty World War II. You liberate a concentration camp and commit war crimes on Nazis.
Wait, really?
Yeah, and you have like a Jewish guy in your squad too.
Huh.
It's not a great game. Like the original, much better, but it does have that at the end, which I think was a nice touch.
With or without your aid. Now, this story is not about Menachem Begin. This story is about Joe Biden. Joe Biden is a coward. Joe Biden is a terrible, terrible voice when it comes to foreign policy, and he always has been. There's a reason that former Obama Defense Secretary Robert Gates said that Joe Biden had literally never been correct on foreign policy in his entire life.
Okay, bro, Bosnia genocide?
Maybe some of the Israelis in the chat can explain that position to me, because like the Red Army did. Fuck it, even the Americans did, but certainly the Red Army did. They were the ones who liberated most of the Canadians in Europe.
Talking about?
The Red Army also raped most of the fucking women and children they came across
the Nazis
on their march to Berlin too, you fuckwit.
Now, with the Nazis, right? So like the Americans advancing towards Auschwitz, right? By then, like Nazi war crimes, they're aware of what the Nazis do, right?
Yeah.
Like they already have reporting on how awful these people are. So it's not like, oh, we didn't know these people did war crimes and did horrific things. They were well aware that this is like, you know, a very immoral enemy.
Yeah.
And still, what they came across and saw at Auschwitz was so bad that they were overcome by emotion, knowing, you know, like they had already seen a lot of shit. They're fighting the Nazis, you know?
Yeah.
So,
because like there's the typical photos and stuff you see of Auschwitz. I'm genuinely surprised there isn't like just silent footage, black and white, going through the camps. Just like documentation. I just can't believe that there's none of this footage around that I've seen anyway.
There is.
I'm sure that there is. I just haven't found it.
Well, it's like, you know, like part of the conspiracy theory is that like they say that the parts of the camp are fake, and it's like, yeah, they rebuilt them as models. They like
yeah, because it was torn down, it was destroyed. Yeah, it was bombed probably. I'd imagine.
Oh, so the Auschwitz was liberated by the Soviets, not the Americans. It was a different thing.
Oh, really?
It was different camps that they did it on.
Interesting.
The Soviet soldiers attempted to help the survivors and were shocked by the scale of Nazi crimes.
Man, even the Red Army, the army of rape as a weapon of war, was shocked by Nazi war crimes.
As soon as they arrived, the liberating forces, assisted by the Polish Red Cross, tried to help survivors by organizing medical care and food. Red Army hospitals cared for 4,500 survivors. There were efforts to document the camp as late as June 1945. There were still 300 survivors at the camp who were still too weak to be moved.
Too weak to be moved? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like the army of rape.
Okay, check this out. Red Army General Vasily Penetrenko, commander of the 107 Infantry Division, remarked, I who saw people dying every day was shocked by the Nazis.
Crazy.
Indiscriminate hatred towards the inmates who had turned to living skeletons. I read about the Nazis' treatment of Jews in various leaflets, but there was nothing about the Nazis' treatment of women, children, and old men. It was in Auschwitz that I found out about the fate of the Jews.
It's pretty insane. And just to reiterate the point, Netanyahu is using this to justify what he's doing. So,
what's that about? What says?
And that is true. And that is true. Joe Biden has a unique capacity to screw up when it comes to foreign policy. Joe Biden is weak-kneed. Joe Biden is so weak that he brags about being the only member of the Obama administration to oppose the bin Laden raid. That's how weak Joe Biden is. Well, now Joe Biden is showing his neck to Hamas. And when you talk about unjustifiable acts on every possible level, moral, political, pragmatic, none of it makes any sense. On the moral level, Hamas is a terrorist.
I hope he's going to talk about Israel's actions now, right? Like unjustifiable in every sense of the word.
That is currently holding 5 Americans. There are 5 Americans who are being held in terror.
Israel is a terrorist group currently holding approximately 10,000 Palestinians, which include children as well and women.
Tunnels by Yahya Sinwar and his group of barbaric thugs. Their names. I know that Joe Biden doesn't mention their names very often. He will talk about Brittany Griner until the cows come home. But when it comes to 5 Americans who happen to be Jewish who are being held by Hamas in terror tunnels.
It's so funny for Ben to say this because
they're in Israel.
The only way to facilitate the release of those Americans is by
Ben. They're in Israel, aren't they?
I don't know how I don't know how this, like, because they have their own embedded player, right? But so this is Dachau concentration camp and its liberation by U.S. troops, right? So this is like History Channel, right? And they like have like they're taking the people who actually liberated the camp back there and doing like a documentary talking about it. But there's also like some pictures in here, like first the smell, then the death train, right? And it's just you can see the bodies on the train, bodies stacked like cordwood. These are just clothing, right? So in a fit of rage, soldiers gunned down Nazi prisoners. It was like a lightning fuse that couldn't be snuffed out.
Interesting.
They'd been in combat for 500 days and thought they had witnessed every grisly atrocity the war could throw at them. But then there was the train filled with innocent bodies, their eyes and mouths open as if they were crying out for mercy. Many of the American soldiers broke down in sobs, others seethed with red-hot rage. When 4 German officers emerged from the woods holding up white flags and a handkerchief, Lieutenant William Lodge marched them into one of the boxcars, literally corpses, and shot them with his pistol. When the mortally wounded Germans cried out in agony, other American GIs finished the job.
I was going to say, hopefully they didn't. Hopefully they shot them in the legs and let them suffer. God damn.
Oh, look, they literally put them against the wall.
No shit.
And like machine gunned a bunch of. They took prisoners and machine gunned them all down. An estimated 50 to 125, including hospital personnel, were rounded up in the coal yard. Walsh called for a machine gun, rifles, and a Tommy gunner. When the soldiers began loading the belt of bullets into the machine gun, the German prisoners stood up and began to move toward their American captors. That's when Walsh allegedly took out his pistol and yelled, "Let him have it."
But
unequipped
you know
to
what?
help the survivors.
You know what though? Anybody, and this is what I've heard was the reputation after this all came out, after they were like cleaning up. Anybody with an SS uniform, a bullet to the head. There was no prisoners for SS. There was just you.
Any other
you're
questions
dead.
about your loan with Navy Federal Credit Union?
All good.
Crap.
Thanks again for answering my call. I know it's late back home.
Not hear this, but read this. So it's decades later, some of these soldiers were racked with guilt over the revulsion they first felt when seeing the prisoner. And, they were killing them with kindness. So they were nice to some of the prisoners they took.
The Nazis?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't believe that.
Oh, they're talking about the prisoners that were still alive. So they overfed them there, and they said they were killing them with kindness.
Oh, yes, yes. You've got to nurse them back to be able to eat.
Further compounding the guilt,
yes.
they couldn't let them actually leave. They had to be nursed back to health first, which would take months. Tragically, some of the Jewish prisoners liberated from there died there still years before being allowed to emerge in the United States and Palestine.
Huh.
A ceasefire, and the only people currently on the planet that are standing against that is not even the American state. It's just Benjamin Netanyahu's war cabinet. Like tens of thousands of Jews in Israel do not agree with Benny Boy here. Obviously, the entire Western world doesn't agree with Benny Boy here at this point. Literally, he is just alone. And until recently, Joe Biden was on Benny Boy's side, but that was pretty much it. The idea that there's some magical way of like releasing these hostages and it's just Hamas that's like refusing to give them up is so stupid. Israel and the war cabinet specifically is the only reason why those hostages have not been released and will probably fucking die under Israeli rockets.
Then he won't mention their names. He'll take the occasional photo op with their relatives
The
and
end
pretend that
of
he's going to
this
stand by them, as
article-
we'll learn in a moment.
The end of this article is General Eisenhower, before he's president, and Patton going to a camp, right? And Eisenhower says, "The things I saw beggar description. The visual evidence and verbal testimony of the starvation, cruelty, and it's bestiality, not like it's like BES, not BEAS. We're so, is there a difference? I don't know. We're so overwhelming, it left as to leave me a bit sick. I made the visit to Liberty in order to be in a position to give firsthand evidence of these things. If ever in the future there develops a tendency to change these allegations merely to propaganda."
Oh. Interesting. Well,
it's like literally I had to see it so when people deny it I can tell them to shut the fuck up.
That's actually fairly respectable, to be completely honest.
Yeah.
Like, you want to witness it yourself so that the simple denial of it disgusts you
And
to the
meanwhile,
point that you will fuck
Netanyahu
people up. Yeah.
is basically a Holocaust denier.
Yeah. Yeah.
He ain't stand by nobody. Their names are Eden Alexander, who is 19 years.
By the way,
Hey, fun, huh? I mean, it is kind of.
once again,
You have more than enough to hire
right,
competent hackers in regional competition.
Swallow your food.
early
Holy
when I
shit.
said Israel absolutely, and defenders of Israel absolutely, in the Western world especially, is using these hostages as a fucking reason as to why they will enact righteous cruelty upon the entirety of the Palestinian population as simply a talking point. There's no better example in this, because Biden refusing to give 2,000-pound bombs to Israel, unironically, is better for the betterment of the hostages. Like, him being like, dude, we're not giving you bunker busters because you're literally wiping out the entire Gaza Strip, including with the hostages inside of the Gaza Strip. We have to put an end to this somehow, is unironically a decent way to try and stop Israel from killing more hostages. Ben, on the other hand, is claiming that this is done against the hostages' best interest. With respect to the Holocaust, yeah, in general, he's referring to how it took too long to intervene, and also that they refused to take refugees. With respect to the 48 war, aside from Czechoslovakia, there really wasn't much external support as far as I know. And those first years, Israel's diplomatic relations were difficult because the Arab League boycott, which made many countries, Germany, for instance, reluctant to normalize relations. Czechoslovakia is where they got the fucking illegal weapons from, right? That they were able to get all the guns that they could use against the Arab villages.
Yeah, the Czech Republic are still arms dealers.
Yeah, always have been.
That's
probably always will be.
That's what they're known for.
I think it was definitely Czechoslovakia.
It was.
Why is this years old? Omer Nutra, who is 22. Hirsch Goldberg Poland, who is 23. Sagi Dekel Czech.
Whoever makes this channel needs to do editing better.
And who is 30.
Like, why?
Years old. Omer Nutra, who is 22. Hirsch Goldberg Poland, who is 23.
Why is
Sagi
that in
Dekel
there?
Chen, who is 35. And Keith Siegel, who is 64. They are currently being held, and Joe Biden does not give two good damns about any of those people. On a moral level, Joe Biden attempting to preserve Hamas in Rafah is sick. On a political level, it is political malpractice. The American people do not like Hamas. The American people do not like this conflict, but they like Hamas even less than they like this conflict. They would like to see Israel finish this. The American people are tired of watching this war go on, wherein Israel is supposed to take it super slow. It never ends. What America likes are wars that are short. America likes wars that are victorious. And those are things Joe Biden has never been involved in. And when it comes to the pragmatic, what Joe Biden is doing right now is the least pragmatic thing I've ever seen a politician do on foreign policy. He has created an entire incentive structure for Hamas to walk away from the table.
Bro, Trump
has created an incentive structure for Hezbollah to get into a
literally handed over large swaths of the Middle East to the IRGC. What the fuck are you talking about, bro?
war with Israel. He has created an incentive structure whereby, by the way, if Israel goes in, more civilians will die. So what am I talking about here? Yesterday, in what had been a telegraphed move for the last week or so, Joe Biden went on Aaron Burnett's show on CNN, and he proceeded to announce that the United States would remove offensive weaponry from Israel. Remember, he just signed a bill.
Dude, it's crazy.
No.
I'm listening to this, and the only thing I can hear, like I'm listening to this screeching as this man, right? And literally the only thing I can hear is this.
Awful execution of a soundbite. Way too loud. All you needed was something very, very short and sharp, like a wham.
Oh, I mean, sure, Turkey benefited from Trump too, I guess, but not like Iran did.
All right, it's on. We get it. Oh my god, it's still going.
Stop.
Dude,
stinky shit take.
How is it still going? It was like
you're
30...
rewinding.
No. I was just curious how long it went for because I hit it 4 times. And it was going for about 10 seconds before. That's a 30-second soundbite. Bro, chill out. That's bad.
Arms manufacturers love long wars. Yeah, that is true.
Oh my god!
It's just
shut
like he's just like,
up.
"Well, you
Bro,
give
they're
me
gonna make
all
their
the
bag
weapons he needs, even though
regardless.
Yeah, exactly.
Shut the fuck up.
you have been doing so for
Again,
months."
fucking Saudi Arabia is buying way more guns than all these other people. Saudi Arabia alone is floating the arms industry, you dumbass.
Why? Give Israel all the guns.
We're the United States
I
of
love
America,
Israel
for
so
God's
much.
sake.
Give them all the guns.
They're not though.
$14 billion in aid to Israel. That bill combined $14 billion in aid to Israel with some $60 billion in aid to Ukraine. And the way that Biden got it over the finish line, along with Speaker Johnson in the House, was by
It should have been 70, not even. It should have been 73 billion to Ukraine and
Nothing for
$1 billion
Israel.
to Palestine.
A big stinky lump of coal.
One lump of coal.
by combining those elements. Because it turns out that the Republicans are disproportionately anti-Ukraine aid, but pro-Israel aid. And Democrats are disproportionately anti-Israel aid, but pro-Ukraine aid.
Like
Joe Biden has decided unilaterally.
Like he also, like the IRGC hates him and wants to kill him because they killed Soleimani. But like months before that, he was fucking handing territory over to the guy. And like too stupid to fucking realize it. And like when he pulls out, and people are like, whoa, what are you doing? You're going to create a vacuum. He's like, we're 10,000 miles away. I don't know what the actual distance of. He's like, I don't care who wants to take it over, whether it's Iran, Vladimir Putin, or Napoleon Bonaparte. We're 2,000 miles away. They can fight over sand. And like, you know, the territory you're leaving are mountains, right?
That in violation of the Impoundment Control Act of 1974.
Johnson credit for this, yeah, because Johnson literally held up that aid, buddy.
Simply going to hold up the shipments of weaponry.
Every single lethal aid package that has gone into Israel is in direct violation of America's own rules and restrictions that
No,
they
it's
set
not.
forward.
Shut up. Rules
that
don't.
dictate.
The rules don't matter.
Under the
The
Leahy
rules
Act.
do not matter
To Israel or in general?
to America. America has its own fucking rules, bro.
We're the United States of America, for God's sake.
The chair will advise that the rules do care.
That no weapons transfers being made to a foreign nation, a foreign ally, can be used in committing international human rights abuses. You cannot do war crimes with American weapons. Now, of course, all of our allies commit war crimes with our weapons all the time. That's a joke. But the idea that Joe Biden has no legal basis, the idea that Joe Biden has no legal basis whatsoever to restrict weapons transfers to Israel is ridiculous. There is also subsequently an investigation that America put a timeline on their own for Israel to deliver information on what they were doing with the American weapons. We literally told them yesterday was the deadline, by the way, for this, that by yesterday, Israel has to give a full report on how every single weapon has been used to ensure that no war crimes have been committed.
Yes.
We have now delayed the release of this investigation. Part of the reason why I suspect delayed the release of this investigation is because it puts into legal doctrine, or it puts into legally enforceable contracts directly our culpability in Israel's violations of human rights. Just letting you know that there is more to this conversation than what Ben Shapiro is crying about.
Wow.
Did you know Ben Shapiro is leaving out context? No way. Why is this left in?
Over disagreements with how Israel is prosecuting the war. It is yet to articulate exactly what Israel
Fucking
could be
Jesus
doing better
Christ.
right now.
Check out this little
None of
short
that
video I
We'll get to
sent
his real
you
agenda
on another tab.
in just a few minutes.
Let
We'll
me
get to
know
more
what
on
you
this in a
think
moment.
when
First,
available.
once again, the United
You
States won't resupply Israel then
You
and kill
fucking
terrorists.
whore.
Thing today. Trust me, if you're talking with my
filthy,
own phone calls for years, you should do the same.
dirty slut.
Burnett. And he proceeds to say that he's going to deny Israel offensive weaponry if Israel goes into the quote unquote populated areas of
Czechoslovakia sold Israel some aircraft like Spitfires.
I'm done
and
with this.
full-time
I'm
Mauser
over it.
P-18s.
I can't do either one of these idiots anymore. Can we go back to Emma having moderate?
Come see us in Ashland, Virginia, Athens, Georgia, Irvine, California.
California and Ontario, California, go to jimmydore.com for a link for those tickets. Hey, this is Jimmy. Who's this?
Don't do that.
Look alive, Flapjack. It's President Joey B.
Well, hey, Mr. President, how are you?
Jimmy D. Sausage. You see my speech?
I'm afraid I did not see your speech.
Well, you missed a humdinger right there. It was for Holocaust Remembrance Day.
Oh,
And believe you me, I remembered the shit out of that Holocaust. And I gave a speech condemning in no uncertain terms this ferocious surge in anti-Semitism. I was extremely anti-Semitic. Some would even say pro-Semitic.
Wow.
Wow, I was right. This whole free
Hilarious.
speech thing is getting out of hand.
Yeah, I know.
These protests on college campuses
There we
devolved
go.
into hateful, anti-Jewish free-for-alls, and we can't have that.
Is that so? Could you elaborate on that?
Jimmy, there are many cases of Jewish pro-Israel students coming up to the protesters and yelling at them, to which the protesters said, quote, "Go away." Can you believe that?
Okay, that's pretty funny. That was a pretty funny line.
Of 1930s Germany. Imagine saying, "Go away" to Jewish people. Go where exactly? I think we all know the answer.
I don't think it's anti-Semitic to tell someone to go away, Mr. President.
That's because this kind of hatred has been normalized. This anti-Semitism is being taught in schools. It's freely spoken on the street. It's encoded in children's television programming. We need to reverse this trend now.
Oh, brother. And how are you proposing to do that?
Well, we start with laws,
Yeah.
making the criticism of Israel not illegal per se,
Uh-huh.
but something that will cause you serious problems.
Yeah.
Frankly, whatever repressive measures are required to remind the
What I'm
American people that we do not hate Jews.
Okay.
We hate Muslims.
Mr. President.
Jimmy, I don't know how we've gotten so far off track. Not only have people seemingly
Look. That's pretty funny.
This is this is way better than what I was anticipating. I was anticipating him like twisting what
Spinning
Biden
what he
said.
said. Yeah.
Yes.
This is great.
Instead, this is at least a little bit of like a sketch, like an SNL type sketch, you know, where
Mhm.
they do a parody of his Holocaust speech, except it's like a fucking weird Assadist who loves genocide. All right, I sent you that video on Instagram.
It's also not even a good Biden voice either.
It's not, no. Well, I mean, come on. What do you expect? Do you expect good from this guy?
Well, I expected at least a half a try.
Yeah.
forgotten
Anyway,
October
I
7th.
sent that video on Instagram.
Oh, okay. I will watch
You
it
let
now.
me know what you think of it.
Forgotten September 11th also. For more than 2 decades, Muslims have been the scapegoat of our society, our national boogeyman, something I have supported since day one. You need to get back to these basic values.
Okay, I see.
Jimmy, there's one part of my speech everyone is highlighting, and I'm glad. They're trying to drag me, but really it's a flex. I say that Hamas is motivated by an ancient desire to rid the world of Jews.
I heard that. A completely nonsensical statement.
Thank you. It's so nonsensical that it's genius. Let's break it down. Ancient desire.
Even with their little jump, she barely lifted her up.
What do you think of that pin, though?
Huh?
What do you think of the pin?
What, where she's just sitting on her?
I mean, did you see how she rolled her up?
Yeah. It's typical, isn't it? It's just one of the ways that they do it.
I mean, if you call what that was typical, sure.
I mean, I don't watch wrestling.
It was a little erotic to me.
Ah. Ah. I see what you mean.
She pegs.
Everybody's like, what the fuck?
She fucks. She doesn't
Desire
get
to rid
fucked.
the
Yes, I agree.
world of Jewish people. Whose ancient desire? Hamas was founded in 1987, so not theirs.
Cringe.
Israel was founded in 1948, so not even Palestinians. What can only be meant by this ancient, or what it can only be meant is by this is an ancient Muslim desire to kill all Jews.
What a disgusting accusation that is.
Thank you very much. That's right.
All right, I think it's gonna go downhill now. I think we can move on.
This video is brought to you by Storyblocks.
These are almost always awful, so I was very excited when I saw this.
As you're probably aware, Things have gotten pretty intense on college campuses. Starting with Columbia University in mid-April, students have organized encampments with the overall goal of pressuring universities to divest funds from weapons manufacturers and other corporate interests profiting off the war on Gaza, while also calling for an end to the ongoing genocide. Well, these protests have largely been nonviolent.
Actually, it's the apartheid. They're calling for okay, you started out good, but it's more than just the war.
Yeah, it's more the apartheid
BDS
state.
movement has a long history, and if you look up the groups, who some are Iranian backed, but if you look them up and you go to their Wikipedia, it'll tell you how long they've been in BDS actions, and it'll give you a history on all these groups. A lot of them have been doing it for over a decade.
The university-endorsed police response has been anything but, though we will not be showing clips here, so you can look those up on your own. And in fact, the night before we're filming this, several hundred
Understood. Yeah.
NYPD officers in riot gear descended on Columbia, arresting over 100 protesting students, including some who were occupying a campus building. Meanwhile, a student encampment at UCLA, which is just over there, was attacked by violent counter-protesters. Now, needless to say, all of this is upsetting at the basic level of peaceful student protesters shouldn't be violently attacked. And many of these students have not only been arrested, but banned from campus.
Assad wasn't winning.
No.
That's why he gassed his own people.
Yeah.
Because he
Wasn't
was
ISIS winning at this point?
Oh, well, the chemical attacks happened. There's a long history. The later ones are more documented. But like
when was Duma?
I want to say 2017, but I think Khan Shaykhun is 2017.
Okay. Because I did think it was later teens, because it was definitely
2018.
18. ISIS was gone by then, weren't they? Or were they just kicking up?
I mean, they were still around, but
I get mixed up on the timeline of the ISIS.
Well,
it's 14, right? 14 to like 18.
At this point, you don't have HTS. It's Al-Nusra Front.
Okay.
Which would have been considered an ISIS faction by many people, including the United States at the time.
Yeah.
Or at the very least, an Al-Qaeda affiliate. They're very much constantly shown as being the extremist terrorist in the region. Even infographics where they're like, well, what's going to happen to ISIS now that they're defeated? And it's like, oh, well, they could go back to the groups they were before, like Al-Nusra Front.
Expulsion and potential legal ramifications. And even faculty members have been caught in the crossfire. Steve Tamari, a 65-year-old history professor, was violently assaulted by several cops at a Washington University protest. Meanwhile, Emory's philosophy chair, Noelle McAfee, was arrested for intervening when she saw police hitting a student. That one was especially wild to me because not only am I a former college philosophy professor, I'm familiar with McAfee's work, which
the day after the chemical attack, all rebels controlling Duma agreed to a deal with the government to surrender the area.
His contemporary political ideology. And there's a quote from her work that's made waves on social media since her arrest, in which she argues that the qualitative difference between public opinion formation and public will formation is that.
So the conspiracy is that they dropped it on themselves to then surrender. Okay.
That the former only calls on us to opine, to mouth our preferences. The latter calls on us to decide. In other words, political will isn't about sharing opinions on social media, it's about enacting those views. But while all of this is shocking to watch, it's something we've seen routinely since at least the civil rights movement, with college students leading the charge in protests against Jim Crow, the Vietnam War, South African apartheid, and the war in Iraq. And in Europe, students have historically been at the forefront of protest movements that flirted with and even helped catalyze full-on revolutions. But with all this, we might still be asking ourselves, why are universities often at the front lines of American politics? Aren't these students supposedly oversensitive snowflakes hiding out in safe spaces? And why would mild-mannered college professors be putting themselves in harm's way to protect the same students? Now, this whole situation is very much in flux, but based on what we've seen so far today, I want to consider some of the history and philosophy behind student movements and see if it can help us understand what's going on right now in a calm and sober way that definitely won't make anyone angry with me at all. Please. You a lot easier. There was a time where we were reliant on free stuff from American university, one set price, and just figuring out what's going on.
I had a
emerged
feeling
for
that
a
was coming, and I was my fucking instincts are on point.
variety of reasons, ranging from opposition to the Vietnam War to unpopular campus policies like restrictions around men and women being allowed in each other's dorms and everything in between. Now, what really gave these protests political force was that various workers' unions joined in, leading to a significant amount of the population to participate in actions calling for a fundamental reorganization of society.
L'art était descendu dans la rue, l'amour était dans tous les coins de la capitale et on réfléchissait au sens de la vie et à quel type de civilisation on pouvait désormais travailler.
According to political theorist Simon Tormey, 1968 represents the inauguration of a politics of refusal. Refusal to be incorporated into dominant narratives. Refusal to conform to a logic of political mobilization that has been practiced for over 3 centuries. Refusal to deploy the organizational forms so familiar from previous models.
And then it took exactly, what, 10 years to break? To dwindle down and become feckless.
Collective action. 1968 represented a freeing up of politics from the congealed, stodgy, and unimaginative understandings that had so dogged the emergence of an oppositional politics after the Second World War. It unleashed a wave of joyous experimentation, evanescent and spontaneous efforts to challenge the dull routine of the repetitious lives that had been constructed in and through advanced capitalism. And while writers and academics today overwhelmingly view the events of May 68 positively, at the time the government, the police, and the heavily censored media apparatus
is that like Duma is like probably the most famous one, and there's like but like this one right here, this one Gotha, this was in 2013, and this is actually one of the worst ones. So there's a lot of estimates here of how many people died. And the reason it's like this is because this happened so early in the war that they can like control the investigation better.
Yes.
Right? By the time Duma happens, there's like what, go ahead and try.
Yeah.
Right? So if you look here, oh, by the way, there's going to be children dead from chemical attacks in a picture when I go to the screen. So warning everyone. But right here, you have the various estimates. So the lowest is French intelligence, 281. The highest is the Free Syrian Army. The United States is almost as high, right?
Interesting. Why are the French so low?
The UK intelligence as well.
But why?
Couldn't tell you.
Where do they get their numbers? Syrian government?
Well, I mean, this document's declassified.
Huh.
Chemical arsenal.
And you definitely have
delivery. Oh, they know he has VX.
VX. Okay.
Yeah, it's like super sarin basically.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Among others, did everything in their power to squash the movement. And this led to police violence, students throwing bricks and building barricades in the streets, and Charles de Gaulle, the president, not the airport, to flee the country. In light of the recent arrest of both academics and students, it feels important to note that there was significant overlap between the 1968 protests and academic philosophers and those in the humanities more generally. We've talked a lot over the years about philosophers like Jacques Derrida, Alain Badiou, Jacques Rancière, Etienne Balibar, Jean-Paul Sartre, and Simone de Beauvoir. And to various extents, these thinkers were all adjacent to, participants in, or in full support of the student protesters. And for some of these philosophers, namely Balibar,
the attack happens on August 21st. The
Mm.
French intelligence report is on September 3rd. Okay, so that's an important detail.
Mm.
So the FSA is going to have more continuous reporting. So
Heart attack gun.
yeah, it doesn't exist. So anyway, it says here, it gives the specific events they know happened, right? So this is like they're citing evidence. They're not doing like official death counts, really.
Okay.
So it's kind of disingenuous to put the French number there even.
Mm.
So it's like cases have been documented in recent months of use of chemical agents by the Syrian regime, right? It violated these commitments, like cites the laws,
Yep.
Our analysis have confirmed the use of sarin. On April 29th, we know that the Syrian regime did an attack, helicopter flying, dropped over the western part, small munitions of spreading white smoke. Some 20 prisoners were intoxicated, taken to local hospitals, where medical agents confirmed the use of sarin. So it's like, and then previous events, blah, blah, blah. Night of August 21st, 2013, the eastern suburbs of Damascus confirm that the Syrian regime deliberately crossed a step. Our intelligence services have information from national sources leading to think that other such actions might have been undertaken. Massive coordinated use of chemical agents against civilian on August 21st. It's like its own section, right? So they're just citing all these. So our independent assessments produced, for an instance, by the NGO Doctors Without Borders mention at least 355 deaths.
Okay.
Several
Which is
technical
more than
numberings
their
from-
which is more than their estimate there.
So no, listen here. Several technical numberings from different sources assess the final toll at approximately 1,500 deaths. They literally say it's wrong. Wikipedia is wrong. Check the source.
Interesting.
They said it's 1,500.
Edit the Wikipedia. Fuck them. Edit it and make sure it's correct. You spent so long there, you might as well edit the Wikipedia page
don't
and
know
correct
how.
it.
Bejou, the Spectre of
Have to
68
figure it
shaped their
out.
work as a whole, with each in their
If
own
it's
way
wrong, it needs to
preoccupied
be
with the
corrected,
possibility.
especially if it's chemical weapons attacks and war crimes. It needs to be correct. And having those numbers there is a number that somebody can quote to underquote the number. So that needs to be changed. That's a source of disinformation that we can actually stop.
Of radical social and political change, and developing their own theories on things like truth revolution.
Well, so this is where the number in the Wikipedia comes from. They used open source intelligence investigations. So like this is shit that I would do and stuff with Syria. So based on a methodological technical analysis of 47 original tapes found on August 21st, tapes. They're not tapes. You know, they had internet. First counting the victims area by area has been carried out. Based on just this set of videos, no less than 281 death casualties have been recorded and located in these regions of, intelligence can confirm that in the Duma hospital, half the victims were women and children. So, and this is 2013. It's like not even close to the other attack. Anyway, an example of this is like, so the hospital hit, that was the misfired rocket.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Like I did counting on corpses there, and I used I actually made diagrams and used mathematics based on pictures that I have seen of how spaced out people were to make estimates, and the estimate I got ended up being the estimate that Hamas is releasing.
Oh, that's funny.
Which means there was either more or less, or they looked at the video intelligence themselves and they know
Did the same
information
thing.
warfare enough with the IRGC and shit that they were able to do the count.
Yeah. Interesting.
Evolution and democracy. Now, Jacques Rancière, who was a philosophy professor during the events of 68, argues that far from being a youth carnival, the May 68 sequence can make us perceive what politics means as a power of collective invention. It is the invention of names.
I only was talking privately with other analysts at the time, I think.
You do talk about how the New York Times steals your shit all the time.
I know. It pisses me off.
That break social identities that are given, the invention of actions that burst apart mediations that define the consensual order, the transformation of spaces, of their material and symbolic uses, the unfolding of an autonomous, a horrific mixture of spring break and a Marxist revolution can actually be a space of political invention and creation. Rancière goes on to write that, but it can easily be ascertained that it is those momentary disruptions of.
What is this? What are we even talking about,
what is with these fucking quotes?
No, what are we talking about? The origin of fucking protests now?
The video is campus protest, culture war, or civil war. Which one, shit title. First of all. 2, not a civil war.
Three.
What is this video? Like,
What?
this has nothing to do with. Here's some guy who's talking about protests that from distant time.
I guess he'll get to the point.
I doubt it.
To see if he gets to a point.
Optimism. One not often achievable for those of us busy worried about rising rent payments and
Okay, we're on rent now. Cool.
job insecurity and the recent divorce of the Golden Bachelor. In Susan Sontag's essay about spending 2 weeks in Vietnam in 1968, she reflects on how her experiences shifted her perception of student protest movements, like those in Paris. I think it's a quote worth reading at length. Shout out to our guy, Michael Luxembourg, for quickly identifying this quote. You know, this is for you, bud. So Sontag writes, I recognized a limited on the college campus as a specific site of political action. And in a recent essay, it's called The Campus Does Not Exist by Samuel P. Catlin. I really recommend you read this one. We'll throw a link down there. But he writes about the history and use of the idea.
On the campus protests, finally.
Finally. 16 minutes into the video.
Of the campus. And how this plays into our current moment. Now, he starts by noting the irony that at a time when people increasingly seem to not give two shits about the university, whether that be the treatment of faculty and staff, the censoring of curriculums, or massive debts taken on by students, they care a whole lot about what happens on campus. Now, in the essay, and at this part, he's talking about the work of theorist Lee Edelman. Catlin argues that in many ways, the campus represents a space of control and safety for an imagined, infantilized student that's more or less just a child. Quote, the fantasy of the campus appears as an allegory of the nation state. The future of the nation itself is taken to be
cool. Okay, finally a quote we can get behind.
At stake in what happens on campus. Both nation and campus are supposed to be securely bounded to keep safe the child. In both cases, this safety proves impossible to guarantee, and this ineluctable exposure to violence, to liability, to non-affiliates spikes the panic. When there is campus unrest, panic flares because the campus is supposed to be where unrest does not happen, where the child is safe from reality. Panic nudges both campus and nation toward ever more extreme, ever more militarized practices. Aesthetics finally subordinated to terror, borders, checkpoints. Basically, the safety of the children on campus is so important that sometimes we must reposition those children as non-affiliates or outsiders so that they can be punished and controlled to protect those children who are still affiliated. If that sounds like it doesn't make a lot of sense, I think it's because, well,
no, it makes perfect sense.
That logic doesn't make a lot of sense. And this really taps into the spirit.
No, it actually makes perfect sense. I think that if you don't understand how that doesn't make sense, I think you're looking at it with the wrong perspective.
Spirit of May 68, in which students rallied against their own infantilization under a patriarchal society, in which they didn't have the intellectual, political, or sexual freedom of adults. As philosopher Etienne Balibar explains, another aspect generated a rebellious...
That's interesting.
I kind of stopped paying attention again.
Well, I am.
Revolutionary spirit among the 68...
Huh?
It stopped being about Palestine, so I stopped paying attention.
It's still about the protests.
I know.
Generation of students, which was the manner in which a pedagogy based on discipline reinforced the
Yeah, they're talking about the structure
Can you
of
believe we can't
protests.
fuck the tents on the campus?
patriarchic and paternalistic model of dependency, the rigid system of authority that preserves the type of bourgeois family relations, even in non-bourgeois families.
30-second time penalty.
Both in the middle, that in between. And it's because we are still very much in the middle of things right now. We're so in the middle that in between writing and then editing and filming this script, things took extreme turns at both Columbia and UCLA. You know, this morning over coffee, I watched videos of students being pushed down staircases by police and beaten by counter protesters. Not fun. I normally like to listen to jazz while I drink coffee. But one thing we can do is consider how the student movement.
There needs to be a jazz penalty. Whatever.
I agree. Also,
Dan, that's got to be like the gayest shit I've ever heard ever.
You go to
Not even the
coffee and listen to jazz.
Not even the gays do that.
Why are you gay?
That explains this fucking background. Only somebody who listens to jazz.
Why would you admit that?
He thinks he's like a classy and avant guy.
Were treated and discussed during their own time. Consider the massive unpopularity of the Vietnam War protests. After the National Guard opened fire and killed 4 students at Kent State in 1970, a Newsweek poll found that 56% of Americans agreed with the action and blamed the students for the tragedy. The following year, only
8%.
That's actually really low. Poll how many people agree with what police did in Colombia, and you tell me what the number is there.
True.
15% of Americans supported the anti-war demonstrations. Clearly, hindsight offers perspective, as today, the protests of that era are widely lauded for their revolution.
Well, I think I could comfortably say that
That's
if
why
I'm
somebody said, like, if you're gonna do a protest, it would help if you had support from the masses. No.
No.
Or no, he
That-
says if you're
that
gonna
would
start
not
a
be
revolution,
protesting.
you should have support from the masses. And I was like, no.
Mm.
That's never happened.
Yeah. The masses are complicit, which is why revolution happens. That's half the problem. But I think I could
Also,
comfortably
Iran
say
has
that-
mass
stop
fucking
fucking
backing in their
interrupting me, Jesus
revolution, and
Christ.
nothing happens.
Yes, that's actually a really good point, because look at the Women Life Freedom protests. Look how many fucking people were out there. What happened? Nothing.
Killed a bunch of kids.
Yeah, women got killed. The state remains in power. What happened? Where's the backing? Oh, all those celebrities in America were like, oh yes, women, I'm gonna cut my hair in solidarity too. And what happened? Oh, they forgot. They forgot Iran existed.
Politicians,
What?
I think, cut their hair too.
Yeah. I bet they did. I think there was one that I've seen, and the cuts to where she's like not doing anything anymore, just not even talking about it. It's fucking ridiculous. But yeah, I think I could comfortably say that if I was, as I am right now, put back in like at this protest point, I could probably comfortably say that I would be on the side of the protests. I know people always say this, but I'm like, as I'm sitting here right now, the similarities between them is just too glaring that I don't think that there's that much difference between it. Realistically, like obviously it's Cold War, but I just don't think it's all that different at this point.
Revolutionary spirit. Now, whether it's the eventual acknowledgement that the Vietnam War was a horrible idea, the celebration of Nelson Mandela after years of the U.S. classifying him as a terrorist, or the way in which centrist politicians now openly admit that the invasion of Iraq was based on false evidence. In almost all these cases, we collectively look back upon the actions of student protesters as being...
You want to know something that the U.S. government still denies to this day? Being responsible for Gulf War syndrome. They will not admit it. They refuse to, because then they'd be liable.
I thought it was Gulf War illness.
Largely in the right.
It's funny, they don't like the word syndrome because syndrome implies a greater sickness, which is why they said illness. But I still kind of like Gulf War syndrome because it implies that
It is Gulf War syndrome.
Like, it's also, one, it's catchier, but also Gulf War syndrome implies that the greater illness is the Gulf War, and the Gulf War is the originating point of it, which is correct. Right? The only problem is that they keep going, oh, but depleted uranium. No, it was the sarin you were blowing up in their face. You fucking idiots. And not giving them the correct protective
and knowing
systems and knowing.
Because you know what that is?
It made them inefficient is why you didn't want to give them adequate protection.
You know what that shit is? That's some Vault-Tec shit.
It literally is. No, you're 100% correct. Like it's the
Let's see what happens
vault
when we
suits.
expose all these soldiers to aerosolized low-grade amounts of sarin.
Mm-hmm. It seems like that's what it was.
Right. It's at least safe to say.
Obviously, we're never, ever, ever going to be able to prove that.
No.
But...
They've conclusively determined that it's caused by sarin.
No. I know. I'm saying that the intent was to test what it does.
Oh, yeah. That's definitely a conspiracy, but...
Like, that is on conspiracy levels, but I would... Because it's the military, I'm just like... I can't go to conspiracy. It has to be incompetence.
Was that they didn't care?
Yeah, the incompetence. It's incompetence.
They knew it was going to poison them, and they didn't care. But I also think there at least is some guy at that table goes, "Hey, let's see what happens."
There's always somebody. We haven't seen what happens.
Conversation had to have taken place at least.
theoretically, it kind of has to have happened. At least once.
Isn't that immoral?
Somewhere. Well, I'm pretty sure the CIA's
Isn't
job
that
is to ask
betraying
the
the
immoral
public
question.
trust?
Well, I'm pretty sure if you ask the CIA agent that they would say that that's their job, is to ask the hard questions. Because they've drunk the Kool-Aid.
That just as these events shape the political and philosophical imaginations of past generations, this current wave of campus protest has the potential to shift the discourse around the economic entanglement of the university with the war industry. And because this video isn't trying to manufacture a neatly packaged conclusion, I'm going to leave you with one of the slogans spray painted all over Paris during the events of May 68. Be realistic, demand the impossible. And hey, if you want to hear more about some of these philosophers,
Okay. That's actually a pretty good statement. I like that.
and how they've talked about protest,
Out of
check
the
out our
deal.
recent video.
Isn't it wonderful that this is the one program that Joe Biden watches?
No. I need a buffer. I need a buffer.
Good, because there's 2 Hillary
Okay,
Hassan
check
videos.
this out. Check this out.
The public?
Isn't
that betraying the public's trust? Isn't that
YouTube, my guy.
It's really struggling.
Yeah, it's because I have to do this.
Isn't that cheating the public? Isn't that betraying the public's trust? Isn't that cheating the public? Isn't that immoral? Isn't that corrupt? Isn't that immoral?
Damn right.
I've got some buffers. Don't worry.
The James Gunn show.
Yes, but I've also got some other ones.
But the James Gunn show.
But yes, the James Gunn show.
Everyone is like, it's gonna be like a tornado that hits people. They're not gonna know what the fuck to process here. It's gonna be overwhelming for them. The fact that James Gunn didn't no,
he's a dog.
You gotta go to the beginning. The fact that James
Oh my
Gunn
god,
didn't
this is
claim
where you
this-
said to start it from.
No, I didn't. That's just where
Yes,
we
you
left
did.
off. That's just where we left off. So it was copied from where it was left off. Sponsored by the Air Force. Mature content. Watch out. So is it mature content or was it removed? Or what? What's going on there? They said it's got mature content, but it's been modified to remove the mature content.
I have no idea.
Why not, dude? Well, because she kept turning around and walking away.
You gotta jiggle
I know,
it.
man, but like, I don't have a lot of confidence about stuff like that.
Give me the babies you stole, you jerk.
What was that? Dude, there's a chick in a costume here.
Where are they?
Hold on, dude. I'm gonna have to call you back. Dude, wait. What are you doing in my house?
Here they are.
What the? Those are my baby raccoons.
What are you making them do?
They're stuffing envelopes for my mail order business.
I think I just realized that that's his brother.
Uh-huh.
That's so funny.
The guy who made this does the Avengers now.
Worst world where they belong. Sparky! I can see your bra strap, Michaela. God, you're weird.
Caught between the world of humans and raccoons.
Sparky and Michaela.
Fighting crime like humans and raccoons were meant to do.
Sparky and Michaela.
Don't you know that we should love each other like Sparky and Michaela do? Peace among humans and raccoons.
Go back to your homes, little ones.
Believe me when I
happy
say
to see those babies.
this oddly is going to be appropriate and fit the theme that we already have.
If they die, though, I know how to get new baby raccoons.
Oh, you do, huh, Sparky?
You get them from the stork.
That's what you think, huh?
First, you put your in the stork, and then a baby raccoon comes out of her.
Well, I better get going. You want to join my family and me for dinner? Me? You're my best friend, Sparky. I think it's important that my family gets to know you. Hey!
Michaela, where have you been? We're about to start dinner.
Sorry, Mom. Mom, I hope it's okay I brought a friend home from school.
Oh, God, Michaela, you couldn't have given me any warning.
Why don't you bring your friend in, sweetie?
Frank.
Leota, you always make more than enough.
Hey, everybody. This is Sparky.
Hey, everybody. How's it going? What's for dinner?
Michaela, can I talk to you for a moment? Honey, you can't. I love you, but you can't bring a raccoon into this house.
What?
So at this time,
delicious.
James Gunn was also doing these other videos. I don't think they've dated very well, but it was called PG porn, and it was like, yeah, I'm gonna fix your car, but he actually fixes her car. You know, that's like, and Daryl from The Office is like, we're gonna give that bitch a ride, and they actually just give the girl a ride to her destination. A floop, floop. Oh, that's great. You know,
That is a very funny. You know what's funny though? Would work now. If you made skits like that, would work.
They're just very dated at the time, and it's very funny that this guy now has the Avengers.
He's my friend, Dad.
I understand what you're saying. And this Sparky fella, he might be the greatest guy in the world. But humans and raccoons have hated each other for hundreds of years. You can't just pretend that doesn't exist.
I can't believe that you're saying what I think you're saying.
Michaela? Have you seen this book?
Because raccoons always dip the food in water.
Do they actually? What?
Yeah. Well, I don't know. They must have cut it, but at one point he smells and he goes, "Smells fucking delicious."
Okay.
He said, "Do you mind if I go to the bathroom?"
Oh, he's going right now, Mom.
They definitely show a turd on the ground in the original.
Here, look at this. Look. Here. Raccoons. A man. Why?
They're shooting a
Because
guy
he
in the
ate some
head.
berries. Like on every berry in the whole world. And here, gangs of raccoons in Chicago abducted people for their internal organs to use for medical experiments. But this, it's a raccoon wearing a human head for a hat. See, that's fashion to a raccoon.
Dad, I don't know how to say this, but I think those pictures have been photoshopped.
Don't be naive.
The first one is like literally the raccoons with Nazis shooting a kid in the head, like come and see style.
They don't know how to start fires, much less conduct medical experiments. And even if they did, it's not fair that you blame Sparky for all of it. I mean, look at that one. Okay, this one is
There it is.
particularly ridiculous.
Drop it, E.T. Drop it. Drop it. She's trying to move me.
Yeah, but on the third try, it doesn't do it. It just eets the cotton candy. because it disappears twice, and it's smart enough to figure out not to do that.
Oh, what? It puts the cotton candy in water and it just disappears,
Yeah.
and it's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, and then they give it to it again, and it does it again, but the third time it doesn't do it, so it just eats it without dipping it.
Oh, that's very funny. Why do they do that? Why do they put it in water?
I don't know. They just wash their food.
Weird.
Dragon!
He's a dog.
What is wrong with you? You guys just stood by and watched?
She urinated.
You didn't tell me you had a pet dragon.
It's no big deal to me, lady. I'm a raccoon. I'll pee wherever the I want. Can I have some more of those shrimp?
No, Sparky. We're leaving.
Just one more bowl, baby.
No, come on. I can't believe that my own family are such bigots.
But they're your family, Michaela. You have to forgive them. My uncle ate his own male children, but I forgave him because he's family.
Gross.
At least your dad didn't eat your brother.
Hot take. Shit lesson to teach people.
Huh?
Don't be okay with abuse from your family.
Oh,
It's
but
not
if,
okay.
no, I mean it's like yeah, like you got to shut up at Thanksgiving. I think is the lesson.
Mm-hmm.
Dad
Sure.
Dad is racist,
And that's fine at Thanksgiving.
yes.
Cool.
I would hate him if he did.
What a holiday.
That would make you small-minded.
I guess that's why we have to keep fighting crime together, in both the human and forest world, so that everybody can see that humans and raccoons really can get along.
Cool. Oh my god.
Let's go.
You gotta get a pretty penny for this.
Hey!
Nice.
Next time on Sparky and Michaela.
We better hurry. We have to stop those evil scientists from blowing up Cincinnati.
Not Cincinnati. Okay.
Thankfully, it was just a city like Cincinnati and not one of the good ones.
Don't you know that we should love each other like Sparky and Michaela do?
Ridiculous.
Let it play out, bro. Come on, let it play out. Peace among the humans and raccoons. Okay, that's it. How many views did that video have?
I don't fucking know.
Under 200. Under 200.
176 views.
Yeah, just on,
Uh-huh.
That's fashion to them. I just love this with no audio.
It took so many goes.
Oh, bro,
Come on,
it gets so much better. She's doubling up her hands.
Come on, you got to double fist it, Grandma. Come on, you got to get a bit of stability, double fist.
This famous document is about the rule of
Yes,
law
can you come to?
and standing up against an
Yes,
abuse
I'm
of
receiving over.
power. Our government is
Can you
breaking
come
its
to my
own
Jakarta, please?
laws.
Christian,
Yes,
I am
Miss Sarah, can you come to-
compelled to do all that I can.
Can you stop doing that, please? Stop
Fuck,
filming, please, yeah?
these are my favorite Just Stop Oil
Stop doing that.
protesters yet.
The appalling suffering that's
You come to
coming
my
down
Jakarta,
the
over,
line
please.
and is here already.
Can you stop doing
Whatever
that,
it
please?
takes Whatever
Can you
the
stop screaming,
cost.
please? Can you stop doing that?
So we must
Stop doing that, please. Did you hear me?
just stop
Yes, sister,
oil.
can I come to my cut over?
We must just stop oil.
They didn't even break the glass.
No, they just cracked it. And then
Vivek
they're
Ramaswamy
opening
has
glue
a
there to glue themselves to it too.
Oh my god. So I just had to refresh so it loaded the correct one underneath.
Goated grannies.
This one. We got
Now,
more.
the
more
Magna
grandma.
Carta is the nearest thing Britain has to a constitution.
Oh my!
It outlines the
Oh,
basic rights.
but
and
I thought you were a
principles,
constitutional
no one is
monarchy.
above the law, including the king. The right to a fair trial, limits on taxation without representation. It was, in fact, the dawn of a kind of modern democratic Britain. I mean, we had a long way to go.
Oh
but, the
no! And you
principles behind the
cracked the
Magna Carta was written.
glass.
It was signed
They
at
cracked the glass
Runnymede
and getting hung
near
on questions with a
Windsor.
non-constitution.
And these two ladies were actually there when that happened.
Oh my
and
god!
They returned to their favorite document
Oh,
today
let's
at the
fucking go.
British Library and tried to
Fucking
damage
British
it. They are,
ET
of
over
course,
here.
the gangster grannies from Just Stop Oil. Take it away, ladies.
Yep.
Yeah, we saw this.
I was going to say well on a public radio station, but what was I going to say then? Goes wrong. I was going to say something unacceptable on a public radio station, but there you are. Before
Also,
the...
can we just
Target art?
Yeah, that's what I was going to point out as well. It says art. So
Wankers.
No, it isn't art. It's a document.
Planet dies. Those two will definitely die in about 20 minutes.
It's the
by the look of
closest
them.
thing we have to a
But,
constitution.
yeah, I'm sick of
Beta.
it. I'm sick of these people attacking art. By all means, have
Beta.
a silly protest, signal your virtue. We see you. We know what this is all about. This is
do you?
about you telling us that you're virtuous and we're
It's
not.
like your
Well,
googly
do
eye
one,
glasses.
Don't care. Do your protest.
It's
Looks like
actually
you
about.
fucking
Stop
pasted
attacking
on.
It's actually
art.
about climate change. Actually.
Yeah.
It's Philistine. It's disgraceful.
Uh-huh.
And I want to
It's
talk to my
Philistine?
favorite art critic, the people's art critic, Estelle Lovett.
Is that like
about
a
this.
British
Hi,
like
Estelle.
term?
Philistine is a person who is hostile or indifferent to culture and the arts. So the Philistines. Oh my god, the Philistines.
I know who they
Yeah.
are.
Yeah. So it is comes directly from that. Yeah. I guess they were hostile to art. Sure. Yeah, so hostile or indifferent to culture and the arts. Interesting. I wonder why that's the word used.
Because they're wankers who eat
Yeah.
Wheat Bix.
British moment. I had Weet Bix this morning.
Hello,
I
Kevin.
know. It's just...
Why do they attack art? I mean, they've done.
No.
Jesus
Britain,
Christ. Oh my god. If they couldn't pull up a worse looking person than fucking British ET over here. Jesus Christ. Did
it's
this lady
England.
just roll out of bed?
Please clap.
We've had Vincent van Gogh's Peach Trees in Blossom, Turner's, one of Turner's pictures, the Constables,
They get their
Hay
tits
Wayne.
out.
We've had,
No,
of course,
she's
the
Get your
Mona
tits out.
Lisa.
If they got their tits
Sunflowers
out,
one, all
people would
been
change their
attacked.
opinion
They're
on
the-
this protest. real quick.
I actually agree with you. If they did it without tops on,
Yeah, so
They
you know how they
would get
they hide
headlines.
they hide the shirts underneath their jackets anyway, right?
yeah.
Just wear nothing. Body paint, just stop oil.
Yes.
right?
Yes.
And then get your tits out.
Perfect.
Boom.
Yeah.
They're all like, that's the sunflowers, isn't it? Don't you think it's Philistine for them to do this? Or can't they find a better target for their little protests?
Yeah, I mean, they turn around and say that the artworks were unharmed.
Yeah,
I'm not sure why you would willingly put yourself in a stress position. That seems like a stupid idea.
Well,
What you should do is
I don't
is
necessarily think they're smart.
Sure, but like theoretically, if I was in this position and I wanted to make a point, I would have the words on my back and I would glue myself hand to the wall like this.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And then you've got just stop oil written across your wingspan. and you're glued to the wall. It's not the most comfortable position, but that's worse. Be smarter.
So
Yeah.
all their actions were
Latin America's dope for that. It's mainly when they're doing feminist stuff, though.
Yeah,
Well,
it's
okay, so,
mostly
like,
feminist, yeah.
I would love to, like, talk to these people and platform these people and stuff like
Mm.
that. Like, I totally like, I agree with them. I just think that Greta's better than them.
I fundamentally disagree with you. I think all of this is pointless. I think you need to actually do damage.
Greta does damage, though.
Does she? All I see is her getting carried away by police,
No,
which
she's
is
like
in
they've
and
like
of itself
actually like
enough.
held up construction and stuff. Like that is
Oh,
actual damage. That costs money.
sure,
It costs money.
sure,
It's a lot better
sure.
than
No,
this.
no, that's not. I'm talking like damage the art. You know how there was like there was someone who did that where they pulled the artwork out and actually put a fucking
Yeah, it was for
a
Palestine.
box cutter to it.
Bro, they're
Much
already
better.
freaking out with the glass being damaged.
I'm aware. So if they're really serious about it and they're really that annoyed about it, be like, okay, you
No, I
like
think
your
the
art
goal
so
is
much.
just
I
to
like
annoy
living.
people. I think the goal is to be annoying.
I think that I genuinely think that they're aimless. I think that their social media.
I disagree. I think Fudge is right
riddled.
and you're ignorant.
I haven't been reading the chat. I don't think that they have goals. They just have seen it and they're like, I'm gonna do this because I'm
Yeah, bro, their goal
doing it
is
right
just
now.
stop oil. Duh.
Uh-huh. Are they stopping it?
You tell me. We'll see.
The answer's
I don't
no.
know. Are the protesters on campus stopping the war?
They're successfully getting exactly what they want,
Oh, okay.
which is BDS,
Mm-hmm.
not stopping the war.
What if exactly what they want is for British NIMBYs to cry about Van Gogh being getting soup turned on it?
But that's not their goal. They wouldn't have the Just Stop Oil shirts if that was their goal, just to make old people cry about art.
But that's what happens.
And
Everyone, the
then they
most
cry about the
bro.
nobody remembers their goals because all they remember is the art
Nobody
damage.
gives a shit. Okay, anyway, the people who are always getting pissed off are fascists like you. It's never anyone practical that's getting pissed off about them blocking roads. So it's clearly successful. They're targeting the very people who have done the damage to the environment, the conservatives and the fascists who
Mhm.
completely deny it. Also, there is like fucking Congress just held a hearing on oil companies about fucking
Okay.
lying.
And is that because of this, or is that just a coincidence?
Well, I
I'm
mean,
gonna
it's
say
because
coincidence.
it's because of climate change, because it exists.
Mhm. So it's got nothing to do with these people. It's got
Mhm.
everything to do
Well,
with
the
the fact
government
that they're
won't
just
act
doing
on
stuff.
anything if there's no popular backing behind it.
Sure. Sure. They're still doing nothing.
Mhm. More than you've done.
Sure, they're still doing nothing.
Okay, you do nothing.
I agree. They're still doing nothing. I don't know
doing
what
it.
you're trying to make a point here. They're doing nothing.
Well, I mean, you're more nothing.
You're just
You're
whataboutisming.
more
You're literally
worthless.
just whataboutisming.
You're more worthless.
Because
You're more worthless.
reasons. Like
You're just
there's
mad.
no
You're just
point.
mad about soup
Mhm.
on a wall right
Okay.
now.
Yeah.
planned, knowing that everyone is protected by glass. But it actually costs us in the end for conservation, extra security, etc. And why on earth
Conservation. Shut the fuck up.
attack works of art? I personally fail to see the connection between, for example, climate change and a work of art. If they're so concerned about the future, surely they should be concerned about something as prized as human ingenuity and creativeness, civilization, our history, our culture, beauty. Art is a precious commodity. So why go after works of art? Because it makes a conversation. But the thing is that they are already pushing nerves just by simply interrupting the traffic. They don't have to smear the Mona Lisa with tomato soup or with a cream cake.
Yeah, I mean, they should change their name if they carry on like this to Just Stop Oil Painting.
Ah!
Like
That's you.
just do something more effective. I don't know why, like, that's the problem that I have. Like, oh, you're doing something, but what are you really doing? Oh, you posted a black square to your Instagram. What did you actually do? Are you, like, what the fuck? What are they doing? What have they achieved?
More than you.
If you're not going to give an actual answer, just don't answer. What have they achieved?
First of all, their goal is to bring attention to it, and they're on national news, global news. They brought
Talking
attention to
about
it.
paintings, not climate change.
Their goal
What
is to
fucking
make
purpose?
bro.
What
I don't know
point have
how.
they
Why do
done?
you keep asking me the same question? I've answered your fucking question 6 times now. Their goal is to annoy NIMBYs like you.
That's not an answer.
Brooke, everyone in the chat understands. It's just
It's
hard
not
for
an
you for
answer.
some reason. Yes,
It's
it
not
is.
an answer.
Bro, you asked for their goals. Their goals is to get people pissed off like this. That's the goal. It's not fucking hard to understand.
There's no point to it. What point is there to making idiots like this make segments talking about artwork? What benefit to climate change has this got?
Is chat helping yet?
Is it working?
I don't know. Why don't you look up statistics on it, bro?
As I say, I think it's Philistine, and I think it's vacuous, and I think it's soulless what they're doing. It exposes them for what they are. Monolithic, soulless morons. As you say, if they must stop the traffic, I don't like that, but they've got a right to do that, I suppose. Do that. Leave Van Gogh, leave the Mona Lisa, leave them alone, all of these great works of art, because I think it's a really, really unpleasant, vandalistic spectacle.
Absolutely. I mean, people talk about Banksy vandalizing areas, whereas Banksy brings communities together.
Oh my
All
God,
that these
I really
people do
just-
is they aggravate us, they irritate us. And we find it shocking, not in a good way, because they're destroying a sacred visual language. And
No,
to
they're not.
desecrate works of art almost feels offensively sacrilegious.
Oh my God.
And do I care more about works of art than the planet? Do I care more about works of art than any members of my family being able to live, breathe, etc. freely? You know, it's ridiculous. Of course we value people more, but what is really that they value here? I think it's the fact that they're trying to make a statement, trying to get a
Look, like these ones here, right? Stopping the tennis, that sort of shit, where it's live, much better. They can't spin it. They can't stop it, right? The tennis, disrupting the tennis, great idea. Worldwide, brilliant. It's the exact market you're looking for, right? It's the same people, realistically. So that's a much better option. They're very precious about their grass. So I don't know. It's just like and like these people are complaining about it because they're like, oh, but the art is precious. It's who gives a shit? As you said, it's glass, right? It's the glass in front of it.
Well, they
I'm
even
saying do something
acknowledge it.
more efficacious. Is that
They
the word?
acknowledge it, and then she's like, "Well, it is, it's protected, but it costs money to clean."
That yeah, efficacious was the word. Okay, successful, but yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, like
and then
she's
she goes
she's
on
like,
to
oh,
acting like it did damage the art again.
yeah, it's like all you need is a squeegee. Just whoop, whoop, whoop,
I mean, that's
whoop.
like
Oh,
their
look,
that's
it's
what
clean.
they say. It's like, do you really care about art? Like all this art will be gone.
Mm.
Like that's the
Yeah,
like
yeah, exactly. And that I think is a bigger point to make if they wanted to make a point about
that's
this. Is like
literally
if you
what
really
she says when she throws the soup at the painting.
Oh, was it?
Yes.
Interesting. But why not like okay, so the just stop oil. So why not
Yeah, and guess
rephrase
what
it
happened
to
after that? That
what?
girl with the pink hair got international media interviews and did interviews with all these channels and talked in depth about what the organization wants and what their goals are.
Okay. So why not ditch the just stop oil, or stop making that the premier, like, obviously have that as the underlying
It's just
goal,
a catchy
right?
slogan.
Obviously, but like as like the
What does Black Lives
underlying,
Matter mean?
it's a
Because
catchy
like
slogan.
Black Lives Matter, like the goal, like they weren't expecting a revolution, right?
Mm.
It was to create a social movement. It, like people
Yeah.
say, it's like it ultimately did nothing. I say that all the time. Like it didn't help police, right?
No,
But
it was ultimately an expression of helplessness. I think is
but
more
like
of what it was.
were like those protests. You could say, what did they accomplish?
What were their goals though? They were decentralized and sporadic. They weren't. They never really had goals. Like defund the police, sure, but that was never going to happen. It was more just, as I said, an act of desperation. I think
Their
anyway.
goals was to just have police stop killing black people.
Yes, and that, well, that didn't work.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I'm like, just stop oil can be the baseline. But if you're going after certain things, I think target your messaging to that specific thing. Like you said, that if you care about this artwork, climate change is going to destroy it. You can't keep it climatized forever. It will get through, it will degrade, and it will get worse as climate change, the thing that they are trying to get attention for, progresses. Right? And this is where I say be more effective.
Yes, the purpose of their Fox outrage is to gaslight. That's exactly right.
Mm. Well, yeah. But like and this is why I'm saying is be more effective, is be more precise, so they can't, or it's harder for them to, right? Because it's so easy to spin this stuff, and that's why I say be more effective.
I mean, they
So,
get interviews all the time for whenever they do these things.
but it peaks and then it comes straight back down, and people stop giving a fuck.
Yeah.
That's the real issue.
Yeah, I know.
So
I spent a long time trying to get people to care about people dying in Syria.
Yeah.
A message across about change and all these thoughts that they have. They say that they're going to carry on they say a non-violent way. They're a peaceful protest. I don't think it's peaceful. When I go to a gallery, it's very rare to even hear footsteps or people talking, never mind
or people there.
somebody
But when you go to a gathering, so how do you go to a gallery? I was like, how do you protest if nobody's talking? I thought that's what she meant.
Soup over an image and smashing glass. You know what I would like to see? I would like to see them get back to their PhDs. And the only thing that I think is of value to this group and others is the fact that they wear orange, and orange is symbolic of hope. Well, let's hope.
Oh my God, fuck off.
You know why that is?
Orange?
No, you know why that became a thing?
Vivek Ram.
It's gaslighting. No. It's gaslighting Protestantism.
Orange, really?
Orange is the color of Protestants.
Oh, that's funny. So why is it gaslighting them specifically?
Oh, because the British are Protestant.
Okay, so where did the color come from? Who determined that orange was the color of hope?
Well, it just comes. So when they like, it's a secular state now, right? So as Protestantism faded, the colors that they used, like orange and those types of things, became more symbolic towards other things.
Okay. In 1973, a single orange shirt changed the thinking of one child. It had become a dark symbol of worthlessness and shame, but the shirt is now a harbinger of hope for future generations and part of a declaration by Phyllis Webstad that every child matters. That was out of Canada. Color of warmth obviously has come from the sun. Weird, because to me, orange is just the color of the Dutch.
Nah.
Ramaswamy has a new podcast, Truth, period, like the hats that he was wearing before. And he had Ann Coulter on, she decided that.
Oh my god, it's his podcast. Oh my god.
Mm-hmm.
Amazing.
Well, okay, go just the first 15 seconds. I want to play how he opens his podcast here, Bradley.
Yeah, I'm
interested
in this.
It's pretty
Crazy.
I won't
You
reveal
know,
the title of the
You
podcast
go in here
until we hear
right?
the.
And I typed in what is the color of hope? You know what comes back? Green. Right? So if green is the color of hope, and green is the symbolic of the Catholics in Ireland, and orange is the symbol of the Protestants who oppress them, they appropriate this symbol of hope.
Well, this doesn't make sense because I got yellow. This is just proving that Google is horse shit.
Mm-hmm.
Just did. No, I didn't.
Okay.
No, the title of this episode is what I meant.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
okay.
yes.
Okay.
I won't reveal it because he gives the theme right away.
There's an N word that you're not allowed to say anymore. But I'm going to say it.
It's going to be nuclear. He's going to do the Trump joke.
It's
What do you
even
think-
funnier.
what
It's
do you
even
think-
funnier where I paused it too.
What do you think he's going to say? Everyone, type in the chat what the N word he's going to say is. Go ahead. Nationalism.
That's a good guess. That's a really good guess.
Nationalism, nuclear. If he wants to copy Trump, he's going to say. And now I'm going to talk to white nationalist and Coulter. Do you think it's nationalism? What if he,
I think it's
just
definitely
drops a hard R right in the beginning?
I'm black. I can say it.
You're not black, Vivek. You're not black.
Nationalist.
There we go. Nationalist.
It doesn't have to be a bad word.
Okay.
Wow.
That's a great opening.
He also stole it from Trump. We can go back to when Ann Coulter comes on in this now, but Trump says that, but he says nuclear, right? Nuclear, right? Yes, the new and there's an N word you can't say. Nuclear.
Input R.
Yeah, right.
He yells it too. He goes,
Vivek's doing nationalism. And in the spirit of like hinting at extreme racism, just to kick it off, he has Ann Coulter on, who basically tells him to his face that she could never vote for him, and you'll never guess the reason why.
Coulter. So, Ann, thanks for coming on, and I'm looking forward to our conversation today.
Me too. Thanks for having me. That was a fantastic opening monologue. I too am a fan of yours. I'm going to make a point of disagreeing with you so that it will be fun. You are so bright and articulate, and I guess I can call you articulate since you're not an American black. Can't say that about them. That's derogatory. And that was a great opening segment. Lots of things to talk about there. Oh, and I agree with many things you said
Vivek's
during.
thing was created by these people. Yeah, it's Ann Coulter. Have you not experienced this before?
Oh my god.
You're not an American black. Can't say that about them. That's derogatory. And that was a great opening segment. Lots of things to talk
large
dick. Your peepee is
He
gigundo.
instantly regretted his choice. He could have not released this. He could have not released this. He could have said, nah. But he was like, money.
talk about there. Oh, and I agreed with many things you said during, in fact, probably more than most other candidates when you were running for president. But I still would not have voted for you because you're an Indian. We'll get back to that. And it's directly related to what you were just talking about. You know, the thing about nationalism, you're totally right. It is like to use the word nationalism. Oh, it's Hitler, it's Hitler. And you know, Hitler had soup. That doesn't mean we shouldn't have soup. Hitler loved dogs. That doesn't mean we shouldn't love dogs. So I didn't have to move past this. If Hitler did it, it must be bad. But I do notice when I was listening.
No. Whoa, we're just gonna like this immediately scapegoating Nazi shit. Oh, Hitler had soup. Are we gonna do everything Hitler did? We're not gonna do like the genocide of the Jews. Like, come on, let's be realistic. I'll tell you what N-word we need to bring back, and it's not nationalist, Vivek.
I I had to go back and screen record that to.
Your monologue. I don't think I do use the word nationalism. I would use the word.
Okay, so she just blows past this, just glosses over it, and he's like,
I think they paused it perfectly. Let's listen to her.
nationalism. I would use the word.
okay, so she just blows past this, just glosses over it, and he's like, okay.
I'd use the word.
She tweets about it after. Well, let's put up his response. It's Vivek Ramapikmi is what I want to call him here. Ann Coulter told me flat out to my face that she couldn't vote for me because
because I'm black. Oh my god.
you're an Indian. Wow, he's about to take her to task here.
No,
even though
it's
she
not
agreed with me more than most other candidates. I disagree with her, but respect that she had the guts to speak her mind. It was a riveting hour. The Truth podcast is back. He just
I'm glad he disagreed. I'm glad he took the hard line of disagreeing with her on that one. I mean, what would agreeing with her on that one look like? But I mean, what a beta! Like, what a cuck! Seriously, what a little bitch. Like, I mean, use all the words. Like, to sit there like he did and just take that and not be like, hold up, excuse me, you're on my show.
That's what a lot of, conservatives who fill this role basically choose to do for money, right? And because they have their own racist views and their own like far right views, they will eat shit and have racist stuff said to them and just be like, I'm okay with it. Don't worry. I'm one of the good ones.
Literally does.
I also am like, she infamously dated Dinesh D'Souza, who is an Indian American, right?
She'll
Like,
date him, but she's not gonna vote for him.
yeah, and then you can just see, right? Like what kind of person is just, you can be intimately involved with somebody but have such a lack of respect that it's like I would never vote for someone that looked like you. I don't know. I can't imagine the psychology of that, to be honest.
Also, I don't think soup and liking dogs is really analogous to subscribing and instituting an ethno-nationalist project. I think those are kind of
one of those things. Nationalism, loving dogs, and soup was pretty core to everything he did. The other two, not really necessary to carry out his vision. I mean,
so Vivek doesn't even really address it afterwards. He basically just moves on to say, "You and I both agree that people shouldn't have dual citizenship, right?" And she goes, "Yeah, of course."
Use it.
I'm one of the good ones. That's what he's going with.
Well, yeah, but Vivek is like going around to all types of French communities now just to like drum up like support for, I don't know what his like actual grift is now. I guess it's just this podcast that he's doing, because just a few days ago he was with the
Ayn Rand
meme stock
Institute
people. At one of their events, he was hanging out with the meme stock people
all
in like
of
a warehouse in
America.
Atlanta, sucking up to some billionaire or
Bradley's looking that up.
Like, yeah.
What were you yelling about?
That Vivek's goal is to help the Ayn Rand Institute take over.
Yes.
Hey, check this out.
And watch Bobby's face when they come back from the clip. Watch this.
I still would not have voted for you because you're an Indian. We'll get back to that.
Responded on X, writing, quote, Ann Coulter told me flat out to...
Let's see that again. Let's see that cut to the face again.
For you because you're an Indian. We'll get back to that.
Okay.
Vivek responded on X, writing, quote...
What the hell is this lady's name? Ann. This lady's been on TV, shows, radio since I was a kid. And it always seemed like, hey, we need a public lunatic. Get Ann. Where's Ann? Get her ass on.
It's so true.
Get her on to spice things
They had
up,
her on a Comedy Central
And then she'd
roast.
come on and say something stupid. And
Seriously?
Yeah.
Shut up, man, you idiot.
It was-
That's kind of like her job, I guess. That's been her job for what, 4
focused
years?
on her.
She's still
Sorry, I forgot
around.
I was the one
and her
controlling this one. But everyone there focused on her more than the people they were roasting.
That's
I
so
think.
funny.
I want to say it was Donald Trump's roast, but they like
That
it
would not
always,
surprise
they kept saying how her vagina was dry and stuff. And she didn't laugh at any of it. Like everyone else.
Yeah,
was laughing.
she seems like someone who's just a cunt and then can't take a joke. Like a
she doesn't think it's funny to be racist.
No,
like a
she
lot of
is
things
racist.
Nazis do.
Yeah.
It's not
No,
nothing
she's
about this
just
is a joke
racist.
to her.
Yeah, it's very serious. It's a very
He's like,
serious
if it
problem.
was up to me, I'd send you back where you came from. I was born here, and fuck off.
Whole political belief is basically like, why do people speak other languages? That's it. You know, she hears somebody in New York City speaking Spanish. She's like, ugh, why is that guy talking like that? He's from El Salvador. Ugh, that's her whole political belief. That's it. And she squeezes like 1,000 pages out of it. Okay, this is some real blast from the past stuff. This is some real blast from the toilet stuff. This lady is what we call an early 2000s person. Here's an... What is this crap? This is an early 2000s Bill Maher clip. Let's check this out.
False.
We have one of
That is
those.
false.
It's a fact.
Whoa,
Tell
Bill!
you what they
He's
were.
easy.
Where his
They
essay-
were in the 600s. They were
That-
twice. They absolutely were.
Calm down.
Get you into Yale and the oh, that's such
They were
bullshit.
about
Hey, let Ann talk.
Twice what Bill Bradley's were.
No,
Yes, they were.
You just make shit up. You do.
Whoa, Bill, no! Bill, easy.
600?
No, Chris, no!
You defended a guy that got sick. Are you fucking the president?
Easy, Chris!
Oh, the early 2000s.
This is what it was like in the early 2000s. People would go like, remixer, ignition, how to fresh up the kitchen. Oh, man, I love that guy. We're always going to love that guy who sings that song.
That guy will always be beloved.
We would do that, and then we would watch a show where they wheel out Ann Coulter, and they would say, shut up, Ann, you moron, you idiot.
It's the freaking weekend, baby. Have me some fun. And then nothing's ever going to change. That guy's always going to be the coolest.
But I don't know, guys. In a world of content, you could literally find the content that was made just for you. We live in that world. 133,000 people chose to watch this willingly. Oh, no, it was a state mandated thing. Oh, no, it was willingly. Sorry. They chose to watch this guy, Vivek, talk to this 2000s woman, early 2000s woman. Let's check it out. No, Bobby, give me a break, man.
God bless you. There's an N word that you're not allowed to say anymore, but I'm going to say it.
That's a shocking show right there. That's it? That was it? Okay, sorry about that, guys. It's come to my attention that I edited that funny.
So baby, give me that. Let me give you that. There's an N word that you're not allowed to say anymore, but I'm going to say it.
Right.
Nationalist.
Oh,
it doesn't have to
amazing.
be a bad word.
You got me on
We
that
gotta
one,
distinguish
Vivek,
between
you
two
idiot.
different kinds. And that's why on today's podcast, I wanted to bring on somebody who's a fellow conservative, a fellow nationalist,
and a fellow
though
weirdo.
She frames it in forms of citizenship.
Right.
And somebody who actually believes in the ideals of this country, but on whom I think we still have some disagreements about the role that ethnicity plays in grounding the identity of the United States.
Because she doesn't like me because I'm Indian. You think you might disagree on that?
In my book, and I think that this is true with the American conception of citizenship, I think it's true of the Roman conception of citizenship, is it's about your loyalty, actually.
Yes.
To whom do you actually pledge loyalty? And so
to C.K. Louis.
I think you and I share that in common, actually. I don't know, I've never asked you this, Dan, but
go ahead.
I assume from seeing the things you said, tell me if I'm right about this.
Just say it.
You're probably against the existence of dual citizenship as a concept. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Calm down, Ann.
You and I share that in common.
Outrageous.
Calm your ass down, Ann.
It's-
Yeah, this whole
Jesus
podcast
Christ.
or whatever the hell this thing is like this. This guy Vivek keeps speaking very annoyingly, and then Ann Coulter goes like, "Well, actually, I don't." And it's all kind of meaningless nonsense. You don't want there to be dual citizens? Like somebody finds out, oh, my grandparents are from Spain. If I go live there for a year, I could become a Spanish citizen. No, you can't do that because I guess they're saying because you might be a spy. Like that's the crazy bullshit that these people are talking about for
She means
an hour
Israel.
and 5 minutes and 45 seconds.
But I may fail to
Can't
fully
be more
understand
loyal
you.
to Israel,
Right.
what she
Is
means.
on that axis of citizenship, what does ethnicity have to do with the matter?
She doesn't like
and
you.
I think you would be well served,
right?
And maybe this could be a great platform for you to do it
'Cause
to
you're different. She doesn't like
make
you.
the case for why
Right.
that what you put at WASP basis for the American identity. How is that
Exactly.
relevant against a backdrop of which you got?
What was that?
WASP.
Which is
White Anglo-Saxon Protestant. I believe.
The
is
WASP,
acronym.
7th generation descendant of some rich guy on the Upper East Side in Brooklyn that pretends to hate this country because it's the cool thing to do.
He's going like
versus
this.
somebody who came here as the kid of immigrants, but pledges loyalty to this country. If loyalty was the axis for
It's it's not going to work.
Breathe, bro.
This guy's really trying. He's going like this. But this lady's just going like this.
No. Generally speaking,
No, Joe.
Chinese people look Chinese.
It's weird. Nobody really knows what a person actually believes. So why
Exactly.
not have a fail safe? I want to hear you say it.
Say what?
And I'd also be more comfortable if you're third generation and have some English or British blood in you.
Yeah, I understand the view. I think I understand the view. I think.
Wait, let's get Vivek's reaction to that.
Third generation and have some English or British blood in you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I understand the view. I think I understand the view. I think it's. I think I understand the view. I think it's.
Keep trying, Vivek.
Far less effective way of achieving the same goal. My question on
Right,
the immigration
yeah,
point,
it's
though,
not
is
gonna work.
how do views change on that legal
Not
immigration
into
paradigm?
I mean,
Like,
is this what this
listen,
guy really wants to be
listen,
doing
guys,
with his
I'm
life?
like-
You know?
I'm like, listen, guys, why has communism failed? And they'll be like, U.S. imperialism and capitalism, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, okay, so why don't we not call it communism? Just don't call it communism. They're
Yeah.
stupid, dude. Like, just stop. You're shooting yourself in the fucking foot.
Mhm.
Like, Hassan has the right idea. Who constantly he'll say socialist sometimes, but he always tries to frame himself as I'm a progressive. Right? The progressive caucus. Okay, that's what we are. You cite FDR. Even Joe Biden does it. You cite FDR. They cite Eisenhower.
No. Yeah, crazy lady from the late 90s, early 2000s, Bill Maher program. I totally get it. I mean, you don't like my blood. It's an understandable position that you're taking.
Theory. Ann Coulter is actually a vampire, and that's why she's caring about the quality of Vivek's blood.
Here, but just thinking. But can we just say, I don't know.
But can we just say, I don't know.
Yeah, my blood's not very good. I get it. I totally agree, basically, but is it really what you want to do? You could probably do other stuff, right? But didn't this guy rap or something at one point? You could do that. You could have a YouTube channel of that.
He did do
Give me a
that.
beat. You go like this.
God bless you. That's what we should focus on rather than this, I think, understandable but somewhat regrettable reinvention of an American identity that I just don't think Thomas Jefferson.
Vivek, no. Vivek. Vivek. Not Jefferson, Vivek. I mean, Jefferson, he said some okay things compared to, like, the rest of them. When Jefferson said the Indian is equal in ability to the white man, but not in culture, he wasn't talking about your people, Vivek. You might want to cite somebody else besides Jefferson.
Particularly shared at the time he wrote the Declaration of Independence.
Never heard of him. Go ahead, Ann.
Oh, I would just.
Multiple people wrote the Declaration of Independence. It wasn't just Jefferson. Thank you. They wrote many drafts.
Disagree with you there.
Right,
But,
of course.
yes,
Yeah, this is great because if you look at the comments on this video that 133,000 people watched in one day, all the comments are like, man, they really listen to each other. Man, these are the important conversations we need to be having. That's a funny thing to put in a YouTube comment. Man, these kind of conversations we really need to be having. Every comment on YouTube should be like, I pooped my pants. Or so, you can write anything. That's what people write in my comments. Toilet, that's what it's for. Oh, these are the brave conversations. Why am I writing this? No one cares. But they're all writing stuff like that, Oh man, the way they listen to each other. But this whole hour-long interview is literally just Ann Coulter comes out. She says, I wouldn't vote for you for president because you're Indian. I don't want an Indian president. That's basically, I don't want an Indian president, she says. And then you get her whole vibe. Her whole vibe is like, when I go to a fancy Manhattan restaurant, I don't want to hear somebody speaking Spanish. That's her whole thing. And then this is the whole interview. Vivek's like, "Can you ease up on that?" And she's like, I wish I could, but I can't. I won't. He's like, "Please, how about please?" And the Constitution and the Founding Fathers too. What about that? And she's like, "No, not even that. Sorry." That's the whole interview. Then people go to the comments. This is the bravest thing I've ever seen. This is literally the bravest act done by humans I've ever seen. They went like this. And then they went like this.
I'm putting it on the internet.
Yeah, it's the bravest thing I've ever seen in my life. It's the bravest thing that's ever happened. I just looked at one of the comments. It said, Vivek is a master at these kind of conversations.
Yeah, because he says nothing.
Whoa. Hey. Whoa. Okay, sorry. Whoa, Bobby. No. Vivek truly is the master of, come on. He's mastered the art of, I guess. There we go.
Another one in the books.
All right, back to the B team. Go ahead, B team.
You didn't check the messages, did you?
Yeah, so he's just looking for to generate some kind of following online. So he's just drifting all over the place. It's
they're behind my screen.
Yeah, I'm curious who.
It's not a big deal. It's no rush, but I was just sending you the playlist and shit.
Who's behind the Truth podcast, because it's not the Daily Wire. I mean, the knives are kind of out for the Daily Wire because of the whole Candace Owens thing, right? And they feel some of the other right-wing podcasts feel like they can take shots because they can make some sort of free speech.
Dude, I wouldn't be surprised if Tucker was behind this.
Huh?
I wouldn't be surprised if Tucker was like, you should do a podcast. You know what I mean?
I mean, everyone is going to tell Vivek, you know what? You should do a podcast. This president thing not working out for you. Maybe you should start with a podcast.
Speech argument about it, but I am curious who is behind Truth, or if he's hoping that one of those bigger networks buys it from him. But not so sure. This is like he's still also probably hoping for a Trump cabinet pick. Here he is, Brandon. What you were referring to?
Yeah, so this is at an America First PAC event. It's a rodeo event in I'm not. I think I'll look at the state, but it's a Fuentes, basically Fuentes, like a Groyper associated political action committee event, which is at a rodeo.
It's going to be every one of you, every one of us, doing our part as well for this country. And when we face our founding fathers in the afterlife, and they ask us, what sacrifice did you make for your country? We better have a damn good answer for them, and we will. This is a 1776 moment in our country. I don't say that lightly.
What does that mean?
So when you get to the pearly gates of heaven, you see St. Peter. You're also going to see John Hancock being like, what'd you do down there, Vivek?
Yeah.
John Jett just sitting there being like, what do you got for me?
No, I think you would get to the founding fathers and they'd be like, ugh, go away.
So that wasn't specifically what I was talking about. I did DM Bradley what I was talking about. He's just courting. I don't want to get too deep into meme stocks because now it's not the time. But there are different meme stock communities out there.
Okay, I'm done. Okay, do you want to take the next one?
And for some reason, one of them
Give me 1 second. YouTube is being
recently went bankrupt and had the IP bought out by Overstock. And for some reason.
Look, it's everyone's least favorite person.
You heard of Bluey? It's Australian.
Is it the dog
cartoon?
show?
Dog show.
I put it on with my dog when I leave.
The dog dad. I would.
Like the way
The
goblins
dog
get
dad,
drawn
he's
in porn.
funny,
They're all
he's
like
kind, he's
thick,
smart.
short
so
stacks.
I don't know if this is necessarily the case with this clip,
I just wanted to
but just
see
so
his
you guys
take on
know,
this dumbass thing.
a lot of the clips that you see from TikTok podcast, like you see it on TikTok and it's from a podcast, the podcast isn't real.
I'm so glad he's talking about this.
The thing is, well, most of them are in hell. I would agree to that. What we also need to understand is nobody had the concept of a government taking care of people, right? So this is why I say, when people stand up, say George Washington was the greatest president, I respond with George Washington was a fucking coward, right? George Washington was all he felt the guilt of having slaves. He knew it was morally wrong and did it anyway because he went bankrupt twice in his life and he was terrified that he wouldn't be able to live to old age and have money to retire on. So he killed and enslaved black people for his pension, right?
Yep.
Now we
Hot
have
take. There are no
retirement.
good presidents until post-slavery, and even then, there are no good presidents.
Lincoln's cool.
No.
Lincoln's a commie. But like that said, there's certain people of the founders who are better than others. There was people who went into the founding of America who argued against slavery, right? So there are people in there. The thing is, at the end of the day, they made caucus and coalition with slavers. Slavery ended up being something that they could compromise on. It wasn't some, speech. Oh, no. We're definitely putting speech in there. Slaves,
But
we
slavery,
can debate that.
Yeah.
So
scum. But yeah, I'm so glad that he brought this up. That these TikTok podcast clips, they're not real. They're sets. They're written scripts. They're bits. A lot of them are bits, and it's
The
scummy
conversations that you see are scripted. They're formatted to look like a podcast to make them look more out of pocket and authentic. In reality, this might as well be a skit. I don't know if that's the case with this specific bit, but I suspect that it might be.
I have never, he's a dog, and I have never been more attracted to anybody in my life.
Really?
And it is a cartoon dog.
Bandit?
Oh, he's such a good dad.
He looks like a dog version of Phil Dunphy.
I masturbated.
Contributing to, hold on. See, she's pointing up, it seems, even though nothing in the studio would give her an indication.
there's a screen. She's pointing at a screen. She's sitting on a couch and she's pointing at the screen.
That there's a reason to point up at that moment, but that's when the clip, the
No, it's because they put it on. Actually, StreamYard actually allows us to just do this. Let's see if you can change it mid-cast. You could not. But yeah, we can just stream literally in portrait mode so it would look just like this.
the picture was inserted. Also, the two people who are being filmed are extremely attractive women, one of whom is prodigiously endowed and showing off cleavage, whereas the men who are talking are just doing so like structuring, you know?
Yeah, they're the crew.
Also, weirdly unprofessional looking background. Yeah, literally just like what is this? Like a light blue fake cloud painting, you know?
It's called
yeah, this
Out
is
of
a
Bed.
fake podcast clip. I'm pretty sure. I'm not even going to look to check to see if it is. I'm not even going to look up Out of Bed podcast, you know? I'm just going to assume
More attracted
that
to
I'm right.
anybody in my life. And it is a cartoon dog.
Vosh's thesis is incorrect. This podcast is sadly real. Is it really? Okay, now I will look. With full episodes. Are you sure? Because, oh, wait, Out of Bed with Mia Malkova? Oh. Recognize the name, not the face. And Gabby Epstein.
Uh-oh.
Well.
Epstein.
Hi, I'm Mia Malkova.
It's
and
a
I'm
porn
here with
stars
Gabby Epstein.
podcast. That's fucking
And we
hysterical.
started a podcast, Out of Bed. Do you like?
This is from only 2 months ago. And
no wonder this is the content.
You know
that
what?
they talk
Honestly,
about.
who
It's a
cares? Get
fucking
that bag.
porn
Whatever.
stars
Just skipping over that.
podcast.
What am I supposed to? Sure.
Hi.
Oh God, thank God you're hot. Have you ever cheated on a boyfriend?
No.
True.
I cheated on my
That's the
husband.
fake lie detector guy.
I'm not gonna.
That guy is fake.
I don't want to come across misandrist here or anything, but
I don't know who Mia Malkova is. If they don't have a penis, I don't care.
really gotta. Vosh, why'd you think it was fake? Because it happens all the time. I still think this is kind of fake.
Like the
I don't
way
know.
like goblins get drawn in.
They
porn.
only
They're
have
all, like,
9
thick,
episodes
short
out.
stacks.
I don't like anything that's like too pre-rehearsed. It makes me uncomfortable. So
I feel like I'm robbing the cradle.
For me, like, yeah, it feels a little creepy, but also below a certain age, I feel like I just do not get along with people as well. Like,
True.
not really like we don't like each other, but just don't relate to the same things at all.
This is Young Gravy. He fucks grandmas. I know who he is.
I understand that as well.
He's got a
Like
penis,
I
though.
can't hang out with.
Okay. I don't care about this anymore.
Oh.
Time to be educational while Jack's gone.
This week, Xi Jinping embarks on his first European tour in 5 years, visiting France, Serbia, and Hungary. Unsurprisingly, his trip and his choice of hosts has become a source of contention, with the CCP and its European sympathizers claiming that Xi is just trying to repair EU-China relations following months of escalating trade tensions.
That is true.
While more skeptical commentators claim that Xi aims to divide the continent further.
Why not both? Why not both, guys? Thread the needle.
And exploit intra-European fractures.
Yes.
So we thought that...
Of course. Yes. And guess what? It doesn't matter if they fracture them as long as they're still making the money off of them by fucking...
Now will be a good time to take a look at how European attitudes towards China differ by looking at a couple of the most pro and anti-China countries.
This is the good part about it, is that he's going to use an index where it's an actual like analyst and professional who did these scores and just tell you what they are.
In Europe, as well as where the two main European heavyweights, France and Germany, fall on this spectrum. Subscribing and reviews. Let's start with the most pro-China countries in Europe. Hungary and Serbia, two of the three countries that Xi is visiting this week. Now, Vučić and Orban like China for two reasons. Firstly, unlike the EU...
Reason number one, they're Vučić and Orban.
Which insists on members upholding rule of law to receive funds, the CCP doesn't impose any conditions on investment, thanks to China's stated policy of non-interventionism. Now, this simultaneously allows Vučić and Orban to receive copious amounts of investment and legitimizes their illiberal policies. And perhaps as a result, the Hungarian public is one of the most pro-China in Europe. And Hungary actually became the first EU member state to join China's Belt and Road Initiative back in 2015, which includes the development of a high-speed railway that connects Belgrade and Budapest. And only a few months ago, BYD, China's biggest electric vehicle company, announced its intention to build its first European factory in Hungary.
I'm sure
Similarly, Serbia received nearly...
I'm sure that's going to work out great for you. Orban.
20 billion euros in investment from Chinese companies in 2021 alone. And China...
Let's not forget that Trump has been having secret meetings with all these people as well, like right before Xi came. But it's Beijing Biden, that's for sure.
These state-owned banks have provided billions more in infrastructure.
No, look, they're still in a. It doesn't matter if you're a union. It really doesn't matter. Like the United States is a bunch of small countries, but because they're a union, it doesn't matter. And we will increasingly see more of that, where you already see it now in a lot of indexes, right? They'll basically have the EU instead of the individual economies listed there, and because of that, like, we're gonna move more to a transition where it's almost recognized in the way that a federal United States is. I don't know. What is the EU? What is the actual, like, is it a republic? Is it just a, like, what is the union? Is it federations?
Loans. In fact, the Balkans in general have received a lot of investment from Beijing and are sometimes framed as the front door into Europe from the east. It's not just the money, though. Both Orban and Vučić opportunistically play off their relationship with China against the EU.
Because nobody else will give us money because we're war criminals. We have to go to China. The end.
EU, by foregrounding China.
Okay. With a central authority. Okay. Federal? Is it a federal? Okay.
As a viable alternative. For example, with Serbia's EU accession talks stalled.
Big mistake, by the way. They should be a confederacy.
Last October, Vučić and Xi signed a free trade agreement. Here, Vučić explicitly argued that Serbia needed to ensure its economic survival and consider its future before becoming an EU member. Serbia also received an invitation to the next BRICS summit, and there's some speculation that Xi's visit this week may include a formal invitation
I'm sure that will work out well for you.
to join BRICS. Both Serbia and Hungary also support China when it comes to the One China policy, i.e. Taiwan. Now, Hungary's motivation here is apparently economic. In 2022, days after Hungary's foreign minister declared its support for the One China policy, the Chinese battery maker CATL announced that it will be building a 7.3 billion euro battery plant in the Hungarian city of Debrecen, the largest industrial investment in Hungary's history. Vucic on the other hand, apparently sees parallels between Taiwan and Kosovo, as
I mean, it always starts out as trade agreements. Trade federations is why they form federations. I mean, that's why the term union is used in labor as well. It's all one body of politic, and getting like it's important not to lose the illusion that like politics is like everything, like that like your workers union is no different than an American union. It is just like a coalition of people who represent certain interests.
as illegitimate breakaway states that have unilaterally moved towards independence with the encouragement.
Actually, it was Palpatine, the Philistine guy.
Of the West. So in the same way that Vucic thinks that Serbia should be able to reclaim Kosovo, he thinks that China should also be able to reclaim Taiwan. Anyway, let's move on to the two most anti-China countries in Europe. As we see it, two plausible candidates are Lithuania and the UK. Now, Lithuania is an interesting one.
UK isn't Europe. Get yourself off that list. Get the fuck out.
In the 2010s, Lithuania and many other Central and Eastern European countries were actually pretty pro-China
not European.
and very keen on Chinese investment, which was in turn facilitated by China's 17+1 initiative. However, the mood soured during the pandemic, both because Europe was generally becoming more China skeptic, but also because of China's hyper-bellicose wolf warrior diplomacy. And Lithuania ended up on the receiving end of a lot of this in 2022, when it pulled out of the 17+1 initiative and then invited Taiwan to set up an office in Vilnius under the name of Taiwan. For context, to avoid violating Beijing's One China principle, most governments require Taiwanese entities to operate under the name Chinese Taipei. Now, this didn't...
Who do you think is bigger crybabies? The Chinese or the Israelis?
amount to Lithuania recognizing...
By that, I mean the governments right now, obviously.
Taiwan as a state, but it nonetheless annoyed China, who responded by recalling their ambassador to Lithuania and ordering Lithuania's ambassador to leave Beijing. And when Lithuania refused to back down, China upped the pressure, banning export permits for Lithuanian producers and warning French and German firms that they wouldn't accept imports with Lithuanian components. China's foreign ministry then accused Lithuania of anti-Semitism and children's rights abuses.
Wow. They really are. They really are bigger whiners than Israel. They even found a way to work in that they're anti-Semitic because one time the Holocaust happened by the Nazis. And then one of the territories was in Lithuania. Oh my god. Here's China loving Israel as well. Like the commies can't cope with that.
And the state-run global
China and Vietnam love Israel.
Times penned an editorial describing Lithuania as just a mouse or even a flea under the feet of a fighting elephant.
Okay, that sounds like Hitler talk right there.
Unsurprisingly, Lithuania has probably been the EU's most vocal China critic since. And last year, Lithuania was basically the only European country calling for a total economic decoupling with China instead of so-called de-risking. Now, it's worth noting that the Baltics are generally pretty anti-China these days.
Yeah, like China is a huge backer of Israel. Huge. You know, like that's why when people are like the commies have been like, you know, like, oh, they try to like people who are like also free, like free Uyghur and free Palestine, they want to like exile them from the Palestine movement, being like, these, like, what do they have to do with each other? It's not even a genocide. And it's like, they're literally directly linked. Like they're helping each other. They're complacent in each other's genocides, you fucking idiots. Israel's kind of pissed because October 7th their tech didn't work. That's so great.
Days. But that's probably because they sense that China is tacitly supporting Russia's campaign.
Look, Mao is still taller than Stalin.
In Ukraine, which they obviously don't like. When it comes to the UK, we've done a whole video on this over on our UK channel, which is
so fucking funny.
But the TLDR is that the UK has gone from being one of the most pro-China countries in Europe in the 2010s to one of the most anti-China today. Now, there are a whole variety of reasons for this, but one of the biggest reasons is China's crackdown in Hong Kong. For obvious historical reasons, this had more of an effect on China's image in the UK than it did in the rest of Europe, and turned then Prime Minister.
Yeah, I always forget that Hong Kong is like used to be UK, so they still have like imperial ties to it. So it's like, hey, you're brutalizing our former subjects.
Boris Johnson, who previously described himself as fervently Sinophile, into one of the most
Wow, that's the nicest I've seen his hair.
Anti-China politicians in Europe. And the UK was even the only big European country to boycott the Beijing Winter Olympics. Finally, let's talk about France and Germany. France and Germany are probably both more pro-China than the European median, but for very different reasons. Now, Macron thinks that Europe needs to maintain good relations with China for geopolitical reasons.
Correct.
Namely, to maintain distance with the US and avoid getting dragged into the escalating US-China.
Correct. And this is something that we've always seen from France. I mean, this is like de Gaulle withdrawing from NATO because he didn't want to fall under NATO command. You know, this is classic French, you know, style of politics. You know, like they'll play all sides so they always come out on top is really what their theory is now. Like they sided with Britain hard when it came to the Nazis, and they're like, hey, we should have made deals with the Nazis, we fucked up there, and now they're doing that.
Cold War. Scholz, on the other hand, wants to maintain good relations with China for economic reasons. German companies, especially German car companies, have developed deep commercial interests in China.
I bet.
And a full-on decoupling would seriously exacerbate Germany's already serious...
Germany is like such a cock to dictators. Like they depend on Russian gas, Chinese manufacturing.
Economic woes. And this divide has been fundamentally bad news for European cohesion. Many European countries are irritated by both Macron's apparent affability towards Xi and by Scholz's resistance to any substantial de-risking. But on top of that, France and Germany themselves are constantly bickering over the EU's China policy. The most recent point of tension is over protectionism. That's because Macron wants to spend European money protecting industries from cheap Chinese alternatives, especially electric vehicles. Scholz resists this, though.
Smart. You know, there's something practical. We don't want those shitty EVs, he says.
In part because he's worried that this could be the start of a slippery slope towards a full-on EU-China trade.
Yeah, and then the Wookiees will get invaded.
War, which will be bad news for a number of big German companies. Anyway, the point we're trying to...
You know, like... It scared the fuck out of me. You know, like the German companies, you know, like Mercedes-Benz and Hugo Boss. The Nazi ones.
To make here is that even if Xi is trying to divide and conquer Europe with his trip, the best way for Europe to safeguard against this would be just better cohesion in the first place. There's definitely going to be new developments with this story, though, so keep an eye out for future changes. Actually, the best way to stay on top of the news is with Nebula News. If you haven't heard,
follow us right here, us. You know, everyone here has to admit they're more informed than they've ever been since our program started. Now I'm gonna go refill.
Oh, here
my
we
wallet.
go. This was what Vice got. So I'm sure you're familiar
You
with
sent
them,
me
one of
this to
the
play while you
leaders,
were gone, and I said, "No way, no
What?
way can I start this while you're not here." You know, like there is too many good things on the screen. You know,
Okay,
like
I will wait until you
do you
get
know
back
do
to
you know
play
who
this
this
one.
guy is? Who Abby's
No.
debating? Oh my god.
Let me adjust screen here because it'll be funny. Hold on. Pending. 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 Nice.
in this media
Yeah.
entities. So here we go. Here's what he had to say.
What Abby Martin said. Well, you know, this is Abby's desperate attempt to discredit me. I'm a man on the
It's like-
field. I fought against Hamas.
Oh, you added us in like we're on the side. So like, there's also the other side where there's a guy saying that Abby's career is over. Like, you know, so I figure
Okay.
we'll look at these dipshits and then that one, right?
Yep. I
Okay.
am fine with that. I'm just going to make us a little bit bigger.
But before we start this, I think, hang on, we need to throw this. I need to get a shorter link real quick. See if there's a way to get a shorter link from this. Share, copy link. There we go. I'm gonna put that in there now.
Oh my god. I thought this was the Vanguard. I just realized what I clicked on.
No. So much worse, bro.
Oh, good lord. Oh my god. Oh. Cool. Great.
As part of intelligence,
Hang on. I gotta take care of minor business quick. It's not even business. It's not even business. Okay. We already have their episode, the long form episode. The short form is done, so we'll have the episode out with them soon. But you know, Sandra just came on outpatient for cancer, right? So we have her GoFundMe link in our profile, but also like if you all know Anarch, right? The YouTuber, if you just go to his Twitter, you can also find it through there pretty easily if you like don't want to physically type in the link that's going across the bottom and stuff. So we just wanted to, you know, reach out and ask for people to donate to this if they can. All right. Now, time for fascism and silly things.
Against savage group that were targeting civilians in suicide bombing attacks, waves of suicide bombing attacks that they killed people indiscriminately. So Abby today want me for some reason to apologize for saving human lives.
Let's back in with
because
them.
my truth challenges her convenient truth. Abby does not have the authority. She's just a self-appointed low-grade journalist. How can you be a journalist and you call this a genocide, ethnic cleansing? And she just keep repeating ethnic cleansing, genocide, colonialism, etc. None of it is real, including Palestine. It's only in your head. None of it is existential.
I love this guy.
Was never
This
born.
guy is
How can
like
you free it?
a character.
He
A literal
literally is.
character.
How is this guy real?
It was never there. It's just a colonial entity.
Yeah.
And some people choose to make it into a national identity. And this parrot
Jack
has been
doesn't-
just
Jack
repeating
doesn't
Hamas
know this guy's
propaganda.
history.
Marwan Barghouti that she's talking about him, she never met him. I knew Marwan before he got to power. He's a criminal. He killed 5 people. He has blood on his hands. He cheated on his wife. He has a secret son that he never revealed it to the public.
The IRG
see Abby?
Hang on. The IRG Sill and pedophile Richard. You got to give him his full title, his full honorary title.
That I know personally. She's been there only for a visit, and maybe she had some falafel sandwich, you know, and she really was blown away of the Palestinian experience.
What about
There
this
is no such a
sandwich?
thing as Palestine. It's about time to retire, find a different job. You're not a journalist. You don't qualify even to be a mother.
Okay,
Oh my
so
God, bro.
Richard, so this gentleman is Shinbet. He has lived in the United States, I believe, for the last 20 plus
damn.
years. He claims to be very connected to Hamas. So your reaction to this, especially given I know we spoke a little bit over voice chat about Piers Morgan, so we can kind of lump this
claims to
into
be
kind of the
very
role he plays as
to
well,
Hamas.
given also your
Guys. Guys. He's the son of one of the founders. Come on. Don't downplay it. Okay?
Wait. Oh, it's that guy. Okay. This is going to be hilarious.
relationship to London and the media there. So I'll just get to you.
Yeah, I mean, you know, let me put it this way. Okay, let's say Palestine doesn't exist. Fine. What are these people from Europe
Well, it's
doing
not a
there,
white one,
killing
so-
people and stealing their houses? I mean,
In
actually,
inverted
this
colours,
is.
he's
I argue like this. I mean, I'll put it to you that it's true. All of these lines that you see on the map, yes, they were drawn by Britain and they were drawn by France during Sykes-Picot. Okay, so let's erase them. I'm more than happy to. And you have what you have left. You have Syria and then you have Egypt. Okay, great. Everybody gets along fine. Now you can't go into someone else's country and then make a new country. Like, you know, would Germany accept, for example, if Syrian refugees would create their own country inside Germany? No, of course not. So why are Jewish refugees from Europe coming into Syria and making up their own country?
Whoa. Hang
Into
on.
Syria?
Hang on.
What?
Okay, hang on. So he's saying displaced Syrians shouldn't make their country in Germany. So why does that mean displaced Jews make their country in Palestine? Okay. Well, you know, since the foundation of the UN and the nation state, Richie, things have changed.
Yeah.
Let's not forget America exists, dummy. How did America happen, dummy? Hey, stupid. You know, some of those people weren't refugees, bro. You know what I'm saying?
There were no borders. These artificial borders drawn by Britain and France, including Palestine, because what they did is they carved Syria up into pieces. Like Lebanon will be the Christian Arab piece, and then Israel will be the Jewish, settler colony. That's Balfour Declaration, which is a year after. And then we'll have, we'll just give a piece of Iraq, like Mosul. A piece of Syria, we'll give it to Iraq, and then a piece of Syria, we'll give it to Turkey, like Antioch. And we'll just carve up weird shapes on a map.
Hang on. If they were under the Ottoman Empire before, how could a piece of Syria be carved off and given to Turkey? What about Kurdistan?
What's Kurdistan? That doesn't have borders. It doesn't exist.
Yeah, I know.
Richie Medhurst only recognizes borders. If border no exists, state can't exist, people don't exist. Therefore, genocide not happen.
Richie Medhurst once tried to argue it's okay. 16 is the age of consent in Britain. He didn't, but you know, I can imagine that happened. Allegedly,
It's not
I have
based
no
in reality.
evidence.
So again, I don't. I'm happy to talk about these how fake European drawn borders are.
Do a rap.
It doesn't change what's happening on the ground. And fine if he wants to, he doesn't want to call it a genocide. You can call it whatever he wants. He can call it table tennis. It's still wrong, right? It's still wrong to kill people and starve them. So again,
unless
there are no arguments here, and it's just ridiculous.
And the Uyghurs.
I'm also kind of I don't necessarily want to call it a genocide, because that's you get people like this who start getting
It's so what the fuck is with their mics? Jesus.
I think it's more Richie because he wants to. I don't know. They have earpods, so it should be fine. Anyway, I never can get over his fucking fake chamois accent. It's so obvious. Like, if you've heard enough Syrians talk, like, shut the fuck up, bro. You're British.
Rule this is genocide. Oh, how dare you accuse the Jewish people of perpetrating a genocide? How dare you this and that? Go to hell. What you're doing is wrong. I don't care what you call it. That's my
yeah. I mean, this is coming in the midst of and I'll just play because it's very very brief, just to give a brief rundown so you don't have to. This is what Abby Martin, what she had to say. This is what he got so mad at, because this is coming as Rafah. Rafah's being in. I mean, Rafah is under assault now. This a very small portion where Palestinians have been completely trapped after being railroaded. I mean, killed, bombed, genocide, and then railroaded and displaced into basically the last vestige of land that exists on the Gaza Strip. But this is all Abby Martin had to say. This is what got him so mad. Let's take a look.
See Israel.
Like, think about it. When we talk about the Uyghurs, all we say is the Uyghurs or Uyghur genocide.
Yeah.
And like sometimes I'll mock and be like, but one time they stabbed people, you know? Every now and then I'll throw in like the context jokes and stuff.
Yeah. But it's because I feel like people who don't have a narrative to sell will just give you the information as it sits.
Well, also, like, if I said something and somebody, like, I mean, it's already happened, where they say, how is it a genocide? The one guy I argued in the chat with, like, I don't know who it was, but they were trying to say, oh, so you admit that you just call people fascist because you don't like them. No, it's a coincidence that people I don't like are also fascist.
Yeah, coincidence, sure. You could say coincidence.
Look, I'm sure there might be one out there that like I can tolerate. Like I've tolerated some very bad people.
Yeah.
I mean, ISIS technically, I mean, they're technically fascist, but not really the type of guys I'm talking about. And they were already in shackles. Or it was on the internet.
War crimes in modern history appears, and as we're seeing the invasion now of Rafah cutting off the last vestige of escape for Palestinians, the last vestige of aid delivery, 1.3 million Palestinians, including 600,000 children. With
Why does he need to like
go.
put his head
This is
down
what
to look
Palestinians
more
were told.
evil?
Safe corridor. That is why they all fled to Rafah. Rafah has been bombarded for the last several weeks, killing dozens of people every day. So I think at this point, 6 months into a genocide, to be deliberating whether or not Israel should continue with this onslaught, this military operation that will result in mass slaughter to continue their ethnic cleansing of Gaza is frankly absurd, patently so.
The Kubrick's there. Yeah. Yeah. I love that he's like got the peaceful meadow behind him and shit too. What, are you fucking about to fucking go on a quest to find Schmeagol? They said that the next fucking Lord of the Rings movie is gonna be The Hunt for Gollum. And fucking Gravity's Rainbow posted it with a quote tweet, and it's the end of Zero Dark 30 when they're going, Khalid, you know, and then Khalid pokes his head out and they shoot him, but it just says Gollum at the bottom instead.
And do just in the last several weeks, Piers. Evidence of summary executions of doctors, evidence of mass graves, hundreds of bodies bound.
Honestly, think about that. Think about how smart that is, though. Like calling out somebody's name in the dark.
In the raid? Yeah.
No. Yeah. I think I said in the rain. But yes, in the raid. Yeah.
It is very clever, yeah.
It's not like they have night vision on. Like
yeah, exactly.
Women and children bound. Evidence, according to the UN, of Palestinians buried alive, using drones to lure out Palestinians with sounds of crying children so they could be shot and killed. I mean,
so we don't have to go on because, Richard, I know you've covered all of these gruesome details, but could you talk about what exactly is happening in Rafah right now, where people like Piers Morgan and Mossab, whatever his name is supposed to be, these guys, they don't look at the facts, and they also don't look at why this is happening. So what's happening and why is this happening?
Yeah, honestly, I don't care what Piers Morgan does with his, with his free time or work time. I mean, honestly, this is like, it's like trying to explain nuclear physics to someone who does witch trials.
Or the Age of Consent to Richie Medhurst.
What is the point? Like, what do we get out of trying to debate something that is indebatable, that you don't, that is inviolable. You can't come on and start like begging someone to.
Oh, here we go. This was what Vice got.
You hear the
so
roller coaster of the accent coming on and coming off. It's so funny.
You know what I just did?
What? Started it over?
I did.
An American Zionist government. I mean,
have we heard this?
Nasser will be rolling in his grave right now.
Oh, bro, he referenced Nasser.
Cleansing of Gaza is frank. Come on and start like begging someone to understand why these things are wrong when they themselves this is, I don't want to say more significant than Palestinians being killed, because this comes first and foremost, so nothing is going to ever be more important than that. But I want to say, in addition to what's happening to Palestinians, this is a violation of the Camp David Accords. So
no, I don't think that doesn't sound familiar at all.
Let him cook.
The 1978-1979 peace treaty between
Even
Egypt and
Richie
Israel,
has a chance.
which is a piece of crap that was just orchestrated by the United States so that they could normalize ties between a very important Arab country and their colony. It says very clearly that you can't.
You can't literally say that. It was just to normalize shit. Yeah, no shit. Yes, they wanted to normalize shit with one of their trade partners and Israel, right? Because at the time, unlike now, Egypt was trying to actually wipe Israel out. Let's not forget that Sadat went from quoting Hitler to being world's greatest peacemaker. Give him a Nobel Prize. He won't be Abiy Ahmed.
You have lines in wartime after ceasefire where you don't cross. They're demilitarized zones. So the Israelis are not allowed to send more than 4,000 troops into this area, and especially not with these armaments. The Israelis basically rolling in.
Did. Now
they
what?
have destroyed all of the aid trucks in Rafah.
You're not
and there's
allowed.
satellite photo evidence
You're
of that
not
that I looked
allowed
at
to
myself.
do that.
So these are hundreds of aid trucks that have been, backed up for weeks, gone. They have emptied the Rafah crossing of the aid trucks as well.
Working on the rockets.
They have then also
Israelis or the
gone
Americans?
and taken down the Palestinian flag and raised the Israeli flag. So, if anyone had any doubt as to what their intentions are, be they anything other than colonialism, well, now you know it's colonialism. It's right there. They want to annex it like all of the other land that they've invaded. And so, on top of that, the Israelis are violating not just the ceasefire deal, which they kept complaining Hamas won't agree to. Hamas did, and so now that's out the window. But they're not only violating that, they're also violating the peace treaty between Egypt. And of course, Egypt doesn't say or do anything because it's controlled by an American Zionist government. I mean,
Bro, that's the best insult you can have for that guy is say he's an American Zionist, bro.
So, this is...
He's a fucking
it's very upsetting.
pussy. Call him a pussy.
Because I want the Arab countries to do more. They should be doing more, but they're not able to do more. I mean, it's very difficult to protest in Arab countries without getting severely punished. And ironically, by who? By the United States, because they control the police and the intelligence agencies in these countries, and they make sure. You remember that racist State Department guy who was going up to some vendor and saying, "I'm going to get my friends."
Stuart Seldowitz. Yes,
that's not a joke. It's not a joke. Like, I mean, first of all, it's not a joke because he's actually sick like that. But second of all, they actually do control these agencies. So you have no hope. And that's a very, very problematic thing. So Palestinians
did
being
America
killed,
make Assad kill protesters with helicopter gunships?
Their sovereignty is not being respected. The Egyptians, their sovereignty is also not being respected.
Assad bomb that funeral?
They have no say in the matter.
Who bombs
the Americans
funeral? What are you, Israel?
Control them with food, and the Ethiopia, which has a large Jewish population, and therefore the Israelis control it through that, which is they've done to Arab countries as well, is they infiltrate the Jewish community and abuse and use it. And so
Israel controls Ethiopia? Bro, you were cooking so well with so many points. Remember when I said, let's give Richie a chance. Anyone can make good points on Palestine. Bro, what the fuck are you talking about? They control Ethiopia because Ethiopia has Jews, is literally what he said. Any country with Jews, Israel controls. But I thought America... So Israel controls America, so then Israel controls the Arab countries. I get it. Totally not the protocols of Elder Zion that he's referencing right now.
Control Egypt through the flow of water with the dams they have built, which also upset Sudan. So,
oh my God, bro!
Aid.
Bro! No way. No way. I swear to God. We got rid of it. We got rid of it, really?
They referenced the protocols of Elder Zion. I mean, I wrote that book. That's a great book.
Convinced me to get rid of, blow up that dam, and boom, look what happened. It's referenced, and it's not here.
Amazing. The one time.
I told it's like getting rid of the Jared Kushner shit. It's just gonna come up.
There needs to be more slots. There's not enough. Or we have to be strict. I don't know. They're all so good. That's the problem.
That's why I'm saying every time we use one, we should move it up.
Okay. Yeah, that's actually not a bad idea. Just move it up to wherever. Nowhere specific.
No, just move it up
up.
one place, you know?
Yeah.
See? I just used
You know, they've got the Egyptians by the balls, and they can't do anything, and they won't do
They
anything. And
reference
so,
the protocols of Elder
this is
Zion. I
very,
mean, I
very,
wrote that book.
Clear indication
That's a
That
great
might
book.
happen a little bit.
that when the United States and Israel come
Or just turn the volume down while you're doing it.
to you and talk about diplomacy, there is
Turn the volume of the sound bites down so it doesn't play when you're moving it. So it doesn't matter if you
No,
click
no,
it.
I purposely clicked that one.
so diplomacy with these people. They only understand force. They only understand the use of force. And I actually hate to say that. I really don't. I really wish they weren't like that. I don't like this, but
they understand money too.
My conclusion, you know, as a journalist, as an analyst, is that they don't understand or care for diplomacy. They only appreciate force, and this is a very bad thing because then you lead the world into a violent place.
Okay,
No one
let's
wants
go to
use
the
force.
next person.
Palestinians
I'm done
want to have
with
their
this.
families killed and then go.
Annoying. He literally referenced Nasser rolling in his grave. Like that's a good call. Like that is a good, like, to show you know about geopolitics. That is a good name. Just like how I, instead of Nasser, I bring up the real gangster of that era, and it's Sadat. Like fuck Nasser. With all due respect, sir.
You have no idea what you're talking about. It's just so embarrassing. At least have some humility.
Alrighty.
Marjorie Taylor Greene, despite not having the votes, brought up a motion to vacate Speaker Johnson because he passed through
the other side of the argument. There's literally a guy who said ended Abby's career.
Isn't it wonderful that this is?
Wait, you want it? What? You said move on.
No. I wanted to move on to this video. That's the other side.
Oh, here we
Hang on,
go.
I'm sending
This
it
was
to
what
you.
Vice got.
What are you talking about?
I'm sending you the video. Come on.
So you want me to play a video you haven't sent me yet?
No. It's on the playlist. I referenced it, and you said that. Yeah, we'll do that one next. But you must have been misunderstanding what I was saying, which is fine.
There is no such a thing as Palestine.
The caption is called "Son of Hamas ends Palestine Karen" on Piers Morgan, and it's like ends her career in the thumbnail. Okay, bro, I can't wait to see this cope. I like. There's no way they could beat that shit that we just witnessed, right?
I didn't even realize it was the same video. It was it was further down. That is fine.
You don't qualify even to be a mother.
Son of Hamas is edited again,
Is
ladies and
this
gentlemen.
them?
On Piers Morgan.
Where
This is
are
what
they?
I
Who
really.
said this? Where did we see them?
I don't know.
I have them blocked because they're fucking Nazis.
I don't know why that's coming up.
I don't know. Maybe these guys are associated with it.
No idea.
am enthusiastic about when I see videos like this, because I think that we need more people who are qualified with common sense and that are authentic to tell the story of how this whole Israeli conflict is Hamas's fault. Listen, man, nobody would be messing with y'all if y'all had flew over somebody's country and beheaded people. It's really that simple. Hey guys, I want to tell you about this shirt. And as people have seen me wear it, I told you I was going to tell you about the shirt in another video. I explained.
Damn,
it,
bro,
but
that's got to be like the gayest shit I've ever heard ever.
Ladies, I want you to see this video on Piers Morgan. I really want to interview this guy who's the son of Hamas. I never remember his real name, but I really want to interview him and have a conversation with him, because I think it's a lot of insight from this gentleman that the public really don't have. And also,
it was on screen. Somebody used it as a source.
People who are acting in poor faith.
Was it the last video or this guy who used it as a source?
Wait, who did what? Okay, I need to figure this out.
And this poor woman, I don't want to say she's poor. She probably should have came informed and educated, but she gonna get towed up from the floor up.
Well, you know, this is Abi's desperate attempt to discredit me. I'm a man of the field. I fought against Hamas as part of legitimate intelligence organization, against savage group that were targeting civilians in suicide bombing attacks, waves of suicide bombing attacks that they killed people indiscriminately. So Abi today want me for some reason to apologize for saving human life, because my truth challenges her convenient truth. Abi does not have the authority. She's just a self-appointed low-grade journalist. How can you be a
Meanwhile,
journalist?
I'm a spy. That's why I'm a better source. Ethnic
cleansing, genocide, colonialism, etc. None of it is real, including Palestine. It's all in your head. None of it is existential. Palestine was never born. How can you free it? It was never there. It's just a colonial entity, and some people choose to make it into a national identity. And this parrot has been just repeating Hamas propaganda. Marwan Barghouti that she's talking about him, she never met him. I knew Marwan before he got to power. He's a criminal. He killed 5 people. He has blood on his hands. He cheated on his wife. He has a secret son that he never revealed it to the public. Of course, I can't.
You see her face though. She getting toe up on this interview. This is what it looks like when you are parroting talking points and you don't have an original thought. You say things that you think people want to hear you
she's
say.
where the narratives come from. What are you talking about? She is the source.
You could not even contend with Abby's greatness.
She is the best. You are you're 3 million followers inferior to Abby's achievements. She is the best.
And you always get an attaboy, a pat on the back from people who are disingenuous, who will not challenge you, and especially won't challenge you because you're a woman. And you go through life just lingering on with no facts and reality.
Let's just
a pat on the back from people who are disingenuous, who will not challenge you, and especially won't challenge you because you're a woman. And you go through life just lingering on with no facts.
Your mistake is that you want to interview the son of Hamas, who is like awful to interview. Okay. Oh my God.
Yeah.
No. If I was assigned it, I would pass. I would resign. Like if it came down to it. No. Never. That's like, so there's a college basketball coach here who's notoriously a cunt. Like he sits down, puts the mic on, does the thing, leaves. You don't he does not give a fuck about you. He's a cunt.
Interesting.
Fine compared to what? Oh my God, no.
Yeah, but he'll sit down and do the interview properly, right?
No. He's just like in and out. He just doesn't give a fuck. He's assigned press because he has to press stuff.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I mean, look, if it's assigned press stuff, I sympathize. I get it.
I mean,
but,
he's
don't be mean to the journalist.
Coach.
Don't be an asshole to the journalists. It's their job. Yeah, they're corporate journos. Give them a break. They have a hard enough time.
He's just a hard ass. Anyway.
Yeah.
This guy should instead want to interview Abby.
Yes, that's exactly who he should want to interview.
In reality. And I love that this dude just be whooping these people on this show every single time I hear him talk. They are not educated on the topic.
But you are.
And it's apparent.
Criticize him, and I can criticize all the criminals that I know personally. She's been there only for a visit, and maybe she had some falafel sandwich, and she really was blown away of the Palestinian experience. There is no such a thing as sandwich. It's about time to retire, find a different job. You're not a journalist. You don't qualify even to be a mother.
Has correspondence inside Gaza, coordinated with Hamas. She knows Hamas way better than you do, bro. No. Some falafel is what he said. Okay. Some falafel sandwich.
No, he said falafel sandwich. He definitely said falafel sandwich.
Israel has no way of checking. But they seem to have a way of checking how many Hamas they're killing. Mossad.
Listen, it's Israel's responsibility to know the death of their own citizens. This is their responsibility. I think your question was absurd. This is why you put him on the spot. He was not prepared for it. But this is not going to change the reality on the ground. The reality on the ground, Hamas must go. The only side want Hamas to stay is the Iranian Ayatollah. And for some stupid reason, Karen in America wants Hamas to stay. But the Arab world, let me tell you something. Jordan, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, the majority of the Arab world. We are Arab. I am Arab. We are not Palestinians. We don't want Hamas. We don't want Islam. We want Islamists out.
God, the Israeli
it's as simple as that.
Right.
They have been killing Jewish and Arab children. This is not your game. This is not her game.
The worst.
Mm.
Like, if he's even actually related to the guy in Hamas.
It could be another fucking.
No, it really could. It really could. But like, God, one day, to be able to talk to Abby Martin and treat her like extremely serious, and compliment her on her disingenuous editing of that Gitmo interview because it came out so good.
And just see how she reacts. Just like serious questions with serious accusation.
I mean, like,
and like dead serious. Just be like, so we really enjoyed your deceptively edited video of the Gitmo prisoners there. That's how did you feel about doing that? Did that make you feel good? I think that would make someone leave.
No. I mean, I would just straight up tell her, like you know, like compared to like everyone of like that's in like your political spectrum, you know, people that you frequently like collab with, they don't hold a candle to you. And it's because she's it's because she's actually a journalist before she's like an agent.
Yeah, okay.
She has like these. She still
would
has.
She do the interview though? I feel like that's damaging.
If we had enough pop, yes.
I feel like it's damaging though.
She's done Joe Rogan and shit, you know, like
Joe Rogan.
She's on Piers Morgan, bro.
Joe Rogan. Piers Morgan isn't going to challenge her on defending Assad and shit like that.
Oh well, I don't think she's. I'm not sure what she's actually said specifically.
Whatever.
About Assad,
the point is, they're not going to challenge her on her propaganda bullshit. They'll just get some other idiot that's just as bad on the other side, who's actually just as bad. Sorry, arguably awful, to make her look better, giving more credence to her points.
Well,
right?
Honestly,
that's the real
if
genius.
I came in to do like an attack interview, I don't think
I'm
I'd
not
be
saying
very...
an attack interview.
No, I'm just saying. Listen, I'm just saying. I think she's too good to be slick with like that.
Okay.
Like, I would just want to be real with her and like talk about like, I respect what you do. And I know what you're doing.
But I feel like it's damaging though. You know
Why?
what I mean?
Why?
Because what if people actually listen and realize that she's like agreeing that yes, that's exactly what she's doing. That's damaging for her.
I don't think so.
I vehemently disagree. I think that's reputationally damaging for the market she's going for.
Basically, she can walk into any situation and come out on fine from it. You either hate her already going into it because she's like pro-Palestine. If you don't know anything about her and stuff, and you're just on the pro-Palestine side, right? Out of all the guys you hear, like, there's nothing to fix, bro. She's already the best. Like it doesn't come close. But like anyone who would hear it, who's on like the marginal pro-Palestine side, they would immediately be like, this person is awesome, you know? Like they'd immediately agree with her. I mean, even Hassan was like, Abby Martin, we're gonna look at her like breakdown of like the Palestine events. We covered it, you know.
I mean, sure. I just don't think that anybody who works in the line of work that she does,
Jenny Milk above her though.
Yes.
For interviews.
That has the product that she's selling. I don't think that anybody would do an interview like that and want that released. I just think it's way too reputationally damaging for the product, which at the end of the day is what she's selling. I don't think someone would do that.
She's been challenged on stuff.
It's not the same though. We're going to be talking about.
She just reiterates and stands her ground though. Yeah, I'm sure people haven't brought up the deceptively edited stuff and doing the VO cut in for the,
yeah, like that's the specific stuff that I'm talking about. Like,
yeah, sure.
It's not even a gotcha. It's just like talking plainly. It's talking shop, right? Basically, but it's doing it publicly. I don't think people are going to do that. Imagine if CNN and Fox News, people who work for CNN and Fox News, were just openly on the air talking like they would talk in the
I'd be like,
room.
this is how I specifically twisted this narrative.
Like just talking about, I can just picture the conversations they could have and the absolute psychopathy that would come out. It would just be
she knows how to like hedge to like how Hassan doesn't, right? So like she will always say something like what Russia is doing in Ukraine is wrong, but but that.
Yeah, and I fucking hate that. See, I do not let that pass. I'm like, but what? No.
But I think she actually does believe that what Russia is doing there is wrong. And she's kind of like, you know, she's there's some opinion mixed in with the spin.
Okay.
Like she obviously likes Palestine and wants Palestine to be free. But when she's doing her documentary on Gaza and putting the like, you know, Hamas apology and rhetoric in there.
Because I think Fudge is right here. I think she's just got so much charisma that she can just power through it.
I agree. That's my point. Is like I think that's why I think she'll be fine. She has nothing to worry about. Like
I would honestly,
all
I
I
would
do
love...
is serious interviews. I'm not fucking talking to ISIS guys and like trying to corner them and stuff.
Yeah, and I know. And I'm like, I would love to have just a candid talking shop interview with somebody like her. That would be... I don't think anything like that has been done on like the journalism side of things. It just doesn't happen. You know what I mean? That would be
like all like
very
dick sucking
interesting
stuff.
Yeah, it's all just it's just circle jerking. That's all it would be. It'd be like BuzzFeed and Vice having a podcast where they talk
Matt
shop.
Taibbi wants to go to talk about the Twitter files.
Yeah, it'd be that shit, but this is like real shit. It'd be like being a fly on the wall when like war journalists or
I mean, there's a reason why she's on here. Has like fucking Rihanna or Eugene been on Pierce to defend Palestine? You know, there's a reason why she's on here a lot.
Because she's the best.
I mean, there's other... I mean, she's the best as like a journalist perspective. There's been other pro-Palestine people that were really good, though, that Pierce has had on.
Yeah.
It's not about statistics. It's about doing the correct thing of removing Hamas from power. End of the story.
Let me interrupt.
I don't know why it's so clear to me. It's clear to me that you
could understand what he was saying.
Americanized European people who don't understand the conflict in the region. They are looking at it and saying,
"Oh my God, bro!
Innocent people got killed in an airstrike the
That's
other day."
Abby Martin. I thought he didn't have a hand for a second. I was like, "Bro, is this guy like a Gulf War survivor?" But it was just his hand cut off by the green screen end. But like, Abby Martin not understanding the region, bro.
Hilarious statement.
She has the IRGC on speed dial, my guy. You don't even know what that is. Like, shut the fuck up.
In the religious ramifications, you should ask yourself the question: if you think that what he's saying is wrong, why won't Egyptians let in Palestinian refugees?
Oh, I can answer that question.
Let in
Why don't you ask Abby that question?
I asked that question.
She'll answer it better than me.
I asked that question genuinely because I wasn't sure.
They recognize it as complacency and genocide.
Exactly. I was like, I don't know why I didn't think about it.
This scapegoat. What he's doing right here is. The Palestinians are bad and nobody wants them, not even Egypt. If Egypt cares, why don't they open the border?
Yes, that's exactly what it was. Where my question was out of genuine curiosity, because I'm like, well, why not help them? And it's like, oh, well, of course, they shouldn't be displaced in the first place. I didn't even think about it.
And it's like, so somebody, after we just watched the Queen of Jordan, who's the shit, right? I saw somebody on Facebook, Twitter, and they're like, talking shit about the true queen, and they're like, what has she done like for Palestinians? How many Palestinians has she saved? And I'm like, roughly 2 million in Jordan. Now shut the fuck up. Don't talk shit about the queen.
Refugees. Why can they not go to the AUE? I mean the UAE. Why are they not?
Yes,
Arab United.
Here we go. These people in the West just don't understand the region. Why can't they go to the WWE?
By and large, why are they not? Because every single person with common sense that understands the conflict in the region understands that these people are not right.
With what was that?
Totally out of our common sense.
Up another.
It's a reason why they elected Hamas.
Totally
now they have buyer's remorse.
Common sense.
There's a reason they got to this ideological point.
Sometimes
they believed in electing a terrorist group. They refused.
Shut the fuck up.
You have no idea what you're talking about. It's just so embarrassing. At least have some humility.
Again, like
whole elections.
Like so many positions, I do not agree with Abby on. She's the morally correct person in this frame right now.
Yes.
In the West Bank, because they're afraid that the people are gonna elect Hamas.
Elect Hamas.
And these people are trying to be thinking about war like you think about playing a football game. You have a referee and you have rules, and you have to in war that's being fought in Gaza, there are no rules. They are not following rules. They still have hostages, which is already against international law.
They still have hostages because
they broke
Israel is
international law,
flattening
unlimited
the
war
area.
crimes. International law broken in unlimited war crime.
Oh my!
The chair will advise that the rules do care.
They're leveraging hostages in a war. They are.
Wait, what?
Israel is flattening Gaza. That is why they have the fucking hostages still, you fucking moron.
They could negotiate to release them. Why don't they?
They're fighting a war in plain clothes. Not everybody that's fighting in the war in Gaza are wearing military equipment and notified, or they have garb and they have certain indicia.
The AK-47s are hidden in the pants of the children. Yes, you're 100% correct. Bomb refugee camps. Fuck you.
That notifies them as military personnel. They got random people with jeans and t-shirts fighting in the war. I just saw a video of it was a while ago, but it was a medic that took a gun from a terrorist to give to another terrorist. That dude is a medic. They're supposed to be impartial.
No,
they're not fighting.
I know exactly the video he's referencing. That's not what happened, actually. The medic. So first of all, it's not technically a medic. It is not a trained medical official, right? These are people who are running to somebody who had just been shot by a sniper under sniper fire, right? So
it's that video.
So they're dragging the guy, and the gun is there, and they hand the gun to somebody else, right?
Is it the RPG video?
No. That's in Lebanon. That's Hezbollah.
Okay.
This is like he's like dead on the street, blood everywhere, right? And they're like pulling him away, and you see the guy like grab the gun and like hand it off. It's like it doesn't seem anything out of the ordinary, right?
Right, and he's just blowing it up.
Are we supposed to leave guns on the street when there's 50% of the population is children, dude? Like,
yeah.
Why did they just leave the gun in the street? He's a medic. Shut up.
Fighting by the rules. They got bombs.
I mean, look, his name is Officer Tatum, so he's clearly an authority.
In military equipment and artillery and tunnels under schools and places of worship. And what are y'all talking about? And Israel's supposed to go over there and fight.
Oh my God.
A well-defined war.
When you say all Arabs agree with you, Mossad, actually,
this is amazing. Do you know who this guy is?
Who? This guy?
This guy.
On this.
So he says a black conservative, but his banner photo is "Make Men Men Again." So you know exactly what type of person he is.
Someone who likes men?
Yeah. Men. Officer.
Damn, bro, that's got to be like the gayest shit I've ever heard ever.
I wonder if he was a cop or not. Interesting.
They don't. That is the Saudi Foreign Ministry saying they want it to stop right now.
As we speak, the intelligence services of the Arab world, all of them in a joint operation room with Israel to rid of Hamas. I don't care about some politician trying to make a political statement. It's false. The reality on the ground, we don't want Hamas. We don't want Islamists. We don't want this anarchy, this revolution without a moral compass. We don't want to globalize it. We don't want to bring it to the United States. The game is over. Hamas is out, and their death warranty has been issued. It's a finished job. All right, we are going into Rafah, and we are going to eliminate every last one of them.
Let me bring in Abby. Abby, you've been listening to this. I mean,
and this is what she said that caused him to say what he said.
Years ago, who was marching side by side with Israeli peace activists denouncing Hamas killing civilians. So again, I mean, when we're looking at someone who's worked for Israeli intelligence, who spouts the same rhetoric as Israelis, who say
Hamas literally just cut off
is all Palestinians.
You know,
I mean, it's really hard
to the medic who got killed at the fence, who was denouncing Hamas. I think that's what he just cut off, what she was referencing.
Really
Yes.
interesting.
Debate someone on the fundamental reality and the principles of the facts of this conflict. Now, to your point, Piers, about what should they do about Hamas, I reject the premise of Israel's genocide. I'm not going to sit here and say, yes, Hamas is a terrorist organization and they need to be eradicated. Of course, that's not true. And I think that we can both agree.
What do you mean that's not
it's
true?
An impossible task. It's not true that something needs to be done about Hamas. I don't agree with
Why?
that framework and the parameters of that debate.
Why?
Because Israel's been committing ethnic cleansing and genocidal policies against the Palestinians for 70
But Hamas
plus years.
literally has a
as I
charter.
reiterated
Yeah, but Abby,
before,
hang on. Hamas literally
But hold
has
on,
a
Piers.
stated
He knows what the charter says,
of the
Piers.
elimination of Israel. That is the purest personification of a publicly stated policy
But
of
they
genocide
denounce
I can imagine.
anti-Semitism.
That's not true. Their revised charter says that they actually recognize the existence of the Israeli state among 1967 borders. That's the revised charter. And they actually make a political differentiation between Zionism and Judaism.
So
That's
when
the
their
actual
official
charter of
spokesman,
Hamas. So you keep pointing to a random spokesperson. Yeah.
Yeah, well, he's not random. He's the official spokesman for Hamas, and he said literally 2 weeks after October the 7th, we are going to do this again and again and again. That is an existential genocidal threat to the.
Okay, so he's a washed-up high school football player that became a cop and is now a conservative political commentator.
Epic.
That's sounds about right.
Well, it sounds like a lot of brain damage to me.
It sure does.
Just to everyone in Israel, clearly.
You people have like worms in your brain, honestly.
Look, I think that when you're comparing one guy and his statement to literally dozens of genocidal statements. Okay, but look at the official spokespeople of Israel, Piers, and look at the actual genocide they're committing. You cannot compare the two. It's a complete false equivalency. One guy is saying one thing, the other dozens of Israeli ministers and cabinet officials and
you
public
get a lot
media
of them. I love
personas
dogs.
on
You love
TV are
dogs.
saying one thing and actually doing it on the
You
ground.
would allow
We're
Hamas to
actually
stay in power?
on the ground. It's not up to me, Piers. Hamas is
What's your
representative
opinion?
of a large.
You've been expressing many
Okay, but here's the
opinions.
thing.
What's your opinion?
Marwan Barghouti is the most popular unifying figure in Palestinian society. He would resoundingly win in an election against
She's
Hamas.
right.
So what this is about, this isn't about
She's
Hamas.
right.
This is about eliminating every
That
faction
guy,
of
he doesn't
resistance.
even know what he doesn't even know who she's talking about. That's Palestinian Nelson Mandela. Release him,
He's in
Israel.
prison, isn't he?
Do it. Release him. You want Hamas gone? Release it. Force an election. Force an election among the fucking civilization in Gaza that you've crumbled, right? Force an election with him and against Hamas, right? And fucking rig it all you want, even like you do before with like host it. Go ahead, do it. Give someone else political power over Gaza. You won't, because that's not what their goal is.
It is not about Hamas.
It's all about what Hamas did on October the 7th.
But Piers, I think we both know it's not, because what is the military occupation founded upon? When did Hamas come into power? We know that this isn't just about Hamas. What was Israel doing in the West Bank the year prior to October 7th? They killed 500 Palestinians, 80 children. This is ethnic cleansing. This is a military occupation. As long as you have these policies in place, you will never get to the root of the violence, Piers.
I have to say, ladies and gentlemen, it is worth watching the whole thing.
Is that because you clipped everything? Cool.
I mean,
all right,
she made a really good point there, actually.
Yeah, we've got.
It's funny that she was like basically you see how she like was not afraid to just be like of a pro Hamas position.
We missed one.
Didn't this get claimed?
Only a minute, right?
Yeah. It only got claimed at like 40.
It was like 50 minutes or so. So
Let me
we'll
check
stop it. We'll jump around. That way we can kind of maybe.
Yeah, as long as we pause and cover it a little.
I'm just going to jump around
and
change us.
Just do a little cover. Cover it a little.
Yeah.
Be like, shh, and put the pillow on.
Enough more.
Hey.
Or actually, I know.
I got something.
No, I got an idea.
No, but I got something for you right here. Okay, what was I doing? Looking at the time code.
TikTok mode. This could work, maybe.
Okay. It's 54:01 to 55:48.
Got it. No.
I love that I just showed. I told you that there's empirical evidence to show that fat shaming actually doesn't help. It actually hurts and makes people more.
Yeah, Jack.
To watch this entire day.
Great intro,
Here's
cutting
the
them
thing.
off.
Okay, here's the thing. I've been meaning to watch this entire day, but it also happens to be one of the last days that my buddy Chris is here.
Bro,
So
I was just
I don't know
watching
if I have time
somebody,
to watch
and it was
it.
like,
Mm.
they're like,
I'm waiting.
yeah, he got a
I'm
sex
waiting for
worker
him to
pregnant,
literally
and it's like,
respond
no, he didn't. She's not a sex worker. That's
Wait,
a
who
lie.
did? Hassan.
The fresh and fit guy.
It's
fucking. It's pathetic. It's pathetic. But what I don't know which one is which, but they're like, Fresh broke the Punisher mug.
That's cringe.
Yeah. Let me
It's very cringe.
let me show you. Let me show you. Punisher cup. Yep. Boom. Auto completed.
Not a child.
Oh my god, bro! Wait, see the title of this fucking video right here.
I'm waiting. Breaks Punisher cup and crack. What the fuck? Cringe. Punisher cup.
Bro, here,
me,
Ultimate Fresh and
whether-
Fit Frank Castle's compilation. Cringe.
Now we're gonna go play.
I don't know
ball.
how people watch them.
Frank Castle would kill you.
Mm.
And I just cannot. He has not responded. He took on another fucking phone call. No, there will be no Disco Elysium today.
Not even a hoe. Like
Chris,
her
Murat.
like a successful businesswoman establishing a business internationally.
Mm.
Like she has more money than him. So like to
Mhm.
try and like drag her like that is just wild.
I would say maybe healthy.
No, he's definitely overweight. Definitely.
Hey, I sent you the thing though. Play that video I sent.
Why?
Because it's funny. It's funny. He break the cup. Just look at for if there's spikes in the video for where the most popular point is.
No.
It's fine.
Destiny posted the live stream. They talked to her on. If you want more context, go watch that.
Yeah. Balloon, that's from Punisher. I appreciate that. Regardless, the whole definition of loyal is being loyal
There we
and
go.
sticking by somebody, whether it's convenient or not, to fucking be there. I don't believe in this term, loyal to a fault. Okay? And if the fault is death, guess what? I die with a fucking spine. A lot of you motherfuckers are jellyfish. No fucking spine. And that's the reason why a lot of you motherfuckers are fat, triple chin, neck bearded, pieces of shit, fucking dorks with no money, and no one fucking respects you because you motherfuckers don't stand for nothing. If I stand with Fresh, I die with Fresh. It is what it is. Okay? It is what it is, you motherfuckers. Oh shit, it's getting shaky. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna leave. I got 20 fucking real estate properties so I can tell motherfuckers.
No, you don't.
Fuck you. My net worth is over 6 fucking million. I get money
No, it's not.
residually. I don't
No, it's
fucking need
not.
to do this shit, and I don't need to fucking sell my soul.
This is
Then why are
cringe.
you doing it?
Fucking friends. Period.
This is cope.
All right?
so funny,
Some of you
right?
motherfuckers need to get a fucking spine, you jellyfish SpongeBob in a fucking pineapple house. Pieces of shit. It pisses me off
This
how
is
soft.
this is pathetic.
Uh-huh.
This is actually
Just
pathetic.
wait till his performative cup break.
All you motherfuckers are, bro. It's ridiculous. You motherfuckers haven't stepped in the gym in 3 weeks trying to tell me how to fucking be loyal to my fucking friends. I'm not going anywhere.
What does
All
the
right?
gym have to do
What
with
does the-
loyal to your friends?
Yeah, I was about to say the same thing. Sounds like you position yourself as the gym as your entire personality and try and relate everything back to it. Stop. You are the problem with gym culture.
I'm tired of you motherfuckers. Leave Fresh. Leave Fresh. He's already dead. He's already done. Well, fuck you. All right? I don't need to make a fucking cent off this fucking podcast. I'm fine.
What are you gonna do? You gonna cry? It sounds like you're gonna cry.
He does.
You gonna
He does cry, actually.
My real estate will take care of me because I knew that if I want to say what the fuck I want to say and not sell my soul, I need to go ahead and build residual income coming in every fucking month so I can sit here and tell you fucking haters, fuck you.
I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to say what the fuck I want to say. And I don't give a fuck what anybody got to say. I cannot be bought. I have my soul. I have my spine. I have my integrity. I got my 10 toes and my 2 feet. And I fucking stand where the fuck I'm going to stand. And if I die there, I'll die there with a smile on my face because I can look in the fucking mirror and be happy with the man that I see. You pussy motherfuckers. You fucking losers that sit there and say, oh, it's getting rocky, Myron. You should leave. Why do you stay by Sneeko? Do you stay by the Tate? Do you still think they're even Trump? Chris is an idiot. Why are you still there? Chris drinks too much. Hey, shut the fuck up. That's why no one respects you, motherfuckers.
People respect you, though, right? So much respect.
Stand for anything. If there's anything you guys can learn from this fucking podcast, learn this. We've been through hell together. We had people come at us. We've had death threats at us. People fucking laugh at every time we fucking go through some bullshit. People make allegations on us. People have tried to absolutely fucking destroy us. You know who was around me the whole fucking time? These fucking guys. So you motherfuckers can say whatever the fuck you want to say. I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to stand by the guys that stand by me because you fucking pieces of shit.
This is...
Hey, buddy, all these problems you're citing, you want to do a critical analysis of your life here? I've had all these allegations. I've had this. I've had that. And these guys were by me. Yeah?
Interesting.
I've had none of that, so...
Shit are fucking there when I'm going through it. You piece of shit are fucking there when I'm fucking...
more people than him, too.
Figuring out what the fuck I'm gonna do because we got demonetized. You motherfuckers weren't there when everyone and their fucking mom came at us. You motherfuckers weren't there when I got the false accusation against me. You motherfuckers weren't there when this bitch lied and said that I got her pregnant when I fucking did it. And then you dumbasses 3 years later believe some bitch that makes the same fucking allegations again. You fucking idiots. I'm not going anywhere. I'm standing right fucking here. All right? These guys were with me in my darkest times. I'm not going to fucking leave them in their darkest times. Fuck you, motherfuckers. I got my real estate, I got my money, I'm fine. I'm not going anywhere. I can't be bought.
I don't need anything.
It's not Trump, a piece of anything.
Shut the fuck up. Real talk.
Bigoted
From
fucking losers.
W. Myron. You broke the glass.
Poggers!
Okay. That was from the heart.
Damn, bro, that's got to be like
here?
the gayest
Just
shit
close
I've
out?
ever heard ever.
What a sook.
The contestants
watch.
Oh no, he's in this video.
Yeah, that's why.
Oh my god.
That's why people brought it up, and that's why I had to show you the clip because it's so good.
Is what led me to an eating disorder.
Whose fault
When
is that,
what
though?
we're looking for is
Whose fault is that?
stability.
That's your
It's-
fault.
It's
See,
an
the problem is that you're a
amalgamation.
professional victim.
Would you agree, like looking at his physique, like he's at a perfectly, I would say, maybe healthy? No, he's definitely overweight, definitely obese.
Bro. I might actually disagree with a lot of these people.
You think? Because they're gonna be fascists. Literally, there's already a guy who does Hitler salutes to be edgy on there.
Epic.
That's the guy who just
My
broke
name's
his
John.
Punisher cup.
Host the Radical Empathy podcast. I used to direct episodes of Middle Ground, but I'll now be moderating today's discussion between Jacked Men and Fat Men. Our first prompt is, I have felt disgusted
That's
looking at a fat body.
hysterical.
Can our
Okay.
agreeers please step forward?
What about-
I agree with that.
okay.
My own.
Hassan, self-conscious again. I knew it. The wetsuit's just really tight. Pussy.
Felt disgusted looking at a fat body. Can our agreeers please step forward?
Yeah, I agree with that. My own. It's called hating oneself.
Vibes.
Which these fucking assholes are not going to do a good
Whoever
job
feels
on.
compelled to start us off.
Well, this video is going to set Jim Bro's back. It's Jover. No, dude. You can
No.
be a fucking wonderful Jim Bro who is also open-minded and kind, or you can be this fucking loser right here who I guess got a hairline replacement surgery as well as doing steroids.
Oh, it's unacceptable to be fat.
Damn, bro, that's
Well,
got to be like the gayest shit I've ever
He
heard
only had
ever.
to get the hair replacement because he's on steroids. No steroids, keep your hair.
Okay.
That's a great.
Like, look at him. Immediately, he's like, it's unacceptable to be fat. We get it, bro. You're trying to be fucking edgy. Ooh, so edgy. Ooh, he's so edgy. He's so edgy, dude. His disses are like a 14-year-old's. I'm actually shocked that this fucking dipshit is also on board. I thought this guy was at least a little bit more sensible. Fucking
Gilbert Godfrey on fucking Anavar over here. I thought that he was a little bit more sensible. Myron isn't even Jack.
Oh my god, is there a better edit?
No, there isn't. It was claimed. This is what you
No,
wanted.
I mean, he's in good shape. Like, come on. It doesn't fucking matter. It's very frustrating. Back during COVID, I lost all my muscle mass. I atrophied, and I replaced it with fat. And I did it over the course of 2 years. And I was
skill issue.
Yeah, you could have walked. I lost.
You must have
40
known you were
kilos in
wrong
2
when your
years
fingers
over
were dipped
COVID.
inside me.
So, skill issue, my friend.
was unimaginably depressed in the process. And since August 2021, where I said, "Oh,
what was that?" It's depression. Ah, interesting. Okay.
I'm gay.
Oh my god, I gotta fucking change this. What have I done to myself? I'm so.
Was the depression, I wonder, connected to the lockdown or the lack of movement?
Being gay.
Like the huh?
Connected to him being gay.
But you know what I mean? Like, did the depression come around exactly after the lockdowns went in? Did they come around because everything shut down and he couldn't go outside and actually interact with people, and therefore gave us current Hassan?
Have you seen the yearly homicide rates yet?
Oh no, are they down? I'm actually very curious because they've been going up. And now that everything's open again, I'm wondering if they've gone down again. Because that's the trend that I would have predicted.
So depressed. I've been working out nonstop. I've been injured in the process many times over. I'm
No, you
finally
should do
back to
steroids to help you
240
recover
pounds.
from that injury.
I feel amazing. Okay. And it's great. And it was an incredibly difficult process, which is why I always have so much respect for those who have gone through that, because I know how fucking difficult that shit is. Okay. But having said that, being fat my whole life, being obese my whole life, coming from a family of obese people, I know that fat shaming does not help. It just doesn't. And there's enough empirical evidence to show that it doesn't. It actually has the exact opposite. It gives people eating disorders.
Depends how
Makes
soft you
people
are.
way fatter. Okay.
Some
As I've
people
said
it does
time and time
work.
again.
This might be just
think
all the
fat people don't-
Jubilee stuff cut and just him talking.
You know they're fat? Of course they know they're fat, dumbass. They literally carry that everywhere. Okay,
No,
it's
there's
a double
some- there's
entendre.
some of it.
Fat people know that they're fat from the moment that they wake up. Okay, from the moment that they get out of bed, they're
Yeah,
very well
Chunk
aware of
is
it.
the
You don't
only
have to
one, and
constantly
he's
fucking
fat
repeat it
enough
to
for
them.
all of them.
You know, oh man, there's never been a moment where someone goes, "Oh fuck, dude, what? You're telling me I'm fucking fat?" Shit, what? How did that happen?
If you look at the actual statistics and not the ones manipulated by people lobbying for gun control, they're not really that high. Well, they're high for but and this is the fucking problem, right? I have to say they're not that high to describe 50. That's a fucking problem. There's a slight tangent from this, but like the fact that I have to qualify that 50 is not that high is disgusting, because they amplify it to over 200, 300, 400 a year, which is just not the case. So it's like, sure. Also, they've like the I'm not going to go into it, but the data is very interesting.
Dude, I had no fucking clue. I was over here thinking I'm skinny, not being able to fit into a fucking size 42 pant, dude. Thank you. I thought as a skinny guy, I was unable to fucking dress at the normal shops where people sell the fucking clothes that everyone else dresses up at, you know?
That's your problem.
Ridiculous.
You know what you can do? You can go to the shop, put the clothes on, and go, oh, they fit. Crazy concept.
There's a difference between knowing something and realizing something. What kind of child are you? It does help. I lost 30 kilograms because someone called me fat. You're wrong.
He's just. This is gonna set him the fuck off, and it's just gonna be 20 minutes of him ranting at the chat.
Oh my god, all these rates, it'll say 2024 in their fucking title, and it ends at 2022. I don't give a
Awesome.
fuck
I mean,
about
I don't know if you're
2022.
There is only one definition of mass shooting, and it's in line with mass murder, and it's 3. Anything less is not a mass shooting. Injuries are not a mass shooting. It's an attempted. It's like injuries in an attempted homicide is an attempt. Sorry, injuries during a homicide is an attempted homicide charge. So you could easily charge people with attempted mass shootings with injuries. That could easily become a thing. But mass shootings are 3 or more casualties. Casualties meaning deaths. This was streamlined under the Obama administration to match mass murder. Purely non-political streamlining of the laws, because that's how it should be. The Gun Violence Archive, which is the one that most people reference, use the statistic of 4 injuries or more. Or less, no. Yes, 4 injuries. So injuries being anything that happened during the shooting, not even just shooting injuries themselves. Sometimes that has happened. It's not very common, but generally, yes, they are 4 injuries or more, which is incorrect, which artificially inflates the numbers. That is the correct definition.
Every
if we're
single
talking legally.
time. 2022. 2022. No!
Fat or were fat, but I can tell you conclusively that you are literally fucking brain dead. No, someone told me I was fat, so then I realized it.
Yes, it used to be 4. It used to be 4 dead, but they realized that it was not in line with legal, which is why they dropped it down. They could have put mass murder up, but also it's like homicide, double homicide, mass homicide. It kind of makes sense. 4, you can also kind of argue it's like triple homicide, mass homicide. The legal jargon is not what I'm debating here. The definition is what I'm debating, and I'm saying that based on American law, which was streamlined under the Obama administration, mass shooting is 3 or more deaths. It's not a comment on my opinion on the statistic. It's just the statistic. But it was never just injuries, by the way.
Like, well, you're a dumbass, okay? Dumb fuck. Incorrect.
No, the original one was not intended to inflate numbers. However, it is now used to inflate numbers, which is like the first thing I'm going to annihilate is the incorrect rank, like the incorrect categorization of mass shootings, because the more it's overhyped, the more fear is created, the more likely one is to happen. Yeah, memetics. We really need to make a video about this. We really need to like truly like delve into this idea of how shootings are mimetic, but it could take quite a while to actually get the research to publish something worth publishing. I'd also like to do it a documentary way because video is a good medium.
I love that I make the fact you were.
I understand it's taken
so stupid. Anyway, let's continue.
Gain that much weight, knowing it's taken 20, 30, 40 years off their life. I just can't imagine not wanting to live that badly.
I understand that. No, it's I've definitely felt disgusted looking at my own body.
Did you say that it was the 50-minute point of this video?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And looking at
I finally found something that's actually a cohesive graph that's accounting for 2024 as it currently stands right now. Not, but if I could see, you know, it should have been by month, I bet. If I do by month, then it will show like how low it is month by month compared to previous months. But anyway, here's this. This is the projected rate, you know, like it's going to stay this low throughout the year at this rate.
Oh shit. Okay.
It's now lower than 2018. So
That's good.
people are saying that homicide is low in 2023, but it was lower in 2019. So they say that it wasn't back to pre-pandemic levels, right? Now it's lower than pandemic levels.
Which actually is a trend that you see in violence statistics. Is certain points there'll be a rise and then a really sharp downward turn, which is actually what happened in Australia after the gun controls laws came in. Is it spiked down real hard the next year, went up and stayed up until about 4 or 5 years later, and then started heading back down at the same rate, and plateaued at a bottom. Also. I have one. So message me on Twitter and I'll send it to you. It's a database from 1987, I believe, through to current, still being updated. Uses 3+ deaths as the stat. Logs motivations, the gun type, or weapon type, really. Logs schools, banks, logs places it was, that all that sort of stuff. It's really, really good database, and that's like the one that I kind of base everything. It's a baseline for me, so that's the one that I use. So if you want that, I can send that to you.
My life. A lot of the disgust I felt looking at people was me feeling disgusted with myself.
So everyone is motivated by their haters are not real according to you. You obviously didn't play sports, bitch. I'm motivated by my.
Either side will disagree that health is important. I know that my own mental health was way worse when I was spending every decade of my life trying to get smaller and trying to be thinner.
I don't think there's anyone that can look at somebody 500, 600, 700 pounds and not think, wow, what have they done? And not be disgusted. Like,
the obsession with the scale is the problem. You've got to get over it. The number doesn't matter. You've got to get over the BMI. Never use the BMI. The BMI is an awful fucking scale. Especially if you're going to the gym, don't use it. Ever. Like, the BMI said I was still overweight when I was 95 kilos. Like, fuck that thing.
Like, how can you not? I just can't understand.
You can't assume that everyone has the same opinion, though, because unfortunately, some people have emotional stuff that happened.
They're just going to ignore the facts. No, the fact is that you think that that's a good enough fucking debate for the top of the hour ad break. It's stupid. Okay, I will give you. There's also that too, but
see, most of this is the Jubilee thing literally cut out.
I did that because
because it's so copyright strike that like everything.
Inspire people to do their
so
own.
this is so they probably uploaded it. Yeah, so they probably uploaded this and then cut anything that was flagged automatically because it tells you what's flagged, and then this is the leftover chopped up bits, and it's basically just Hassan talking instead of like hearing them have the conversation.
I'll try and recover as
but
much
it's also
as I can.
for the fuck. Greg's a classic douchebag. Yeah, I know.
Know what it feels like on the other side to like look the way I do and get people looking at me like, ugh, that's gross to like have that muscle. And to go back to that point, like you came from a fit place and like deciding to bulk, like that's a conscientious decision to gain weight. Like you already have those habit routines and skills in order to stay in shape, and then you use those same skills you had to pull back on the calories and knowledge you had.
The reason why I use that example is that you can get fat and lose the weight if you know what you're doing, you have the knowledge and everything else like that. It's just about consistency over time. So it's like, I look at it like.
Let me cut you off because here's one thing that you just said.
Yeah.
You have the tools. So there's people that don't have the tools that you've passed judgment on, and you have failed to realize that with the tools, people are very much capable of achieving amazing.
Tevin is fucking swagged out, by the way, like monster.
Okay. This is not going to work.
Yep. It's Jubilee. Yeah, crazy, right?
Let's find some other. I'll try and find some other fat stuff.
Like nobody wants to watch Jubilee videos on their own.
No.
Pathetic.
Let's see. I might actually be able to find something here.
Oh, I mean,
The Dr. one definitely won't work.
I have some stuff. Let me pull up my list again.
Well, I've got some. Like, I'll just play this because that didn't work. But we've only got like half an hour left anyway. So there's plenty of videos to play.
Bibi Netanyahu on.
I know.
On with Dr. Phil to respond to. I don't know what this is about.
I guess Dr. Phil went to Israel.
I guess that's it.
Dr. Phil goes to Israel.
And I mean, did he do this line in other places, Netanyahu? Or I mean, because this is quoted in the Times. I guess that makes sense. I mean, Dr. Phil is, big. But here is Bibi Netanyahu with Dr. Phil.
They still have people
to,
reacting to them in their channel trailer. The shift in policy they had this month is just insane.
Mm.
There's a good one. I saw it.
The announcement by Biden that he's going to condition some of the offensive military weapons.
Hang on.
What?
Here you go. This is what you want to watch. I already know. I can't believe we forgot about this.
But we will do what we have to do to protect our country, and that means protect our future. And that means we will defeat Hamas, including in Rafah. We have no other choice.
Well, these leaders that you're talking to that behind the scenes agree, but do they agree that Hamas?
Which one?
Oh, I know, but the definitely the fucking Lawrence Southern shit.
Okay.
Hamas has to be stopped now and completely 100% eradicated?
Some of them do, yes.
Some don't?
Well, some of them openly say that when they talk to. They don't openly say that in the public sphere, but they openly say it to us. They say if you don't destroy Hamas, that means that the Iranian Axis will have a victory, and we're next. And in many ways, all our free societies are next, because if Israel is pushed not to destroy Hamas because of this tactic of
first off, it's interesting to hear the domino theory being revived again. Now, just it's not communists.
Thank you, Sam.
I guess Palestinian nationalists,
Islamists. It's terrorists. It's a fight between the civilized world and the world of darkness, as they've invoked before.
I mean, the idea that we know the reporting says that Iran was not made aware, was not involved in the planning of this. So it's very, very convenient to make this a broader conflict between Iran, I guess, and the Western allies or whatever it is that he wants to make it about. But the real question that Dr. Phil should ask and won't ask is it possible for you to do what you're saying you're doing? Like, do experts, military leaders, the Secretary of Defense of the United States, let's say, do they think it's possible you can do what you're doing? That's the real question.
We know we know the answer, right?
We know the answer.
We know there has not been any credible military expert who has said they can eradicate Hamas.
Because if Israel is pushed not to destroy Hamas because of this tactic of using human shields or other considerations, then every democracy will be imperiled. So, I've said we'll fight if necessary. I've said we'll fight with our fingernails.
Footage of Israeli soldiers literally using a Palestinian as a human shield we got today.
Wait, what?
I'm not going to pull it up, but it happened. And this is what I've said for a while. There's not, they want to claim human shield. There's only one side that has literally held a child up in front of them as they retreated.
Okay, hold on one second. We'll be victorious. We got it. We have more than fingernails. We're very strong. Yeah, I mean, just notice, I think, so we played a clip yesterday of Netanyahu, who's now calling the opposition genocidal, and you can see this is how right-wingers often do things. Like when a word starts to get more into the public education, they thwart it and muddy it, right, and make it about themselves. But when he talks democracy, are doing that too, right? It's this, like, Iran votes, right? In Iran, they vote, but they're a religious theocracy, and Israel is pretty theocratic as well. If we're going, but you never hear in the Western press like Iran is a democracy in the Middle East, right? Or anything.
There's broader repression in Iran.
I know, but of their citizenry, and in Israel, it's just the 3 million people they militarily occupy in the West Bank and the 2 million in the open air prison in Gaza. So exactly, I'm only drawing that comparison to just say, even though of course Iran is incredibly repressive, you would never hear that claim made ever in the Western press, because democracy, in the way that Netanyahu continues and the right wingers in Israel and also Biden presented to the public, is like Western cosmopolitanism and like general educated, wealthy, aligned with the United States and with whiteness and all of that, with an element of voting in it. So there, in my opinion, he's doing this work to reimagine and propagandistic work to make democracy about whiteness and like wealth versus the savages who are uninterested in democratic representation, and they are motivated by this ancient desire, as Biden invoked earlier this week, to kill Jews. It makes them seem primitive, and Israel and the rest of the West, they're coming for you too, other democracies. It makes them seem like this is about our broader way of life, and that's all I'm trying to say.
And the fact is that like the reason why there was a Balfour mandate was in fact to sort of like inject or have a beachhead for at that time the British Empire, and to be an extension of those Western powers. They weren't, maybe you could say democracies, but an empire is not necessarily that democratic,
right?
An institution, but of these Western powers. I mean, that's really what he's saying. And democracy, you're right. I mean, it's a cheapened word.
You wouldn't have much of an empire left if it was, but
that is used to signify, like,
that we're
part of a club.
Priceless piece of art.
And and certainly, people forget this, but maybe step back from some of the provisions.
That's all it was. Man, it must have claimed everything. Dr. Phil must have claimed everything.
Mm-hmm.
They got a 20-second clip.
You better not laugh at this poor girl's suffering, Jack.
Unsurprising but very sad. A conservative quote-unquote triad wife influencer, Lauren Southern, discovered being a traditional marriage felt like being enslaved, and she felt compelled to rationalize her husband's behavior. Wow, really? Is that true? Is that true? Really? Dude, Lauren Southern was like the poster child of, listen, young women, you don't want feminism, you want to be a triad wife.
Poster child
you know what,
of
honestly,
refugee
I guess some credit for writing about how the lions did in fact eat her face. I mean, is it a bit? Thousands of miles from friends and family, she reports becoming the closest thing to a modern day Western slave. With no income of her own, she had to do everything. The lawns, the house, the cooking, the baby care, the university homework. And I didn't know anyone. I didn't have the support.
The women to create hierarchy. He was right.
There was no help changing diapers. There was no help waking up in the night with the baby. I'd still have to get up to make breakfast before work. I'd be shaky and nervous for fear I'm going to get yelled at. Then he'd berate her for spending all her time in tasks other than earning money. I was told daily that I was worthless, pathetic, dead weight. This is the trad wife fantasy that all the 19-year-old TikTok girls who are tired of having to work a minimum wage job are fantasizing about. If you guys think that like the like median experience of a marriage in the 1950s was one of mutual love and happiness, then you're genuinely deluded. Like genuinely deluded. Okay, even today in an era of no fault and pretty frequent divorce, marriages are very often not happy. Like seriously, think of all of the like other people you knew growing up and all of their parents. How many of their parents had really dynamics, like, relationship wise, right? Yeah. Sorry, so many marriages keep going purely for their kids. Yeah, and again, I'm not saying marriage is innately bad or doesn't work for everyone, but like the trad wife thing in particular is, and it always was, and people are being duped into it again because of like 1950s appliance advertisements where you see a woman smiling in a painting where she's showing off a new toaster or something. Like you're literally getting baited into cultural regression because there were good advertisement painters in the 50s. Jesus. So can somebody link me the full article, by the way? All you do is sit around, take care of the baby, and do chores. When COVID shut down all real-world public life, her situation became hell on earth. It was, she said, the only time in my life where I idealized dying. Jesus. There were warning signs from early on. If I ever disagreed with him in any capacity, he'd just disappear for days at a time. I remember there were nights where he'd call me worthless and pathetic, then get in his car and leave. But she didn't see them thanks to the simplified anti-feminist ideology she'd absorbed and promoted. I had this delusional view of relationships that only women could be the ones to make or break them and men can do no wrong. So she didn't spot the red flags even as they grew more extreme. He'd lock me out of the house. I remember having to knock on the neighbor's door on rainy nights. Jesus. Because he'd get upset and drive off without unlocking the house. It was very strange to go.
Russian girlfriend on stream.
But the one where he like sits her up in the background and shit.
Yeah. Cause she put her out. She was pregnant too. Put her out on the freezing porch in her underwear. to punish
from being
her.
this public figure you're on stage with people clapping, to the girl crying, knocking on someone's door with no home to get into, being abandoned with a baby. Jesus Christ. Can somebody link the full thing so I'm not just reading Twitter screenshots? Who is this about? Lauren Southern. Should we be sad for someone like Lauren Southern? Well, I admit that my sympathy is tapered a little bit because she spent years like militantly promoting this lifestyle to every woman she could like reach, which in fairness wasn't very many because it was almost exclusively men who consumed her content because they wanted validation to the idea that women should be subservient housewives. But it's still them over. So like, yeah, I don't know. Maybe we should be slightly more careful and introspective about the ideology that we're promoting. You know, very much like I didn't think the leopards would eat my face kind of thing. That being said, you know, I don't know. Conservatism makes retards of them all. So, you know, she had a turnabout here. Oh man, this is like a whole write-up. But as she tells that the nightmare began in earnest when she was offered a work opportunity in his home country of Australia a few weeks after the birth of their baby. She did not want to leave her support networks behind, but he used the political and religious importance she placed in lifelong marriage as a lever to force her to agree. Whenever I wouldn't do something, he would say, "I'm going to divorce you." So feeling she had no other option, she assented. He also insisted she should publicly quit work. His work required a high level of government security clearance. She was a right-wing provocateur who had faced deplatforming state investigations and was even banned from entering the UK. Between the lockdown claustrophobia and her husband's behavior, she began to revise her initial willingness to leave public life. In part, she told me she hoped it would win back his love. He was so much kinder, sweeter, and more pursuant of me when I was this boss babe traveling the world. Dude, there are so many men like this. This is what a lot of men want. They want to find strong women and break them. That's what they like. They see a woman who has like a job or is a high earner or is confident, and they see that as a challenge because it would be like more rewarding to subjugate them. Then they subjugate the woman and make her like respectfully pathetic, which is what Lauren seems to be here. And then they're no longer interested in her because they no longer get any feeling of power over controlling them. Like this happens all the time, you know? This is a pretty common media trope too. The idea of like a cold-hearted ice queen boss babe who ends up melting for a guy and she like quits her job or she like becomes more of a family woman. And the whole like fantasy being played into is like, let me bring her down to my level or below it, you know? This is boat Lauren, not theater blowjob Lauren. And it was a hand job, I think. It seemed like becoming a mother made him lose respect for me. It was shocking to me again because the traditional view preached the opposite, that men love you more when you stop working and become a wife and mother.
It's almost like they lie to women. It's a shame she had to figure it out the hard way. I kind of feel bad for her, to be completely honest.
Her experience, though, this was very much not the case. Yep. So a year after retiring to embrace traditionalist domestic life and the right-wing model, she posted her comeback video.
She wouldn't be complaining if she married me.
Media appearances. I remember this video. I didn't really know what was going on with it.
Yeah,
when it got
she'd be
posted.
dead.
It's
like those refugees in the Mediterranean.
seemed like kind of a turn. I don't know. No, wait, hold on. Wait, is that the right video? No, wait, this is the wrong video. This is after COVID, but she's talking about a comeback video and linking the 2019 borderless thing. Yeah, this is the wrong video. They f***ed up here. This isn't the comeback video. So I was confused when I linked it. There was a comeback video at one point with Lauren Southern. It wasn't the okay, mistake by the person who did the hyperlink. Okay. Well, whatever. Never mind the pop anti-feminist idea. The comeback video was when she started doing the like enlightened centrism thing, right? That was what happened, right? Like she was doing the whole all migrants are terrors on the West, blah blah. And then she came back after a while. It was this really weird, half-hearted, like, you know, having experienced so much shit, you know, I'm here to just have interesting conversations, like that crap, you know? Oh yeah, here we go. Yeah, this comeback video.
Yeah,
why I left and why
that's
I'm back.
when we got Dreg platforming her.
Was that at this time? I think it was
that's when we got Dreg platforming her, was when Lauren Southern was doing the I'm
okay,
back.
hang on, let me Google.
Views. Yeah, there we go. This seems much more likely. And see, her hair is dark. She stopped dyeing her hair with like platinum blonde. Wait, did she dye her hair platinum blonde, or is she naturally that blonde? And this is her natural hair, right? I don't know what her natural hair is. Wow. It is surely true that conservative advocacy for complementary sex roles sometimes ignores questions about women's physical vulnerability and the scope this affords for domestic abuse. No, that's not ignoring questions. Conservative ideology is fine with physical abuse against women. It enables it at like every turn. You know, it's anti-Me Too. It's anti-no-fault divorce. Like it literally every ideological and policy-based level. Like they enable that. That's not an accident.
Hey, check this out.
Control over.
Check this out.
From him, I have no idea what's going on.
Lauren Southern. How about you call yourself, I don't know, like Lauren Northern?
Never heard that one before.
Can you hold this?
Lauren, I come from the east, bringing you riches. Please, Lauren, take some of my riches, Lauren. Take my jewels. Take my jewels.
fucking amazing.
You know, like, oh man, I can't believe that a person who I married for their anti-feminist views is okay with abusing women.
Yeah,
That's
crazy, right?
Oh, okay, this isn't like a liberal article. Conversely, today many self-identified liberal feminists have also forgotten the earliest women's movement was grounded in the sex-specific material vulnerabilities. This is the trans thing. Southern experience firsthand. They're saying like modern feminists have forgotten that males and females are different. Nice. He would just give
To
me
be
impossible
clear,
tasks
I just
all
want to
day,
be
tasks
clear.
that you cannot
She didn't actually drown anyone. She just tried to.
It felt like he would almost send me on errands with the intent of having me fail. All of this was, Southern tells me, difficult to square with her religious beliefs. She would pray by his bed when he was angry with her, hoping that if she gave him grace one more time, he'd realize the depth of her love and be kinder. And if this didn't work, she was encouraged to persist by way online life had conditioned these beliefs into listicle form. But she discovered distilling religious traditionalism into viral bullet points does not provide an adequate framework for navigating the complexities of a real-world marriage. She told me that, quote, as long as I put on the high heels and the lipstick when my husband came home, as long as I cook the best meal, as long as I'm always submissive and say, yes, sir, whatever you want, things will go fantastic. Man, you know what's funny? This is more like porn-brained than the most porn-brained, like
funny.
lefty polycule types I've ever actually interacted with. Like literal porn brain. Like the idea, like wear red lipstick, have blonde hair, wear the high heels, say yes, sir, and the man will love you. Are you? This is literally like cis woman cissification fantasy. Okay, Jesus Christ. Yeah, this is a porn fantasy. Like it's ridiculous. You know, it's you're constructing an entire like relationship dynamic and like model of love around like 3 lines of conservative dogma, highly fetishized lines. Do you think the trad wife model ever made sense? It's never existed. The trad wife that conservatives talk about today never existed. Relationships in the 1950s were much more obviously economically motivated than people like to acknowledge now. For the longest time in human history, I'm generalizing, but for the most part, the wealthy married for wealth or power, and the poor married for love. But that started to blur together more and more when the social dynamics of the pre-modern world kind of faded away, and you started to enter into an environment where you have to like make money or die. Like you literally don't there's no longer a community apparatus to keep people afloat. You have the nuclear family model, so people no longer live together with their families forever and ever, right? And even then, to a large extent, like women were married away for money reasons, like with dowries and stuff. I'm not denying that, but like I think that people massively underestimate how much marriages in the 50s were transactional. Women wanted to be in a marriage because they literally couldn't open a bank account or get a credit card otherwise. Like they literally would not. Like there's a reason why people would call women who weren't married by like 25 a bunch of different mean names. It was because like that's your job, bitch. That's your job. You get married, or you don't get, or you're going to like you're going to work some like maid job and like never like that's going to be your life. Then you get like the small percentage of jobs that are specifically allocated for women, and you're going to be like a spinster or whatever, you know. But people now idealize it as this like conservative like gooner fantasy where you have like a petite trad wife with a tight bubble butt who will, you know, let you spank her when she doesn't cook the meal right or whatever. It's like, fuck, come on, like you're gooners. You're gooning right now. You're gooning right now. You know, this is a conservative porn fantasy that isn't really reflective of anything that ever actually happened on a systemic level. And you're gooning right now. You're gooning in front of me. It's disgusting. Again, there's nothing wrong with being in a monogamous heterosexual relationship if that's your thing. You know, if you must, I suppose.
What's
you know,
your thing, Vosh?
If you're kinky like that, it seems to me I tell her that condensing millennia of religious belief in real-world domestic practices
like
into
the way
viral memes has
like
produced right-wing gender
goblins get
ideology.
drawn in
Every bit as
porn.
oversimplified,
They're all like
dematerialized, and radically
thick short stacks.
as the disembodied left-wing version. Yeah, okay, the person conducting this interview is cucked. The idea that like Lauren Southern's "what if I prayed my husband into not beating me" is like equivalent to the left-wing like, okay, yeah. Like they're still doing the ideology that led to her abuse here. There's no reason to not be progressive. You know, there's progressivism and then there's being wrong. I reject the centrist like line.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, both sides have the right. No, Southern is careful to emphasize she knows many traditionalists and happy, loving, complementary marriages, but she says it's a fallen world, and her community includes many women whose husbands seem to have been drawn to listicle style gender ideology precisely because of the power it offers over women. The female brain is just very vulnerable to the listicle style gender ideology. You know, that's how it is. Those guys want someone they feel like they can definitely control, who's never going to leave them, who they can do anything to. That's great. I love to go after guys purely on the basis of they want to control me. I won't ever leave them. They can do whatever they want to me. That's just phenomenal. Just really high IQ behavior here, you know? Jesus Christ. Like, can you imagine like thinking this and not understanding that you're like volunteering to be a sheep for lions? Ridiculous. In the end, it wasn't Southern who broke the spell, but her husband. Around the time her son was toddling, 2 family deaths prompted her to arrange a home visit to Canada. Her husband threatened divorce if she went, and Southern tells me she had to sign an affidavit promising to return.
What? That's insane.
Finally, he relented, only to text after she landed in Canada, declaring that because she'd chosen to travel, the marriage was over. Well, he's doing her a favor there, I guess. Even then, she still hoped her marriage could be saved. God almighty. I still wanted to make it work. I was texting my husband and calling him, begging to get back together, but he just said, no, I don't even want shared custody. Okay, so he just had a different family then. He would leave for days at a time without explaining where he had gone.
Yeah, that's exactly what it sounds like.
Didn't even want custody over the children. He just had another family. Still, it was a confusing time for her. My brain was breaking because between two worlds because I couldn't let go of the ideology. I was at a similar age when I fell away from the radical left. Okay, yeah, that's the interview we're talking here. I'm getting bored of this. Can we get to the end of this? Some of the most miserable people I've met, in fact, absolutely the most miserable people I've met, have been stuck in this weird LARPy trad dynamic. The happiest people she knows, on the other hand, are just living in reality. Yeah, this is the difference, though. This is the difference between the left and the right when it comes to ideological biases in relationships. The left doesn't have these prescriptions when it comes to being in a relationship. People on the left wing don't wake up and go, I must pursue this family dynamic because it is optimized to bring about communism. They don't do that. They just do what they want. You see them in their polycules or their open marriages or relationships or whatever, but they're not doing that because they're waking up thinking like, yes, Karl Marx, this is the only way forward. The West must be safe. They're doing it because they want to, because they're horny, because they want attention, whatever. They're honest and hedonistic in a way that's like reflective of their actual values. They're not engaging in this kind of like weird like self-debasement by forcing yourself to be miserable by adhering to some totally arbitrary made-up gooner trad LARP fantasy. You know, that's the difference. There are plenty of people on the left whose like ideas about relationships are influenced by their ideology, but it just influences them to feel like they can do what they want, not that they have to do something.
So
even if
she
it
must have went
it
and
blows
hung
my
out
mind that
with
they actually
Greg while her husband was saying that the marriage is over. Because
Must have
in Canada.
Yeah, must have been then. Interesting.
I think he peed in her butt.
Maybe
they exist as right-wingers in private and it kills them. Yeah, no kid, right? Like you think like this ideology is so stupid. You would think that like they would take them. It's like the gay lisp. It's like, damn, don't you know how dumb you sound? Do you really do that? Or like the British accent. You really do that shit in private too? But they do, you know? Would you say tankies do that? No. The only people ostensibly on the left who I've seen engage in this behavior are like, there are some Maoists who are weirdly Volcel about it, but I don't even know how real that is. That could just be like them being incelish in general and they pretend that it's a Maoist thing. You know, I don't really think it's the same. What happens when Shu sees this article? Man, you can give Shu shit as much as you want, but from the get-go, like at least the impression that I've gotten is that Shu just does what she actually wants to do. She hasn't really made videos saying like every chick has to submit or whatever. If she personally wants to be like, I don't know, stepped on a bunch by some dude with giant boots, like, okay, I don't know. It's not like I don't talk to other it's not like I can't go on Grindr and
it's also not like every traditional relationship is abusive either. Like you also have to like obviously this one is just more prominently out there than others because it's Lauren Southern and because of what she's been doing and how she acts and all that sort of
You mean
shit.
drowning those migrants?
Sure. But at the end of the day, this isn't normal. And honestly speaks to the bigger issue that's been going on in Australia with domestic violence and that sort of stuff.
Remember, we were just watching that.
Mm.
Remember that chat?
Were we? Did I bring what?
Yeah,
What?
no, we were. Yeah, let's finish this video.
Okay.
and find other people who aren't like that instantly. You know, it's not an uncommon thing to want, you know, but that's different. Lauren Southern wasn't just preaching like, hey, it's hot when dudes step on you. Okay, well, you'll find that shit in the left too. Trust me. Go to any pride, talk to anyone, go outside, breathe air. You know, no, Lauren Southern's crime here, or self-crime or whatever, wasn't like liking the idea of being submissive to a guy. That's fine. You know, it's this giant LARPy trad wife thing around it. None of that. Like you can do everything that the trad wife relationship is supposed to be about, but it has to be built in a framework of mutual respect and understanding. And that's what the conservatives don't want.
Hey, look,
conservatives don't really care that you wear the pastel dress and the apron and that you cook all the meals or whatever. The cooking meals thing is convenient, sure, but what it's really about is the control over women. Not sexy control, not consensual control, not this is a dynamic we've established control, just actual earnest, like, you are mine, you are a slave. Again, not a kinky way, please. I know that every one of these terms has been subsumed by kink culture, so you're just going to it's actual power over you in a way that is like genuinely abusive, you know? That is the point. Like that.
Like
That
50
is the
Shades
whole
of Grey,
point.
the book.
The conservative mantra around women. You know, BDSM control. The control is actually held by the bottom or woman in this case. Yeah, it's worth pointing out that in actual like dominant submissive relationships, the commonly accepted, because it's correct, dynamic
Look,
is that the bottom is actually the one who holds the
if
control
she's
over
got
the
a
scene
dick,
because
I'm
they're
more
the ones that degrade.
interested. I can put those refugee she drowned it aside.
Just risk of being hurt or subjugated or whatever else, like you're hitting their ass with the paddle if they say stop or whatever the safe word is. I don't know. Like that's the thing, right? But none of this like trad wife shit. This isn't kink culture, right? This isn't like let's establish a dynamic where because I think it's hot to wear a dress and cook for you. If that's your shit, dude. If you're like het and you're like, yeah, I want to cook for my husband. I think it's hot to like do what he says. Fine, go for hell yeah, sure. I don't give a shit. Go for it. Hell yeah. You're saving the West. Go have kids. I don't care. But like again, that's like in an explicit agreed upon dynamic, and this is just like abuse. So yeah, that's really the difference. Who knew that consent could make the difference? Yes, you can in fact cook and clean for a man without marrying a white nationalist. It is in fact possible to do this, And by the way, the left is much better about recognizing all of this. All of this is like, this isn't like a both sides thing or whatever, right? Like the left is infinitely better when it comes to being introspective about and considerate about all of these dynamics. Oh God, if you ever want like a real wild trip and you have the ability to, like conservative FetLife doms are like a constant source of comedy in the broader kink community because you basically have guys who just want to hurt women with no like understanding of the dynamic or like any consideration for like it's just like freak behavior, so they get made fun of a lot. They're almost always cons. Oh, we made it. Any women out there that want to get punched? No, they wouldn't say it like that. Even that's too like respectful of the others. Check the comments. Oh, I don't know. It's really hard for me to draw any conclusion from that story other than don't marry an asshole. Yep, there you go. For a website called Unheard, where the person inserts multiple digs at the left, obviously the audience here is going to be like, I don't know. I think that Lauren Southern was just kind of an idiot. For hold on, I should be clear. I also think this, but my analysis doesn't end there. There's a broader criticism of conservative trad wife LARPing that I've sort of laid my my criticisms against. I just don't really hear about that many cases where in a left-wing relationship, like both people are left-wing, the left-wing ideology is used as a pretext for abuse. Like abuse happens in all kinds of relationships, but in conservative relationships, the conservative beliefs are almost always the pretext for abuse, right? Like the huge, like imagine being in a relationship where both of the people, the wife and the husband, are both fascists, and then like the abuse is unrelated to that, right? I know. I mean, it's possible. It's just like, yeah, because like the whole, like a huge part of fascism, ideologically speaking, is about control over women. I'm not saying it can't happen. I'm just saying I don't think there's an equivalence to be drawn.
It is a large part.
Is it okay to date a conservative? No, never. Does Caleb Maupin's abuse thing count? No. For one, Caleb Maupin is absolutely not left-leaning, and for two, that wasn't really like, it didn't have anything to do with his ideology. He wasn't like, I guess you could say that he was like using his cult leader kind of status to abuse people, but I don't really think it's the same as like in a relationship dynamic being informed by left-wing values. You're abusing someone as a product of those values. It's possible, but like the closest thing that I could really think of would be like, I don't know, imagine if you're like a black husband and a white wife, and the black husband was really id-poly and would like gaslight and abuse the white wife about like anything racist you relate, or like anytime he did something wrong, he'd be like, oh, so the white person wants to talk over me. It's a good bit. I'm sure it's happened at least a few times, but I don't know how common that, like really leaning into it too, like he like hits her or something. She's like, why'd you do that? She's like, oh, wow, you, after everything your people have done to me, you're really going to throw a fit about that. White woman tears. Okay. That's okay. Okay. That's going to be could be a good bit, good, good comedy bit. It'd be bad if that really did happen.
No.
Though. It's funny to think about, but it's, yeah.
No.
Are all twinks racist? Yes.
No. Computer says no.
Cringe.
Okay, we is done.
Southern.
Are you okay?
I think the fact that I'm talking to you means that I'm not.
True. Jesus, look, watch out! There's blue right there. She'll drown you.
Do you have an emergency contact?
Lauren Southern.
Yeah, reality is kind of lame right now.
We're all degens now.
And that's why you need Jesus, my friends. The only political ideology, religion.
Lauren Southern. Lauren Southern. Southern.
I don't like having just simple answers. That was easy and comfortable. Then when you actually go out and talk to people and meet people and do on the ground journalism, it really fucking sucks. It's everything's gray. It's gray, Greg.
That's strange. I just had the desire to murder you.
Misogynists exist everywhere, but some of them are just sneakier.
There's misogynists, and I almost would rather be around a misogynist because it's like, yeah, this is what I think, this is what I believe.
Really,
and then
Lauren?
Sneaky misogynists that just lie to you about what they believe. So I respect the people that are just open and upfront with it. Same with the misandrists. You know, you think at least they make what they believe known publicly.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. It's
Yeah.
kind of like how I put feminist in my Twitter bio, but then I killed a woman. Well, how would you rate being alive on a scale from 1 to 10?
You know, I'd say a 10 right now because I wasn't sure if I'd be alive after I walked into this room with you. No matter what your standards are, you'll probably
That's an
violate them at
ironic
some point.
statement.
So if your movement doesn't have some form of forgiveness or way to improve or get better, then it's doomed to fail because you'll kick everyone out, right? But that doesn't mean we shouldn't try to improve. I think you've lost once you say, yeah, we're all shit and we should just accept that. But you've also lost when you try to cope and pretend you're not shit. Yeah.
How about you just when you step out of line, you die? How about that?
But I feel like you just end up murdering the whole planet. But maybe that's okay with you because that's like
as long as I go
extreme
first.
radicalism.
As long as I go first, Lauren, I'm going to be real with you. Politics is just a faint veneer of window dressing I put over my desperate desire to figure out how to live, how to live in this world, how to feel okay with myself.
The first time you've made sense today. It's all starting to add up.
How do you do it? How do you live? How can I enjoy my life and be happy to be alive? Lauren Southern.
You're throwing me off, man. It's not our natural inclination to think that like being self-sacrificing is fulfilling, but it definitely is. There's an aspect of, I find I'm happiest when I'm doing things for other people. I don't know, like family or whatever, and that's when I'm happiest. You perceive doing selfish things and pursuing selfish things as things that will make you happy, but they never do.
Buddhist.
She finds it weird when guys go down on her.
It's not gonna work out then.
Drink.
I agree.
Drink. All right. The end.
The end.